Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
In the United States, a middle school in California, a boy of mixed Huxia and American blood sits at a desk and yawns. The teacher in the class is still explaining basic physics knowledge. There are black people and white people in the classroom, but no yellow people are seen. Jiang Yifu looked helplessly at the teacher who was talking nonsense on the podium. Yes, it was nonsense. He is the son of Jiang Wanchen, a famous scientist in the United States Institute of Science, and belongs to the drifters in the early days of the Huxia dynasty. If Jiang Yifu hadn't been a traveler, he probably wouldn't have felt uncomfortable. It's like a mixed-race body, even the name is a mix of East and West, which is really European and American style. There are a bunch of scattered parts in the experimental class, allowing students to freely assemble some gadgets they imagine. The teacher will only drink coffee and read newspapers on the podium, provided no one asks any questions. The American-style free-range education is fully reflected here. If you are a genius, then this is the stage for your growth. If you are a garbage, then enjoy the happy time. Well, most of the middle school students are chasing and playing, and the experimental class is completely a happy time like a self-study class. Jiang Yifu tilted his head and thought for a while, and since he traveled through a month ago, he finally understood what the world is now, where he is, and who he is. When it comes to time travel, I am afraid everyone thinks, but it is true no one knows because the people who traveled have already crossed. Where will they come back and hold a press conference or something to tell everyone, hey, labor and capital have crossed? Isn't that bullshit? It's 1938, the year before the World War begins. There are the familiar Stark industry here, as well as Gotham City and Metropolis, which surprised Jiang Yifu. Two completely different styles are completely integrated in this world, and it is unclear whether it is the Marvel world or the DC world. Hey, Jiang Yifu, what are you doing? The teacher asked us to test the principle of power generation. What are you doing? Did you play a game last night? Hey, don't call me too. A fat black man patted Jiang Yifu's shoulder. As in every novel, the protagonist will always have a few friends by his side. The Black Owl Li is Jiang Yifu's primary school classmate. Now they are in junior high school together. As a primary school classmate, they naturally have no relationship. Jiang Yifu shook his head, shrugged his shoulders, and screwed the screws into the assembly part. It's okay, I'm just doing a little experiment. Please, there is no game, just reading at home. Hey, this is a great invention. On the table lay an odd coil, consisting of an iron ring on which the wire was wound in circles and other scattered gadgets. You can't see anything from a distance, but if you look at it up close, how should I put it, it seems like a bunch of familiar things. If someone laughs, Jiang Yifu will definitely ridicule the other party. What do you know? This is the famous arc reactor. Well, it's just a copy, well, a little copy. Jiang Yifu isn't big enough to make this kind of small reactor. Since the time of crossing, 1 has no super ability, 2 has no wealth that can rival the country, only a lot of books left by his parents and a small villa. Other than that, there is nothing. Ali looked at his friend suspiciously. It wasn't because he didn't believe the intelligence of the other party. It was just the accident half a year ago that made this friend make a suicidal, crazy experiment. Fortunately, he was lucky and saved his life that day. It's only been a month since you're going to start experimenting with Dafa to death. After a month, Jiang Yifu had already integrated his body's memory, and when he saw his friend's suspicious eyes, he knew what the other party was thinking. A month ago, the owner of this body was killed by the agent blowing up the entire Science and Technology Academy because his parents were working in the Science and Technology Academy. So he wanted to create huge amounts of bombs in revenge. It burned and the strong explosives even blew the original guy away. Fortunately, he was hit by the air wave and only hit his head. This incident still caused a certain shock at the time. After all, Jiang Wanchen was considered a top scientist. In addition, the Academy of Science and Technology was destroyed. At that time, it was still noticed by the military. The dragon gives birth to the dragon, and the phoenix gives birth to the phoenix. And the son of the mouse can make a hole, so Jiang Yifu can be regarded as a researcher with the ability to save his life. I said, man, don't look at me like that, I'll think you like men. Trust me, this is just an idea, I don't want to die again. Jiang Yifu said jokingly, his expression relaxed and natural. Seeing his friend's expression, Ali was relieved and patted his chest a little scared. Hey, I said don't die, otherwise I will play with someone in the future. You are so smart, you will surely become a scientist like your father. Are you going to play in the park after school today? In the 1930s, there was nothing interesting, there were no electronic products, and movies were poor and death was expensive. The only way to entertain a child is to play poker or a few good friends to play games that are fun but childish in the eyes of adults. Jiang Yifu has a soul in his 20s, how could he have played with them? It would be a shame. Well, I knew you otaku wouldn't go to the park. In other words, work, seeing you show such a B******** expression again proves that you have solved the knot. The black classmate showed his white teeth with relief, and for a moment, a light seemed to flash from his teeth. Well, the most noticeable thing about black people is their teeth. People always have to look forward, just go to the park. If you are interested, let's go to Leyland Street for a walk at night. My experiment is a little short of material. Jiang Yifu kindly invited this strong black classmate, even though the other party was black and not very old. But the genes of the United States beauty always made them grow stronger. Ayali pouted a little disdainfully, knowing Jiang Yifu's character well. This is a B******D, and every time he says something nice, he actually makes himself a coolie. You won't buy a lot of materials for me to memorize this time. I won't help you. According to the market price, I can help you for only 5 cents. It depends on our classmates, otherwise it will be $10. I can't even help. It's just cheating. It is still the front end of the Second World War, and $1 can feed a family of 3 for a week. This is the era of money that is relatively large, not tens of millions of dollars as it was later. Well, you black-hearted businessman who made us classmates, Jiang Yifu doesn't matter. He has money and real estate left by his parents. Although he can't say that he is rich, he is also a well-off family. When a scientist spends money, you can make money quickly. Throughout the class, Jiang Yifu was doing experiments, and his mind was full of physical formulas and chemical element tables that flashed through like reading a book from heaven. Thanks to the smart head of the original owner, Jiang Yifu inherited the memory of the other party and also inherited the seemingly useless huge knowledge. Just think about it, how can the people who can get the attention of the military be ordinary people? You must know that capitalism is a vampire of all evils, and they will not bite eggs without seams. In the class, some people are sleeping, some are talking and chatting. Only Jiang Yifu is focusing on the experiment and knows the dangers of the world. He can only turn his knowledge into a weapon against time to protect himself. Now that Gotham City has appeared, it means that during World War II, Wonder Woman will emerge and Steve, the captain of the United States, who is regarded as an idol or spiritual sustenance by teenagers in the 21st century. Experiments are tedious, especially without the help of a smart computer, and every step is recorded with paper and pen. Many times Jiang Yifu even envied Iron Man Tony for having a smart computer butler JARVIS. It's an artifact for researchers, like a chef with a gas stove instead of the ultra-traditional wood-fired stove. The dense coils are wound on the iron ring with a plastic interlayer, and there are scattered small parts inlaid on it by the heat welding machine, and the small copper wires are completely connected to it by welding. A small circular iron ring forms an acceleration channel in the middle. In the complex circuit, the iron rings are the main layers. In order to prevent the wires from short-circuiting each other, they are also separated by insulating materials. After the power is turned on, the coil starts to run, the heated parts expand to withstand the heat-sensitive material, and the electric current is accelerated by physical pressure. The iron coil quickly glowed blue, much like a glowing ring. It doesn't seem very practical, and Jiang Yifu, who has a deep memory, is a little excited. This is the circular shape of Iron Man's hand cannon. In the past, he could only watch the black tech-like steel battle suit on the screen. Although he was envious, he only regarded it as a superhero dream to encourage him to continue his hard-working career. Superhero is just an idea to support him to continue living in the materialistic world. Today, one day he can come to this era and he must fulfill his dream well. Bubble beauty. Well, picking up girls is a side business, a hobby. The profession is to be a superhero B****D, enjoying the life of a hero who is admired by the people. It's good to follow Batman, Iron Man, Captain America, and the like to play soy sauce. Jiang Yifu was constantly obsessed in his heart. With the smile on his face and the unknown experimental object in his hand, he made the surrounding classmates hurriedly hide to the side. For fear that this scientific madman will do something else, he almost blew himself up before. If he can graduate alive, it is estimated that the whole class will say to Jiang Yifu, "Thank you for your kindness." After the physics class was over, Jiang Yifu put the parts back into his school bag. These were the parts he brought, and he didn't want to give them to the school for nothing. The physics teacher in the classroom swept over Jiang Yifu with glasses. This student just likes to do his own small experiments in the classroom, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, he can do whatever he wants with good grades. Even if he dances in class, he is too lazy to. A crisp bell rang. A golden yellow hair-colored dish was on her head with a hairpin on her head. Her white face revealed a charming blush, and her deep blue eyes were as charming as stars. The simple black dress could not hide the devilish figure that bulged forward and backward, and walked into the classroom with a pair of stiletto heels and a D***K sound. Everyone's eyes couldn't help being attracted by the teacher on the stage. The students of the 3rd grade are the precocious age of hormonal restlessness and have a natural desire for women. Women also have a natural desire for men. In addition, the United States is a relatively open country. It is not the first time for many people at this age. The charming teacher has a beautiful face but a meticulous expression on his face. His face is tight, and his attitude is rigorous and makes people feel that they are far away. This is the chemistry teacher of the 3rd and 3rd grades of junior high school, and also the famous beautiful teacher Dina in the school. The dream lover of countless male students, I don't know how many people's wet dream object is the glamorous teacher. Attend class. Without any unnecessary nonsense, teacher Dana started the lecture directly. She has always been cautious and old-fashioned about her educational career, and it is impossible to pick out a single fault. Once upon a time, Jiang Yifu was also a little fanboy of teacher Dana, definitely now. But unlike his classmates who are in heat, Jiang Yifu is an ambitious guy. A real man should have money first and then talk about relationships. How can one be enough if not enough, then another group? Following teacher Dana's lecture, the whole class listened quietly. The female classmates were envy in their eyes, and the male classmates were constantly yawning in their hearts. Who did not have S**X with their teacher when they were in school? Jiang Yifu used to like to stare at the beautiful teacher. After all, it is eye-catching. But now I'm not in the mood to watch it. After all, it seems that there is no use. Jiang Yifu has ambitions. When these classmates were just thinking, he had already started to act. If you want to marry the teacher home, then you can not only watch it but also hee. Turning his head and looking at the 2 boys at the 4th table, there are pimples on their faces that symbolize youth. But how do you put your hands not on the podium? Why do you put them in your crotch? Are you afraid of the cold? But what about the back-and-forth friction? Is it frictional heat? Is the classroom that cold? Then why did the 2 wretched guys still have a look of enjoyment on their faces? Suddenly, something terrible seemed to come to mind. Jiang Yifu couldn't help but tremble with disgust. These 2 are also talents. Suddenly an idea flashed through my mind, and the essence of a B***D resurfaced. He secretly took out a leather glove from his backpack, with electromagnets sticking to it in the palm of his hand. If you shake hands or touch the human body at close range, the powerful electric current will instantly stun people, which is simply a rare anti-wolf artifact for women. But that's not the point. The point is the tiny electromagnetic transmitter in the middle. 2 steel balls that are barely visible to the naked eye are stuck in the middle. His right hand rested on his left hand, half covered, and his fingers pressed hard on the button under his tail finger. The tiny battery instantly emits a rapid electric current to generate an electromagnetic pulse, which acts on a simple transmitter. The acceleration force of the electric current activates the launch device, and the palm of the left palm is aimed at the 2 students who are still doing friction and heat. The 2 steel balls were ejected from the micro-launcher, and at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye, they traversed a beautiful arc in the air and accurately fell on the frictional parts of the 2 acne-prone boys. What, though? A scream and a moan came from the mouths of the 2. Originally, this was nothing, except that the chemistry teacher Dana's class was extremely quiet. Such 2 strange voices suddenly came out, which immediately caught the attention of the whole class. Teacher Dana also looked at the 2 boys strangely. Out of a teacher's attitude, she looked at the 2 blushing children and asked with concern, "What's the matter with you, Roka and Zanti? If you feel unwell, you can go to the school doctor's office." "No, it's fine, teacher, I'm fine." Roka, a tall and fat native of the United States, blushed. He didn't know why, but he seemed to have been hit in the crotch of his crotch. He was scared to pee and his pants felt wet. It's okay, the teacher just had mosquitoes just now." On the other hand, Sang Ti, who seemed to be a follower, lowered his head. Originally, he was of mixed American and Japanese blood, and he was obscene when he was long. When he spoke, he always felt a strong sense of disobedience. He was also even more unbearable. When he was enjoying himself, he was suddenly taken aback and immediately urinated. Now his lower body has no response, only a chilly feeling. The classmates sitting around them felt a strange smell, as if they had walked into the toilet and couldn't help covering their noses. This made the two guys who were scared to pee even more embarrassed, and their faces were as red as monkeys ****. If it's all right, then listen to the class. Let's take a look at the last page of the textbook, the element table on the human body. The beautiful and rigorous teacher Dana did not pursue the problems of the two students. This kind of thing can be big or small, and her teaching attitude has always been to teach knowledge. Ao Li, a black classmate sitting next to him, also covered his mouth and snickered. He secretly gave Jiang Yifu a thumbs up with his right hand under the table. The only person who can be so naughty can only be this scientific expert, a complete B*******D, a guy with a little sense of justice. My heart is full of gratitude to Jiang Yifu. In this era, the identity of black people is also discriminated against by white people in the United States, and they do not mix well. And Roca and his follower Sant are bullies in their age, often bullying weak classmates. There is no way. Roca is an authentic Caucasian, his father is a high-level officer, and his mother is a government official, so he can be regarded as the second official definitely likes to bully others. Judging from his 15-year-old weight of over 100 pounds, he is really fat. Damn capitalism. Jiang Yifu secretly took off the gloves and put them back in the backpack, as if nothing had happened calmly. It was just a prank on a whim just now, but if Roca finds out, he probably won't be able to eat and walk around. If they were found, it would be quite a pain just in terms of physical strength. Glancing at the beautiful face of the female teacher and the devilish figure under the long skirt, the identity of the teacher brings out an unearthly and charming temperament. She is really a superb beauty. If he doesn't mind, he's probably not a normal man. Thinking of this, Jiang Yifu felt that there was too little time. The most difficult thing about starting from scratch is not the process but the beginning. It seems that it is necessary to speed up the progress, at least to achieve a small goal. Take off the shameful virgin hat first. Oh no, it's to make money to learn. Yes, that's right, to learn. The United States course, a class is an hour. The first half is a theoretical class, and the second half is an experimental class. Different from pure theory, students are required to have certain hands-on ability. Teachers teach knowledge and then let students do it by themselves, which can deepen the memory and impression of learning. Usually, a small group gathers around a group to do the experiment on the laboratory table. Burning alcohol lamps, test tubes filled with unknown liquids and other assorted powders and liquids. If you are cheating, you can also try to do something cool, but usually it depends on what the students think. Just like Jiang Yifu's group is holding a book to prepare the detergent formula in the textbook according to the proportion, while the bad student Roca is holding a sausage and grilling it on an alcohol lamp, turning the experiment into a barbecue. General Assembly. This idea is also fantastic. Teacher, if you mix a certain amount of Me element into the number 3 solution and increase the temperature to 3000 degrees, can you simulate micronuclear fusion? Jiang Yifu suddenly had a realization. Why Iron Man Tony can build an arc reactor? Can a slap file size really provide enough energy? And suddenly he had a flash of inspiration while doing the experiment. It's just that the classmates in the same group jumped aside as soon as these words came out and looked at this scholarly student vigilantly. Jiang Yifu, what are you trying to do? You want to blow us up again? Hey, work, say something, put your test tube down first. Ollie said nervously, as if he was used to his friend's dangerous experiments. Teacher Dana pushed the frameless gold glasses and frowned for a while, but she didn't mind the student's dangerous experiments. The tight face exudes an intellectual and charming teacher temperament because of thinking, while the tall dress is a little tight due to the full body, but it seems to reveal a charming and seductive charm. The two extreme contrasting temperaments are in teacher Dana. Fits perfectly together. Looking at the boys in the class, they were a little excited and swallowed, obviously fascinated. It is indeed the dream lover in the hearts of thousands of students. A flash of light flashed in his mind. Jiang Yifu immersed himself in his experiments. It seems that a solution to the energy problem has been found. Since nuclear fusion will produce super serious consequences such as nuclear radiation, then taking a step back and using hydrogen-amine fission with less pollution should be able to be used as a second-level new energy source through high-temperature heating. The classmates in the same group are all nervously watching this future science madman. Do you want to be so invested in case there is another big explosion? Time passed quickly, and when the bell rang when the get out of class ended, Jiang Yifu had not recovered from the experiment and was still immersed in the calculation formula. The black classmate Ollie had to push his friend, "Hey, wake up buddy, didn't you say you were going to buy parts?" Let's go or we'll be locked in the lab if we don't. Only then did Jiang Yifu come back to his senses, and when he turned around, he saw that all the classmates had slipped away and the corridor was surging with people after school. He seemed eager to leave school and play with his friends. In addition to himself and Oli, the charming teacher Dana was still on the podium looking at the textbook and seemed to be waiting for the students to leave. What a rigorous teacher. Teacher, let's go, see you next week, have a nice weekend. Jiang Yifu packed up his belongings and walked out of the classroom, looking at the teenage heart goddess. Knowing that money is the fastest way to conquer women, and the most important thing is to have talent, Tony Stark is a good example. Teacher Dana nodded with a smile, put down the book, and looked at the talented students in the class with soft eyes. Okay, thank you, don't forget to review your homework while playing on the weekend. The black Aali was a little stunned. He had never seen Teacher Dana's smile. He always had a serious expression, the appearance of an iceberg beauty. I didn't expect to smile so beautifully. After being pulled by Jiang Yifu for a while, I didn't drool. After walking out of the teaching building, Aali was a little bit back to his senses. Did you see it? The teacher smiled just now, so beautiful. Unlike Ollie, who had an idiotic face, even though Teacher Dana's smile just now was very experienced, Jiang Yifu was not as bad as he showed. See, what's the use? Being able to catch up with the teacher is the key. It's almost the end of the semester, where are you going to study? Ollie sighed. The discrimination against blacks in this period is still a bit, but it is not as serious as it was more than 100 years ago. At that time, he really lived like a dog. At least I can still live like a normal person now. It doesn't matter I'm like this, I guess I will go to number 3 middle school and I will join the army in a few years. Hey, I'm not a genius like you, I can study wherever I want. I'm optimistic about you and then I'll have to rely on you to pull me. Come to my house for dinner tonight, there is no one in your house anyway. Okay, haha, we have to leave quickly, it will be troublesome if we don't dare to be targeted by Roka. Jiang Yifu hurried away with his school bag on his back. Roka is a standard white man who believes that white people are the most noble and always looks down on yellow and black people. He often bullies classmates without background because he has an officer father. He beats and scolds at every turn and there are a few dog legs beside him. In this era, those who study abroad are the targets of bullying. If Jiang Yifu was not a scientific otaku before and he made a big explosion, he would have been bullied once. The fat man Roka was bullying a Japanese man, making him kneel in front of him and stepping on his head with his feet, laughing loudly. As for why it is Japanese, because you can see the other party's appearance at a glance and know the other party's name. Those who can come to the United States these days basically come in groups. For example, the incumbent parties in the ancient Eastern Celestial countries send people to the United States to learn military technology. Walking on the street, you can still see ragged homeless people waiting for financial aid. Now is the time of the Great Depression. Because the United States made a lot of war money in World War I, the imbalance of international finance has caused economic crisis. This has led to inflation, the things produced cannot be sold, factories have closed, and workers have lost their jobs. In particular, the stock trading on Wall Street is green to the end, and every day many poor people who are bankrupt can be seen jumping down from the upstairs. The economic crisis is not just a consequence of unemployment, it also breeds crime. Those who dare to walk in the alleys will definitely be robbed. If they are unlucky, they may die. If they are women, it will be even worse, and they will be humiliated in various ways before they die. Leyland Street is a street specializing in selling electronic equipment. It has everything from washing machines, black and white TVs, and other household appliances. Most of them are parts malls. There are a lot of accessories for sale. During the Great Depression, everything was cheap. Anyway, there was excess production capacity. McCork Building is the largest wholesale place for electronic parts, and it is said that it is also supplied to many military enterprises and the quality is quite excellent. It's just that during the Great Depression, the flow of people is much less. Jiang Yifu and Ao Li walked all the way, and they seemed to be swept in the store with a purpose. Often, the store went straight to the next destination after buying something and throwing it on the black classmate. Starters, high-density coils, insulating tape, resistors, there are not many things that can be purchased, which may be the limit of science in this era. You can even pick up a nice diode circuit board, the most important part of the original computer. Under the shopping spree, it is comparable to the consumption ability of a young girl. Jiang Yifu buys a lot of purchases. The important parts are on his back, and the rest of the wires and resistors are delivered to the door by the store. Originally, it was impossible for the parts to have this service, but the store owner agreed to deliver because of Jiang Yifu's large-scale purchases. Oh no, it was because of the golden USD. After all, in this era, no matter how good-looking people are, there is no USD of 50 yuan to attract people. The black classmates were carrying a large bag of spare parts that weighed at least 50 or 60 pounds. They were just a little out of breath. It seemed that they were still holding on. They really deserved to be physically developed black people. Roar, roar, I said, are you sold out? You have to save your budget, then you will have no money to eat. My family doesn't have that much food. While walking, I joked with my classmates. The two were neighbors, and they used to ask Jiang Yifu's parents to take care of Jiang Yifu. As soon as the two walked out of the store building, they saw an extremely thin man followed by a haggard but gentle middle-aged woman. Just a glimpse, Jiang Yifu recognized it. This is the future captain of the United States. It's exactly the same as in the movie, although thin, but the eyes are very firm. That is a confident temperament, not what super soldier serum can bring. The two were holding a black and white TV, which seemed to be ready to be sold, because Jiang Yifu noticed that the two had a disheveled look on their faces, which was obviously caused by long-term nutritional deficiencies, and the clothes were also relatively old with seams on them. With several patches, when I thought of this, a thought flashed across. It is difficult to be a superhero, but it is always good to know a superhero. Why keep the Avengers for the sake of the country and the people and just pick up the alien technology bubble girl? It is good. I take the liberty to ask, are you planning to sell this TV? Hearing someone's questioning, Sarah stopped and looked at the boy beside her with a little doubt, one black man and the other a handsome mixed-race boy, both delicate as a yellow man and tall and strong as a white man. Yes, what's the matter with the two gentlemen? The good upbringing made Sarah still speak softly after being interrupted. No wonder she can teach such a good son as Steve. Steve also looked at the two of them suspiciously, but it seemed that the other party was still a student and was still wearing a school uniform. He didn't speak, just followed behind his mother, watching quietly. Oh, I'm Jiang Yifu, a student at Brooklyn No. 2 middle school. This is my classmate Ayali. I'm doing an experiment recently. I'm buying parts. If you guys want to sell something, I think I can buy it. After all, we direct deal. I can buy a little cheaper. You can also sell it for a higher price. Can you let me see if it's convenient? Jiang Yifu quickly said something that the other party couldn't refuse. After all, selling things must be expensive. Sarah took a hesitation and put the TV in Steve's hand on the ground. This is our TV set. I recently lost my job and need some money to live on. Look at it, this is an appliance that has only been used for a year. Jiang Yifu squatted down and checked briefly. It's not bad, it's really quite new, so let's go. How about I pay $100? If you still take it in and sell it, it's $50 or $60, I'll go. If you buy it, you will need to spend more than 150 yuan. In this way, you make more money and I also save a lot of money. What do you think? A very professional quotation. Without any moisture, it is easy to accept by comparison. Sure enough, Sarah just nodded after thinking for a while. Okay, but we need cash transactions which cannot be offset with other items. Jiang Yifu nodded as if he was thinking about something. No problem, but I need your help. Can you deliver this to my house not far, just over Crew Street? Because I ran out of money buying things and had to go home to get them. Please come with me if you trust me. Sarah was a little hesitation. After all, she didn't know whether the other party was a good person or a bad person. At this time, Steve stood up firmly, holding the microwave. It's all right, mother, I'm here. I think the two of them are still students. Let's go there, it won't take much time. When she heard her son's words, Sarah could only nod her head. If she was alone, she would not dare to follow her. After all, there were too many homeless people. Mature women always have a lot of social experience to ensure safety. The black classmates were very competent in front of a coolie, carrying a large bag of things alone. Blue Street is a suburban area of Brooklyn. It belongs to a residential area. People who can live here will not be too bad, definitely not too good. It is a small asset, but it is very difficult to do some business. Disaster. A newly renovated wooden 3-story house is Jiang Yifu's home. He lives alone. Occasionally, his sister who works in the police station will come back to live there. From his rebirth to the present, Jiang Yifu has never seen his sister. I only know that the other party works at the police station and looks very busy. Just sit down, this is my house, the reception is not good. Hey Ollie, just put things here, thank you. Tell Auntie Bara to reserve a dinner for me tonight. Thank you, don't take it slow. Jiang Yifu waited for Steve and Sarah to sit down and went back to the room to get the money. Ollie put the things in the living room, gasping for breath. If you vampire, remember to give me my commission. Heck, he came to my house to eat again and he didn't even give me saliva. The expression on his face was a little crazy. If it wasn't for the same expression of all black people, that look would definitely be very exciting, but knowing the character of his friend, he just complained and went home. Steve looked around curiously. The conditions at home were not very good, and he was a little envious of this kind of small bungalow. In fact, 7 or 8 people could live there. Curiously, I noticed that there were novel little mechanical things on the table. After a while, Jiang Yifu went downstairs, handed the money to Sarah, and poured a cup of coffee for the two of them. "Madam, you can take an inventory, we can chat by the way, and if it is appropriate, I have another job to introduce to you." Martha just took a rude look to confirm that the money was not given, and wiped her finger on the portrait to confirm that the touch was real money before putting the money in her carry-on wallet. "Tell me, sir, what is the job?" When I heard a job introduction, I immediately changed to honorifics. It's really difficult to find a job these days. The job introduction on Wall Street said to hire 50 people, but it turned out that there were 5,000 interviews, which is enough to prove that the current economy is terrible. I take the liberty to ask, how many people do you have in your family, what work did you do before, and please tell me your name's age. Jiang Yifu put on a test look, and knew very well that the economy would not improve until the World War broke out, and a stable job was the result of deciding whether to eat soil or eat for a family. "My name is Sarah, I am 40 years old and this is my son Steve. There are only 2 of us in the family. I used to work as a nurse in a private clinic. Recently the economy has been bad, the clinic has closed and I have lost my job. I can bandage and treat wounds, nurse the elderly and cook," Sarah said nervously. She felt like she was facing an interview with a recruiter. This was an important opportunity to determine their family's income and she had to seize it. Jiang Yifu nodded, took out the parts and started splicing according to his own design. "Understood, take the liberty to ask, where is your husband?" Sarah's eyes flashed with sadness and she didn't speak. Steve replied, "Dead, my father was a soldier of the 107th Corps, who died of the mustard gas virus during World War I." Jiang Yifu hurriedly raised his head and looked surprised. In fact, he was as clear as a mirror, the famous Captain America who doesn't know him. "Oh, I'm sorry, it was the widow of a martyr, I can rest assured that." Seeing the puzzled expressions of the two, Jiang Yifu knew that the other party might misunderstand him, thinking that he was insinuating that Steve's father died well. He hurriedly opened his mouth to remedy, cough, "That's it, let me briefly introduce it first. My name is Jiang Yifu. My parents are former military laboratory researchers who died in an explosion made by a spy half a year ago. Everyone in the laboratory died. I also have a sister who works in the police station and often doesn't come home. She is very busy." After a pause, let the two digest what they said. "I need a nanny, an honest nanny who is responsible for cleaning the house and cooking. Occasionally need to run errands to help me buy some other things. The work is very simple, just need to live in my house. I love doing research, so I need someone to cook me a good dinner every now and then. $200 a month, the salary is settled on the first day of each month, and I will pay extra for shopping." In this era, many people can't find a job. Even if they find a job, it is only $20. $200 is an exorbitant price. Sarah looked at Jiang Yifu's eyes full of motherly love. This poor little one, it turned out that both parents died unfortunately. "I can do it, if you agree, I can do the job and I will try to do it well and take care of you in life." Steve didn't think too much about it, but when he heard what happened to Jiang Yifu, he was also very sympathetic. A nanny needs an experienced person and a woman to take care of herself. Ask a big man to come back as a nanny, isn't he sick? A beautiful woman is always better than staring at a big man. "Okay, if you can, report it tomorrow, remember to live here. I'm at home all weekend, and if you agree, I'll give you the money tomorrow. Nice to meet you, Aunt Sarah, please take care of you in the future." Sarah generously gave Jiang Yifu a hug. "You're welcome, mister. Jiang, I'll be here at 8 tomorrow morning, will it affect your rest?" It was a natural hug, but Sarah's figure was so good, Jiang Yifu and Masha both felt a little strange. The innocent boy Jiang Yifu's shy face suddenly turned red. "No, it won't. Auntie, don't have to be so polite, just call me Eve, that's what my friends call me." Sarah is a mature woman, and her children are older than Jiang Yifu. She thought the other party was playing a hooligan at first, but only when she saw Jiang Yifu's blushing face did she realize that the other party was a teenager and was at a restless age. She had this reaction. It is also normal. Not only did he not blame the other party, but he was also a little happy in his heart and praised himself for his charm. This little guy's capital is really rich. For fear of embarrassment, he kept holding him. Jiang Yifu felt very embarrassed but very comfortable. Fortunately, Steve can't see it, otherwise he will definitely beat himself to death. What's the matter? In my heart, I have to sigh that Aunt Sarah is a really good person. The two hugged for a minute before they separated, and Steve didn't feel that it was strange. Sometimes it was normal to be grateful to each other for a hug. I am very happy that my mother has found a job again, but I feel very embarrassed when I think that I have no job yet. Until Jiang Yifu sent Aunt Sarah and Steve out, his face was red and he was still bent over. Sarah said goodbye with a smile and gave Jiang Yifu a meaningful look, not knowing what she was thinking. Mother, congratulations on finding a job, much better than working as a nurse in a tuberculosis ward. Steve was happy, after all, being a babysitter was much safer than being a nurse in an infectious disease. If it weren't for today's accidental encounter, it is very likely that Steve's mother would have died of an infectious disease as before. Thank you, Steve. If you want to be a soldier, go ahead, Mom supports you. You will also be a great soldier like your father. Sarah came back to her senses and said kindly to her son, knowing her son's wish. Now that I have a stable job, let my son pursue his dream. Thanks, Mom. Steve hugged his mother in tears. After sending off the future captain of the United States, Steve, and his mother, Sarah, Jiang Yifu packed up the purchased supplies and threw them into the laboratory on the first floor. In the laboratory, there is a circular reactor of file size on wheels, and the thick insulating colloid forms a circle, on which the ether element coil and the palladium metal coil are wound. A simple sample does not yet have the ability to run. If this thing can run with the file size of the reactor, it can support the energy expenditure of the entire house. Whether it is electric energy, thermal energy, or other forms of energy, it can be self-sufficient, and there is no need to use electricity from the Power Supply Bureau at all. This is an epoch-making new energy source. Closing the door of the laboratory, Jiang Yifu began to exercise every day. The previous body is not thin, but it is also the level of ordinary people. To survive in turbulent times, it is best to have a good body. Diana's Paradise Island seems to be a primitive social environment, and there is an activity called gambling. Gambling means that two people duel in a one-on-one situation. The winner can gain the dominance of the loser. Simply put, as long as you win, the other party is yours. And Amazon's credit is very high, basically yours. It will be yours for life unless you die. It is definitely impossible to win Wonder Woman by exercising. She is the illegitimate daughter of Zeus and has a semi-god physique. It is difficult for humans to win head-on. But it's not that there is no chance, it just needs a little professional intrigue and luck. But if you don't exercise, there is really no hope. Although he doesn't say it, Jiang Yifu actually hopes to take off this shameful virgin hat. There is not much money left by the parents, and now the most important thing is to make finished products and sell them for money. It is even more impossible to expect relief without money. It is better to rely on yourself than others. 50 push-ups, 50 sit-ups, and 10 sets of dumbbells. Half an hour later, this amount of exercise just made 15-year-old Jiang Yifu feel the limit. The feeling of sweating all over the body is really comfortable. Through continuous exercise, I can feel that every muscle is full of strength, and at least 80% of its strength can be exerted. Hey, Eve, you iron rooster, come over for dinner. Outside the house, the black classmate Ollie stood in his small yard and shouted to his neighbors and friends. Jiang Yifu hurriedly took a shower and wiped his body, then went to his good friend's house. The house is not big, at least half smaller than my own, just enough for a family to live in. And black people are the least popular, often doing the lowest-end jobs, and being able to live here is already better than many black people. Mrs. Bara is a black woman with a plump and proud upper circumference, a small waist, and an exaggerated lower circumference. She holds a clerical job in the police station, which is just trivial matters such as simple statistical documents, and the police station conducts physical fitness every quarter. Exams are used to screen out unqualified police officers to replace new recruits, and black people do have the ability in this regard, and those who exercise easily are stronger than the average person. In addition to this, there is a 12-year-old girl. This is Ayali's sister, Shulin. This year she is a 6th grader and is about to enter high school. Iv, come over quickly, ready to eat. Mrs. Bara invited Roar enthusiastically, perhaps because she was at home, wearing a tight-fitting shirt showing off her proud figure to the fullest, especially the stalwart on her chest, which made people a little hard to take off. Hee, hello, brother Eve. The little girl Shulin enthusiastically called Roar. Like Ayali, she and Jiang Yifu were also neighbors who had known each other since childhood. Well, it's okay to be a childhood sweetheart. Hello, Aunt Bara, and hello, Sister Shulin. I can smell the food from far away, and Auntie Bara's craftsmanship is getting better and better. Jiang Yifu sat at the dining table, which was grilled with golden brown and fragrant steaks. The so-called cannibalism is short-mouthed, and if you eat other people's things, your mouth must say a few good words. Mrs. Barra smiled happily. Maybe someone of asterisk blood is more articulate. Haha, thank you for the compliment, Iv is such a good boy. Eat it quickly, eat it while it's hot, there's not enough left, don't be polite, treat this as your own home. Ollie rolled his eyes a little. Mom was deceived badly enough. Eve is a good person, and the criminals who robbed on the street are all good people. Others don't know, but I know who this guy is since I was a child, but it's very bad since I was a child. I specially do experiments in other people's places. Every time I burn here or break it, use his words. Saying it's not your place anyway, don't feel bad if you break it. A hearty dinner that just makes up for post-workout hunger. Back at his home, Jiang Yifu rubbed his head. Now the money left by his parents is basically only $2,000. Fortunately, the house is his own, and he does not need rent, but only needs to be responsible for expenses such as meals. There seems to be a level of semi-civilization in this era. The computer was invented after World War II, and the current level of technological civilization tends to be about firearms and machinery, because Europe has begun to permeate a strong smell of war. The Allied countries with the German Empire as the core began to embezzle the territories of the surrounding countries, and the British Empire, which had ability, was blocked because of the First World War, began to decline. The most important thing is that the local residents do not want to go to war for the distant shore, which is not in line with the core strategic thinking of the empire. France is also in decline and has not yet recovered from the First World War. Under the leadership of Hitler, the entire staff broke out with amazing productivity. Coupled with the inherently rigorous personality of the people of the country, the economy of the country was revived in just a few years. Since the First World War was suppressed by other countries to pay a large amount of war debts, it was easy for Hitler to inspire the enthusiasm of the masses in the country to fight and regain the territory ceded by the defeat in the First World War. Now even the distant United States across the Atlantic can smell the strong smell of gunpowder on the border of the country. Since things like computers and high technology can't be made, let's make something that adapts to the trend of the times. Jiang Yifu sorted out his thoughts, took out a blank sheet of paper and started painting. The slender pen nib draws curves on the white paper, outlines each part on the paper, and takes out some data from time to time for comparison. A large number of books left by nerds in the past were not burned in the experiment half a year ago, and various materials can still be found now. Sheets of white paper are placed on the other side, with a pattern of a large piece of the part drawn on it, and zigzag lines are used to mark the standard craft dimensions required at various locations. If you are an avid military fan, you will be surprised to find that this is the famous AK-47 assault rifle. If there is anything that makes the most money, it must be arms, and no matter what period it is an industry that can make a profit without losing money. With World War II approaching, arms are the most consumed thing. Oh no, it should be said that there is one thing that consumes the most. That's the food. The military consumes the most in combat and is the most convenient to make. The simple and long-term storage is canned, all kinds of canned food, chocolate, etc. The food industry and the arms industry are definitely lucrative industries. It's just that a lot of preconditions are needed here. The arms business requires connections, financial resources, and technology. Jiang Yifu doesn't have these 3 points. He has no connections and doesn't know anyone. Financial resources, if $2,000 are enough, you should be able to buy the next toilet. Technology, this last point is only a slight touch. Just why do AK-47 come out? This is what Jiang Yifu has long thought. If you can't be a boss yourself, then be a leisurely shareholder, and you can't go to work for others. Don't forget, there is a new military industry in New York, that is Stark Group. Due to the relationship between his parents before his death, he seemed to know Howard, a big tyrant. There is even a little relationship, maybe it can be used. When a person is addicted to work, time seems to go by very fast. When Jiang Yifu sighed and stretched the pencil that was almost exhausted in his hand, the doorbell rang. Looking up at the alarm clock hanging on the wall, it was already 8 o'clock the next morning. Jiang Yifu knew very well that it was only 8 o'clock when he started to draw the design drawings, and unexpectedly he came here overnight to cultivate immortals. I work for 12 hours at a time, and it seems that I never go to the toilet in the middle. My kidneys are really strong. When I opened the door, I saw a middle-aged mature woman with a long white dress showing the exaggerated figure of European and American women, and standing at the door dragging a suitcase. It's none other than Sarah, whom I met yesterday selling TV sets at Lao Lin Street, the mother of the Captain of the United States. Hey, good morning, Master Eve. I'm here to report. Sarah's mature charm showed a smile, and the instant amorous feelings made Jiang Yifu's exhaustion of Xiuxian all night cleared up. I was a little lost looking at it, and I secretly slapped myself. Oh, it's Aunt Sarah, please come in, I didn't expect you to come so early. Introduced Sarah into the house, pointing to an empty room on the second floor. Aunt Sarah, this is your room and you will live here in the future. By the way, this is your salary and another $200, which is a month's money for grocery shopping. And then he handed over a few Franklin bills. Sarah took the dollar and said in surprise, "This, Master Eve, this is too much money. If you cook by yourself, you can't spend $50 a month. $200 is too much." Out of her own good upbringing, Sarah answered truthfully. After all, during the Great Depression, everything was very cheap. It was said that it was $50 a month, but it was already very rich. Haha, Aunt Sarah will follow. If you have more, let's buy them together next month. I may be very busy, and then the family will depend on you to take care of it. Oh, by the way, I forgot, this is the key to the house and the room. Since you're here, I'll trouble you to make me a breakfast first. A ham, a sandwich, and a glass of milk will suffice. I have to go out later. After finishing speaking, Eve went back to the room to take a shower. After working all night and exercising last night, he was sticky and uncomfortable. Sarah silently collected the money. She didn't think about corruption and other petty benefits. She just thought about taking good care of this little boss. Quickly put down the suitcase, turned around and went downstairs to the kitchen to make breakfast. The warm hot bath was very comfortable. There is a simple solar water heater on the roof. The principle of the solar water heater is not difficult. Jiang Yifu can do it himself, eliminating the need for the old water heater using gas tanks. It is just because there is no factory that cannot be mass-produced, and secondly, it must be durable and practical. If there is a need to improve the technology, otherwise it would have been sold for money long ago. After eating the delicious breakfast made by Aunt Sarah, Jiang Yifu came to the weapon shop with the design drawings to purchase parts. The AK-47 is improved from the principle of the semi-automatic trooper gun. It can be completed by using the accessories of the trooper gun and some small parts. Weapons stores do not sell card guns, only old single-shot pistols and shotguns for sale. Although they have a certain lethality, they cannot rely on these weapons to rob a bank. The United States Congress will not allow these powerful weapons of destruction in private weapons stores. You can only buy accessories such as handles, bases, and magazines from weapons stores, and the core barrel and launch accessories are not available at all. Taking a step back, Jiang Yifu could only go to the hardware store and ask for customization. Coinciding with the national economic depression, it is reasonable to say that custom gun barrels and other firearm accessories are not allowed. But if you have money, you are a B********D. The advantage of capitalism is that you can buy what you want. After placing an order at the hardware store, it was agreed to pick it up tomorrow. Jiang Yifu returned home with the parts and continued to complete his experiments. The streets were bleak, full of unemployed residents waiting to be rescued. The goods made by the factory cannot be sold, and they can only survive through layoffs. As a result, a large number of homeless people appeared, and the crime rate in various regions increased rapidly. In broad daylight, smart people don't walk in small alleys, which is the easiest place to be robbed. Beggars are everywhere, dragging their families and their families to beg on the streets, just begging for a little food from good-hearted people to survive. Looking at the desolate streets, Jiang Yifu is powerless. He is not a hero and does not want to be a hero, he just wants to live a better life. If there is ability, it is to let everyone around you live a good life. Change society and conquer the earth. That's what people with brains will do. Back home to continue his experiments, only from the energy aspect to weapon design. If you want to earn the first pot of gold, you still have to follow the times. Hey, what would a future Iron Man do? Arms dealer. Even the terrorist who kidnapped him called Roar a great butcher, so you know how big this guy's business is. Crack, whoa. Assemble the firearms skillfully, and test the power and feel of the firearm with practice bullets for training. Record every problem that arises on white paper, such as stuttering, blockage of bursts, too much recoil when launching a strong body, unstable sight, etc. When he actually designed a firearm, Jiang Yifu realized how difficult the job was. This is also due to the fact that I did it myself. I really don't know how slow the researchers who follow the process will be. Aunt Sarah didn't ask about Jiang Yifu's affairs. On her first day at work, she was busy cleaning up, and she was busy back and forth, as if she regarded this place as her own home. It turned out that the messy living room was cleaned up, and the floor was dragged again. The cups in the room were also taken out to wash and bask in the sun. It seems that there is a woman at home, which is really different. The speed of the hardware store is very fast, and the corresponding finished products can be obtained early the next morning. With the drawings and polishing, it will not be too bad. After returning home, Jiang Yifu began to assemble his own AK-47, handle, magazine, barrel, aiming base, rubber buffer handle. There are still practice bullets and real bullets bought yesterday in the laboratory, Kakai. Loading and loading, even though it was the first time I touched a gun, I don't know why it always felt familiar, as if I was born with such a skill. Pick up the bullets and the reassembled guns and prepare to go to the forest park in the distance to test the results. Jiang Yifu doesn't want to experiment in his own laboratory. The ghost knows if the rebounded bullets will KO him. I haven't soaked it yet, and the world of Huahua hangs up before I can experience it. Isn't it suffocating to death? If you are lucky enough to go to hell and meet a fellow who may also be a traveler, wouldn't it be a shame to die? Jiang Yifu had already made up a scene. Hey man, how did you die? Oh, I conquered the whole country and then opened the harem every day and died. What about you, how did you die? Oh, I was killed by a stray bullet when I was experimenting with guns. Psst, people will laugh out loud when they hear it, so it's better to go to an open place in the wild to experiment for the sake of face and safety. Orienton Park is a public welfare park established very early, which is full of various fir trees or other trees suitable for building houses. Near noon, you can also see many homeless people occupying the best positions in the corners of the park. Even if there is no food, basking in the sun is a way to replenish energy. Kachai alone, Jiang Yifu took out the parts in a lot of malicious eyes and skillfully assembled them into an AK-47 assault rifle. The gun body, still glowing with metallic luster, made many homeless people who wanted to robbery swallow their saliva in fear. There were definitely a lot of people who were not afraid of death. Their eyes were shining and they seemed to be ready to come and snatch the things of this teenage boy. It looks like a fat sheep. Loading the clip and opening the safety, Jiang Yifu didn't even aim at it, just grinned at the homeless man and pulled the trigger. Duh. What? Help, madman, murdered. The homeless squatted on the ground in fright, holding their heads in their hands, trembling all over like a quail. In fact, Jiang Yifu didn't kill anyone at all, he just put on this expression to frighten the other party. He wasn't a big villain and there was no need to kill innocent people. All the bullets hit the cement board, and at a distance of 30 meters, the thin cement board was punched into large, block-shaped holes. The power of the gun is really good, although the recoil is a bit large, but after adding a rubber pad to the butt, the impact force is greatly reduced. Even Jiang Yifu can withstand it himself, let alone a well-trained adult. Soldier 2. The frightened homeless people looked at the handsome boy with fear in their eyes. The grim smiles just now seemed to be met with a vicious robber. Scared. Seeing that the other party raised the gun and aimed at him, he hurriedly begged for mercy. Ah, brother, sorry, we have no malicious intentions, we are just preparing, going out to find food, don't kill us, we have no money. Cut, I don't mean anything, I'm just testing a gun. Jiang Yifu also used the same routine to ridicule back, but he was not malicious. I believe you a ghost, you bad old man is very bad. He seemed to have thought of something, and a prototype idea flashed through his mind and was accurately captured. By the way, now is a good opportunity to build a gang force. In this world where there are white and black, and where there are Avengers, there must be an alliance of evil. One is an alliance team of superhero, and the other is a combined force of supervillains. Why don't you stand in the middle yourself? With their own chess pieces placed on both sides, some dirty and tiring work is suitable for these homeless people. For example, play a villain and prepare to rob teacher Dana, and then jump out of the hero to save the beauty. Tusk, although the method is old-fashioned, it definitely works. Picking up a girl is all you need. Thinking about it, Jiang Yifu laughed evilly. That expression was really wretched. No, it should be like spring has come. The few homeless squatting on the ground were shivering and tightening their thin clothes. Several people looked at each other, and they did not need verbal communication, but their eyes could convey information. This guy can't be a pervert. The smile is so wretched. Do you like men? No, we can't be insulted. It's horrible. I'll admit it if you beat me. My God, don't scare me. I haven't eaten yet. Jiang Yifu didn't know what the few people in front of him were thinking. If he knew, he would definitely take out a new magazine and go over there. It's disgusting. He is a serious person and his sexual orientation is absolutely normal. I like beautiful women, not a man. Cough, cough, very good. Although you guys are just a pile of garbage. But garbage can also be used for garbage. Here are $2, which is the fee for me to hire you. Don't think about running away, or I will let you know the taste of bullets. How wonderful. Watch me now. After my experiment, there are still things to hire you. and then tossed out two $1 Franklins. The banknotes swayed lightly in the air and finally fell to the ground, an extremely insulting action. If you want to pick up the money, you have to bend 180 degrees in front of Jiang Yifu, which is equivalent to bowing. This scene is like the scene where the big villain Hussein donates $20 to the knife in Gambler. But the difference is that Jiang Yifu is not a big villain, and the few homeless people in front of him are not some gamblers. The homeless man covered in dirt immediately rushed over and took two lovely golden can-cans in his hands. What kind of dignity is there for wool? That's what rich people will pursue. For people at the bottom of society, dignity is not as good as two. The burgers come for real. Yes, yes, boss, don't worry, our brothers have definitely arranged for you properly. A stronger black man patted his chest. Even though it was the first time we met, he knew that this boy was not a jerk, that normal teenager would run around the street with an assault rifle. Cut, keep an eye on it. Jiang Yifu waved his hand domineeringly. He has never eaten pork or seen a pig run. Pretending to be domineering can deter these gangsters. Like Einstein said, everything has a purpose, even trash. Duh. All morning the gunshots rang non-stop, and a lot of bullet casings fell on the grass. If it weren't for the fact that the park was originally a place where homeless people gather, the police would not be willing to patrol here, and Jiang Yifu's shooting method would have been arrested and thrown into the detention center. While shooting, take out paper and pen to record. When it was almost noon, Jiang Yifu left the park after he left a sentence and waited for his order. The results of the 2-hour experiment are very large. At least the basic problems of the guns, such as the lag and the rewinding of the burst bolt, know how they are caused. After going back, you can adjust them a little. As soon as he got home, Jiang Yifu smelled the strong smell of beef. Aunt Sarah's craftsmanship is really good. The steak is fried to a golden brown and retains the fragrant butter. Vegetable borscht effectively cleans the mouth and digests the fat. Come back, Master Eve, it's time to eat. Please try my craft. If it doesn't suit your appetite, please tell me. I will make another one. I don't know how your taste is, so I made the usual one. Aunt Sarah in an apron exudes an intellectual air of motherly love, perhaps from her previous career as a nurse. He is very friendly and speaks like a spring breeze. After chewing a bite of the steak, the hot butter rolled in my mouth and a strong meaty taste spread on the tip of the tongue. It was really delicious, delicious as Mrs. Barra next door makes. It's delicious, I like it, Aunt Sarah, I love it. By the way, the laboratory does not need to be cleaned. What is Steve doing now? Jiang Yifu was curious about what Steve did before he joined the army. After all, it was not mentioned in the movie, but he still had some spare money to watch patriotic movies, so he probably wouldn't be too poor, definitely not much better. A look of worry flashed in Aunt Sarah's eyes. The child is doing odd jobs in his father's old comrade-in-arms shop. His dream is to join the army and become a soldier, fulfill his father's previous wish and serve the country. Oh, that's an amazing dream, and it's because of people like that that we can live in times of peace. Aunt Sarah, I'm full. Wait a minute, if you need to go out, I will ask you at home. Jiang Yifu ate quickly, finishing the lunch steak and the fruit and vegetable soup in a few bites. I was thinking about going to Stark Industries. Okay, Master Eve, go do your work, I'm here at home. Sarah knew from her neighbors that her little boss was a mad scientist who liked to do experiments. It seemed that she was influenced by her parents. When I look at Eve, I think of my son Steve, who is just as persistent and kind. A 7-story building on Brinland Street in downtown New York is lit with flashing neon signs that read Stark Industries' English sign. Unlike the 100-story bizarre buildings of the 21st century, the current Stark Industry is only in its infancy. The founder, Howard, was only 37 years old and had just resigned from the Academy of Sciences to start his own business. The street is full of retro atmosphere, giving Jiang Yifu from the 21st century the illusion of stepping back in time. The cars on the street are old-fashioned large cartridge sedans. The overall design is boxy, very old-fashioned and formal without the streamlined aesthetics of later cars. Hello, I'm looking for Mr. Howard, please help me to inform me that Jiang Wanchens Jr. has an important matter to discuss. About weapons cooperation, please be sure to convey, thank you, beautiful lady. Jiang Yifu pretended to be a good boy and answered the sweet-looking lady at the front desk on the first floor. Okay, wait a minute, what's your name? The sweet-looking receptionist answered enthusiastically. It's not easy to find a job now. She wouldn't take care of the other person if she was an ordinary person. But the other person was a handsome boy, and this first impression was different. Moreover, it is still conveying the meaning of the elders. It is estimated that it is a microphone. Jiang Yifu, sorry for your troubles, beautiful sister. The mouth is still very sweet, and it is only open to people who talk to people and talk to ghosts. In later generations, many consumers who came to Guangdong did not lose themselves in the babble of pretty boys and pretty girls from the shopping guides, and they willingly took out the gold in their pockets. The lady at the front desk picked up the hand-cranked phone and called the boss Howard. "Hello, boss. There is a boy named Jiang Yifu, the child of Mr. Jiang Wanshan, who said that he has a question about weapons cooperation to discuss with you." Howard, who was flirting with the secretary, was just about to go further. Unexpectedly, the phone on the table suddenly rang at this time. The ringing woke up the addicted secretary and ran out with a blushing face and shyness. "Damn, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I'll show you how the most brilliant engineer in the United States put you out of a job." Howard, who was disturbed by the good things, roared a little annoyed and seemed very dissatisfied. What Jiang Yifu never heard of it. "Well, wait, what did you say, Jiang Wanshan? Isn't that old stubborn dead? Weapons co-op, let me think. Oh, I remember Eve, the little scientist who likes to blow himself up. Haha, ask him to come up." Howard seems to have thought of the previous news. After all, he can't remember a child's name because of his romantic nature. If it wasn't for Jiang Wanshan, a colleague who had worked with him before, who was a famous old stubborn and his scientific nerd son. Howard really can't remember the experimental madman who burns and blows up houses at every turn. The receptionist at the front desk breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't get into any trouble. It seemed that she interrupted the boss's good deeds just now. Howard's lustful personality is well known. He smiled at Jiang Yifu, who was still waiting, and said, "Mr. Jiang, please." The right hand made an inviting gesture. Through the traditional retro elevator, Jiang Yifu came to the top floor of the 7th floor. After waiting for a few minutes, I finally entered the office, and I saw it as soon as I saw it. The middle-aged man with the iconic beard and the frivolous look has a very evil temperament, which is easy to attract women's goodwill, no wonder he can. A romantic nature, he is indeed a man with a bit of capital. "Oh, little one, you're the one looking for me, right? It looks like you're doing fine. It's a miracle that the last explosion didn't blow you up. Tell me, what kind of cooperation project do you have with me? If it's just to reminisce about the past, I'm sorry, I don't have time to chat with you, an explosive genius. God knows if you're going to blow up my office." Howard has the United States sense of humor, his mouth-watering skills are top-notch, and he's a bit, how to say, neurotic. Yep, neurotic. Perhaps scientists are more or less neurotic. Jiang Yifu didn't get angry. He knew that if it weren't for the face of the cheap father who he never met and would never see again, he wouldn't be eligible to come in today. It is true that Howard's business is still in its infancy, but it is not something that ordinary people can casually see. If any cat or dog could see Howard, then his office would have been turned into a public toilet. I took out a bunch of parts from the backpack, and in front of Howard took them out step by step and assembled them. Crack, whoa, the sound of metal, birch, the sound of the snap and buckle is so pleasant. Howard shook his mustache and watched the boy in front of him assemble the firearm with interest. He is not afraid of any attack at all. He is just a little interested in the children of his old stubborn colleague Jiang Wanshan. A scientist with no quirks is not a real scientist. Every experiment makes fire and explosions that other people see come is a dangerous figure. Only knowledgeable people will understand each other's strengths and strengths. Bang. In less than half a minute, the AK-47 was assembled, and the assault rifle about 80 centimeters long was placed on the table. "Is this what you call weapons cooperation?" Howard flashed a little interest. As an engineer, he has a deep knowledge of weapons. He saw the simple structure of this assault rifle at a glance, but he didn't know how effective it was. If the power can be used, it can really destroy most firearms today. This is the AK series weapon designed by me. This one is the latest AK-47. It is simple to assemble and maintain. It can adapt to special combat environments. Whether it is a river crossing or desert combat, it can still be used normally after being immersed in river water and baptized by wind and sand. There will be no jamming. The 7.62 bullet was used. As for whether it is true or not, you will know if you try it. The most important thing is that the production is simple, it can be mass-produced, and the price is low. Jiang Yifu calmly introduced this epic-making light weapon in the 20th century. Howard picked up the AK-47 and fumbled, "Follow me." The two came to the experimental shooting range on the first floor, and the surrounding staff saw their big boss appearing and immediately called roar. Howard ignored it and let his assistant take the 7.62 bullet to start the experiment. Single shot, burst shot, close range shot, long range block, try everything. In terms of feel, it is indeed a good weapon. According to Jiang Yifu, it was thrown directly into the pool. Pick it up after 5 minutes. Duh duh duh. Pull the trigger and the bullet is fired without any danger of blowing the chamber. The accuracy did not drop much and the phenomenon of jamming did not appear. After firing more than 200 rounds of bullets, Howard put down the AK-47 and there was a flash of joy in his eyes. With this kind of weapon, he will be more confident to win this season's Army orders. Very good, JARVIS, try it. Throwing the assault rifle to a middle-aged man who was standing behind Lee Howard at an unknown time, his meticulous expression was like a country housekeeper. After hearing the master's order, pick up the rifle and start the experiment. Jiang Yifu didn't speak from the beginning to the end, just watched quietly. Real gold is not afraid of fire, although some parts of this gun are polished at the hardware store, but the size is standard. So in theory, the advantages of AK-47 can be achieved. I am not worried about this. I have also tested it myself. Only with good weapons can we have the next negotiation. If the goods are not good, why not talk about a hammer, talk about life and talk about ideals, JARVI. S put down the rifle and said, "Sir, this rifle feels very good. The limited distance is about 300 meters, and the sight will drop significantly after 300 meters. In burst mode, the recoil is even smaller than that of a light machine gun. Others require further experiments." Very well, JARVIS, continue to test the performance of this rifle. Eve, oh, I knew my big nephew Eve was a genius. Come on, come to my office and have a good talk. Howard patted Jiang Yifu's shoulder excitedly, and he didn't forget to take advantage of his mouth before leaving. It's a bit embarrassing to walk around and look like a tiger. When we first met, Jiang Yifu felt that a father must have a son. Like Iron Man Tony, Howard is not much better as a father. In an office full of retro vibes and decorations, Howard poured himself and Jiang Yifu a glass of red wine. Very good, eldest nephew, he is indeed the son of that old guy from Jiang Wanshan. You surprised me. Oh, you're still reading, it seems you better stop drinking. Catches, help me pour a cup of coffee for my little guest. The corner of Jiang Yifu's mouth twitched. This Howard is really cheap. He poured the wine in front of him and then took it back. No bullshit, can't drink. Mr. Jiang, this is your coffee, please take it slow. The secretary in the beautiful short skirt and uniform came in with a smile and a cup of coffee, and walked a seductive catwalk, showing her youthful and plump figure to the fullest. Okay, little guy, talk about your requirements. This gun is very good. Sell me the blueprint. I can give you a suitable price. Trust me, my dad and I were colleagues before, so I won't lie to you. Howard's frivolous expression just now turned serious, and he was shaking a red wine glass in his hand. Well, I believe you too, although I remember the old man said Howard was the last scientist in America. Jiang Yifu took a quick sip of coffee first, lest this miserly Howard take the coffee away again. Cough, hello, and many more. What is America's penultimate scientist? Damn it, I am America's most outstanding and smart first scientist. Howard, who was serious for only a second, immediately started to go crazy again, but he couldn't compete with a dead person. This old Jiang Wanshan was too stubborn to slander himself in front of his juniors. I don't know if it is, but I will definitely surpass you. This is the design drawing of the AK-47. I have investigated the power and market prospects of this firearm. On the market and on the European battlefield, it can completely explode the performance of the 44 type rifle in the country. I want to become a shareholder of Stark Industries, at least 10% of the shares. I don't care about the operation of the company, I only need to receive my dividends every month. Jiang Yifu calmly stated his low price, and it depends on who to talk to when talking about business, if it is someone like Howard who is a scientist. Speaking frankly what you think, skipping the temptation, can make the other party feel respected. Sure enough, Jiang Yifu's frankness made Howard's expression become serious again. 10%. The ambition of the little guy is not small, why don't you want money? The corners of Jiang Yifu's mouth curled into a confident smile. It's very simple, with my technical support and your professional management, what you will get in the future is far more than this amount of money. Don't you have confidence? There is a strong confidence in the calm tone, which makes it easy to believe Jiang Yifu's words. Maybe this is the charisma. Ha ha ha, very good. Old Stubborn would be relieved to know that his son was so good. 10% is 10%, you wait, I'll ask someone to make a contract. Your words make the great Howard very satisfied. Little guy, oh no, my partner, the minority shareholder of Stark Industries. What more do you want? Let's say it together. As long as it's not too much, I can promise you. Howard drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp. His face was red and bright, and he seemed very happy, just because of Jiang Yifu's compliment. No one else knows, Only Howard knows how people around him laughed at him when he quit his job at the Academy of Sciences to start a business. Now the company is only responsible for the maintenance industry of some bad firearms, and there is no way to enter the arms industry, which makes me very annoyed and angry, and now this opportunity comes. As long as you put this AK-447 assault rifle in front of the senators and experiment once in the army without urging yourself, the military officers will definitely help them get the group of senators. I need to go to MIT, I'm almost graduating. There was nothing special to learn in high school, but in college I was able to learn more. Also, I need $2,000 in cash. In fact, I almost went bankrupt trying to research this weapon. Jiang Yifu shrugged helplessly. If he hadn't been poor, he wouldn't have sold weapon designs. Wouldn't it be better to do it alone? Haha, funny little guy, I almost forgot, hehe, I blew up the house last time and lost a lot of money. 2,000, too little, I'll give you 10,000. Now the company doesn't have much money, but it will be there soon. I will go back to the senator tomorrow. This weapon is the first step in our rise. I believe you can make more things out of it. Howard's eyes flashed a gleam of approval, the appreciation of meeting a talented young man. That's great. In fact, there is enough money to develop a better rifle, but this one is enough. The stability of firearms is the most reliable guarantee for soldiers. No one wants to go to the battlefield with those burning sticks that often get stuck. Jiang Yifu said confidently, a one-shot deal is a real loss, and being a shareholder can still be a long-term success. The secretary's work efficiency is still very fast. In less than 2 hours, the contract was printed, which was typed word by word with a traditional typewriter. It's enough to see that the other party is not a vase with only body appearance. After confirming the contract, Jiang Yifu signed his name. From this moment on, I am a shareholder of Stark Industries. This is a hen that lays golden eggs. Have a meal together tonight, minority shareholders. Howard regained his frivolous nature. After getting the design drawing, he glanced at it and knew that the other party was not hiding anything. Some process details and precautions for assembling accessories were easily marked. The moment he took out the blueprint from his backpack, Howard knew that this small shareholder was bound to win this negotiation. However, the other party didn't have a big talk, and he also made a lot of money. It was a good business after all. With this weapon, it's time for Stark to dominate America's arms industry. Forget it, when you take down the military's order, let's hold a celebration banquet. Jiang Yifu shook his head. He had no interest in banquets. It would be more fun to go home and do experiments or read books. Learning makes me happy. Hey, Howard shrugged undeniably. Obviously, the words just now were just a polite remark. With an advanced AK-47, he is busy opening up the arms market, and he has no time to chat with this small shareholder. As you wish, minority shareholders. After leaving the Stark Industrial Building, Jiang Yifu felt that his waist was much straighter. No wonder, as the saying goes, if you have money, you will have self-confidence. At least now, the light footsteps are making people float. If he wasn't afraid of being jealous enough to beat him, Jiang Yifu wouldn't be able to help but take a spacewalk where he doesn't recognize his 6 relatives. $10,000 was a huge amount in 38 years. Well, to put it simply, you can marry 50 wives and buy a 200-square-meter, 3-story villa. The purchase of money is huge. Coupled with the depreciation of objects, many things have been reduced in price in order to return the funds. It's no wonder that Jiang Yifu's whole body is floating. Although $10,000 is just a tiny bit of fingernails in the eyes of capitalists, it is the first pot of gold that he has earned. Definitely also include the 10% share of the document in the arms. This is a priceless treasure. You don't need to do anything, and these 10 points will turn from tens of thousands of dollars to tens of millions or even billions of dollars. Thinking of this, Jiang Yifu seemed to have thought of something. He went to the nearby commercial street to buy a lot of women's clothes as long as they looked good and bought some cosmetics. I thought I could send it to teacher Dana, the beautiful goddess in school. Which young boy is not in love with his spring, especially when he meets a beautiful single female teacher? He will be sorry for his school days if he does not ruthlessly daydream in his heart. I have to say, things are really cheap enough to buy a bunch of them for only $800, and they come with home delivery. Back at home, Aunt Sarah looked at the little master who had bought a lot of things in surprise. Jiang Yifu smiled, didn't speak, put the things in the room, took out more than 10 bags and handed them to Aunt Sarah, his eyes naturally aimed at the proud figure. Aunt Sarah, this is a gift I gave you. I don't know if it suits you. I see that your clothes are quite old. I just made some money today, so I bought something to celebrate. Aunt Sarah opened the bag and found it was full of women's clothes, even intimates, shoes, and cosmetics. Covering his mouth in surprise, Master Eve, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly come back after buying so many things? These things are too expensive for me to accept. I've seen it before and these clothes cost tens of dollars apiece. I really can't take it. It's a great gift to get this job. A woman who can teach a good character like Steve, Captain of the United States, is definitely not a woman who likes to covet petty bargains. She won't steal or rob, and she won't take things that don't belong to her. As she said, it is a great gift to get this extremely high-paying job, although there is no rest time. But for $200 a month, that's a super good job that a lot of people would have ripped off their heads to do. The intellectual Sarah shook her head and did not accept Jiang Yifu's gift. Instead, she patiently persuaded him, Master Eve, I received your wishes, but I really can't accept these gifts. When you are studying now, you can't spend money indiscriminately. In the future, you will need to spend a lot of money for high school and college. With a good character and a long experience as a nurse, there is still an inexplicable affinity in her body. Even when teaching people, she is so gentle and graceful. No wonder you can teach a person like Steve. A mother must have a son. Aunt Sarah, don't you know what I did this afternoon? Put things away first, make a good dinner, and I will share it with you when the time comes. You will definitely compliment me. Jiang Yifu's mouth twitched into a smirk, and he really should have a good snort after all, he was pretty good at it. And the salted fish turned around in an instant. Sarah still wanted to persevere, but when she saw that the little master turned around and went to exercise in the yard again, she didn't put anything in her hand, nor did she put it away. You can only put it in the room first and make up your mind. If the little master does not come up with a reasonable explanation, she will not accept anything. There was still a strange emotion in my heart, and I hurriedly glanced at it just now and found that there were close-fitting clothes in addition to clothes. Okay. If you send skirts, pants, etc., it is completely acceptable, but this thing is too enthusiastic. The United States national conditions are open, so it's limited to acquaintances. Does the little master mean something? Sarah shook her head, hoping that she thought too much, and she knew how much she weighed, and she was not as good-looking as a young and beautiful girl. The children are older than the little master, and to put it poorly, she is still a widow. What was Aunt Sarah thinking? Jiang Yifu didn't know. If you know it, you will be amazed at how rich a woman's imagination is. It's just a few clothes, what's the point? It's just that I bought it casually. Whoever said that the store is a one-stop supply from hats to shoes, and I bought it directly when I saw the right one. There are also some in the room for teacher Dana. Hey B********, you finally showed up and I thought you were going to burn the house down again. Black Ollie came out of the house yawning, and it looked like he had slept in. Even if I burn the house, I will burn your house. A fool would burn his house down, Jiang Yifu retorted back. Haha, I don't know who it is, he blew up his own house a month ago. The blasting genius is talking about you, hahaha. Ollie brought it up again, opened up his friend's scar, and sprinkled a little salt on it. Jiang Yifu was silent for a while, burying his head and doing high sit-ups, grabbing a pole with both hands, using the strength of his abs and biceps to jump up with green hat. Oh no, it's Green Arrow's exercise the way is a bit the same. Hey, you can't be so stingy, are you angry? Well, I admit I was wrong. Oli immediately scolded, at least this guy Jiang Yifu did not discriminate against his skin color. In fact, Jiang Yifu is not Caucasian, but he is handsome and not handsome, but it makes people feel very comfortable and attractive. With fair skin, and her mother is an authentic Californian from the United States, she will naturally not be discriminated against. As long as she doesn't say it, who would think that this guy is a yellow race? Plus, there are things that burn and explode from time to time. Even the bullies in the school don't want to provoke this kind of lunatic. Well, yes, scientists are a bunch of lunatics that normal people can't understand. Where is it so stingy, you think too much? Hey, please go and ask Aunt Bara and Sister Shu Lin to come to my house for dinner. I hired a nanny and the food is not bad, hee. I have something good to share with you. Jiang Yifu couldn't help screeching, but this kind of screeching is only shown in front of relatives and friends, who would look at you scoffing from a stranger and maybe even give you 2 punches because of the sturdy folk customs. Oh, you Iron C.K. actually hired a babysitter. Also invite us to dinner. Incredible, did you rob the bank or set the house on fire again to borrow money? I'm sorry, the landlord's house has no surplus food. Just knowing a little bit of news, Ali couldn't help but start the talk mode, and his skill was second only to that guy in Deadpool. You'll know when you eat, I told you earlier, I will definitely make some achievements. Jiang Yifu looked so shy, people who saw it just wanted to punch him twice, he looked so cheap. Okay, since you have something to eat, you must have a good meal, it's rare to eat your Iron Rooster's dinner. There is still some credit for friends, just like the remuneration the day before yesterday. Aali didn't take it seriously. Jiang Yifu directly gave $1. Things are things, favors are favors, credit is good, but the character is a little dirty. It should be said that it is shameless. Anyway, he is a B asterisk 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 D. Inviting the Aali family to dinner is not for any purpose. After all, it has been more than a month since I came to this world, and most of the time I have been taken care of by their family. The human heart is full of flesh and it is somewhat emotional. Besides, Mrs. Bara's proud figure can also feast her eyes, isn't it? Aunt Sarah is indeed a good wife and mother. Knowing that she has to entertain the neighbor next door, she immediately went to buy a lot of vegetables and came back. Fresh river fish, crayfish, big turkey. The sight is mouthwatering. Steve received a call from Jiang Yifu and rushed over. He didn't know why the other party wanted to invite him to dinner, but it was good to drop by to see his mother. After getting in touch, I realized that the famous captain of the United States, Steve, is still a mother's baby. Basically, Sarah does what she says. Dinner was done in no time, delicious high-end steak, corn carrot vegetable soup, pastry sweets, super big turkey. This kind of rich dinner is only eaten by well-off families during the festival. If it is a poor family, it is estimated that they will not be able to eat a meal during the new year. Jiang Yifu was the host who naturally sat on the main seat, picked up a glass of red wine and made an invitation. Everyone, today I made a business, and I sold the weapon blueprints I designed to Stark Industry. I got 10% of the shares and $5,000. During this period, I received a lot of help from you. I used to either burn the house or blow up the house. It's always the chicken flying and the dog jumping around, and it's you who took care of me, Aunt Bara. Thank you. Without your delicious meal, I would have fainted from hunger long ago. Now let's have a drink together. Simply say things in a few words, then raise a toast and invite. Everyone was a little surprised. Aunt Bara's family was okay, knowing that this little neighbor was obsessed with science because of his parents. I just didn't expect that something invented could sell for such a high price. $5,000, that's what it takes for my family to earn it for 3 years without eating or drinking. Compared to Aunt Bara's family, Aunt Sarah and Steve were completely shocked and had only known each other for a short time. It's surprising that Jiang Yifu can make so much money all at once, let alone $5,000. $2,000 is an astronomical amount for them. There was a trace of complexity and relief in Aunt Sarah's eyes, as if seeing that her child was successful and promising. No wonder she bought so many gifts for herself in the afternoon. It's just that those close-fitting clothes are a little intriguing. Wow, Eve, you are too good. No wonder you are so fussy in the afternoon. Haha is really amazing, as expected of my classmates. I still need to take care of me a lot. The black classmate Oli said in surprise, just a little worried that the old classmates will look down on themselves because they are developed. Hey, don't think too much. We are good brothers, good friends forever. In the future, we will fight the world together. Well, at least we must realize our dreams. Oh, don't you want to be a general? Be brave. I have taken the first step. Jiang Yifu clinks glasses with his friends. Every protagonist must have a younger brother. Aali is good and the person is quite real. Congratulations, Eve, seeing what you have accomplished. I think Kath will be comforted in the spirit of heaven. I'll have to come here more often in the future. Aunt Bara raised her proud upper circumference and clinked glasses with the little guy. Congratulations to brother Eve. Can I still find you to play and do homework together in the future? Shu Lin, the little black girl, also has a pair of big watery eyes fluttering and fluttering with a very cute style. Because of his young age, he can only drink milk. Then definitely you will always be my lovely sister. Come, cheers. Jiang Yifu smiled and clinked glasses with Shu Lin. He swears that he really has no hobby of loli. He is really pure. Jiang Yifu's sincere expression didn't want to lie at all, which made Oli relieved. This is his own small hair. Although he is in a asterisk hole, he is actually a good friend. Since he was in a good mood, Jiang Yifu drank cup by cup. The degree of red wine was not high, but if he drank too much, he could easily get drunk. What's more, the stamina of red wine was terrifying. What a whirlwind. Several people chatted happily, and they were also happy for Jiang Yifu. Unconsciously, I drank a little too much. The Aali family was very convenient, and they went home after 2 steps. Steve went home early to rest because there is a medical examination tomorrow, and he needs to try his luck. Everyone was gone, only Aunt Sarah and Jiang Yifu were left. Vomit. A little dizzy, roar roar, Aunt Sarah, I'll go back to sleep first, haha, I'm so happy today, I finally made it. Yeah, haha, next time you can also attend the party and meet some beautiful female classmates. Maybe it was the effect of alcohol. Jiang Yifu finally spoke his heart. It would be impossible not to pick up girls. Making money and picking up girls is to enjoy life. Hee hee, young Master Eve, you've been drinking too much. I'll help you go to your room to rest. Aunt Sarah also drank a lot of red wine. Originally, her alcohol intake was not very good, but as a nanny, she should serve her master well so that she could go to bed herself. So she couldn't let her master fall on the wine table so drunk. The good quality made Aunt Sarah endure dizziness and helped Jiang Yifu into the room. Originally, she was a little malnourished, and it was a little difficult to support a man who was nearly 100 pounds. Jiang Yifu fell on the bed drunk, still talking nonsense to the effect of marrying a lot of wives, making a lot of money, and so on. The big hand was still holding onto Aunt Sarah as if she was talking about something. Originally, Aunt Sarah wanted to leave, but I heard Jiang Yifu, the little master, talk about her dreams. Although she ran the train back and forth a bit, she was very much like her son Steve when he was a child and liked to have all kinds of dreams. Listening and listening, the taste of alcohol came up, yawned in his mouth, and fell asleep in a daze. The next day, Jiang Yifu woke up with a hangover. His head was still a little dizzy. Roar, roar, I seem to be drinking too much. Oh, I'm going. Today is Monday. I have class. I looked at the alarm clock and it was 7 o'clock, so I quickly got up. Hey, why are you not wearing clothes? Roar, roar, my waist hurts a bit. Let's take a shower first. Jiang Yifu didn't think much about it either. It's a personal habit whether or not to wear clothes to sleep. Astronomer Eric in Thor 2 also said that no pants are good for thinking. When I came to the United States, my habits were very different from Asterisk, and I like to take a shower in the morning. Taking a bath can wash away the drowsiness of getting up, make people full of energy, and be conducive to a new day of work and study. It is a very good way of life. When I went downstairs, I saw Aunt Sarah, who was wearing an apron that could hardly hide her proud figure. Her face was as rosy as the blooming flowers, beautiful and attractive. When he saw Jiang Yifu, his eyes were a little dodgy. Master Iv, you wake up, have breakfast, egg sandwiches, and milk. Did you sleep well last night? There seems to be something unsaid. His tone was probing and questioning, with a kind of nervousness and hesitation and with an unknown meaning. Oh, Aunt Sarah, you're so beautiful today. Does red wine have beauty benefits? Last night, I drank too much last night and forgot. It's okay, but my back hurts a bit. I don't know if I didn't lie down. Thank you, I won't be back for lunch today. I'll go first or I'll be late. Jiang Yifu had a sandwich in his mouth and another in his hand and hurriedly drank the milk and went out. Looking at Jiang Yifu, who hurried out the door, Aunt Sarah's face flashed a bit of sadness behind her, and then she smiled again, wondering if she encountered something worthy of happiness. While humming a little song, I cleaned up the living room. I hadn't cleaned up the things I ate last night. Thinking of what happened last night, I felt shy and happy. I just don't know if the little master will find out. On a new day, Jiang Yifu rushed to the classroom at the last minute because of a hangover. The first section is a history class, mainly to review the history of the United States, as well as the analysis of the current world trend. I believe everyone knows that Europe has gone to war and Germany has invaded Austria. Their rise was so rapid that the surrounding countries did not react. The old teachers on the podium began to talk about their theories again. Today's international situation has changed abruptly, and many newspapers and news will report the situation in the European battlefield to increase sales. War is always the hottest news subject to grab attention. Hey work, how did you sleep last night? Call me next time you have a drink. The black classmate Oli seems to like drinking, and he is still in high spirits today. Jiang Yifu frowned. It's okay, just a little back pain, didn't sleep well last night. Hey you drunkard. No way, a little wine is like this, man, you have to exercise more or no girls will want to play with you in the future. Ayali blinked slyly after he finished speaking, showing a look that every man understands. Go away, I'm fine. It seems that the semester is almost over. What are your plans? Jiang Yifu seems to be back in middle school. This period is a watershed. Good grades naturally go to a better school. Poor grades either mix in technical schools to learn crafts or simply go to work to earn money. Completely two extremes. Hey, I'm not trying to get into the military academy, either part-time job or soldier, not as smart as you. How about you? Are you ready? Ali smiled self-deprecatingly as if he had already determined his goal. I don't know yet, let's see when the time comes anyway. The goal is to get a doctorate first. Hey, don't be discouraged, you can do it. I'll have dinner at noon. Jiang Yifu patted his friend on the shoulder, and he still had something to say, that is to find a girlfriend. The second session is chemistry class. It seems that all the boys are interested. After all, it is the class of the first beautiful teacher of No. 2 middle school. Da-da-da, the sound of standard high heels stepping on the floor from far to near. The classroom door was opened, and teacher Dana, who was wearing a long blue dress and exuding intellectual beauty, appeared. Wearing a simple long skirt, it is difficult to hide a proud figure, and every move exudes an intellectual and charming atmosphere. The gold glasses on Qiang's nose are more like a seductive secretary. Obviously, I heard a lot of drooling sounds coming from the class. Students, there is still half a month before the final exam. This is the time to decide your destiny. Please take good care of it. Next, I will focus on explaining some key points of the exam. Please cheer up. The teacher hopes that every one of my students is a first-class talent and can become an elite no matter what industry they are in. Teacher Dana's gentle tone is like a spring breeze, and her role as a teacher makes her full of kindness to every student. Teacher, if the exam is over, will you join us at the class's graduation party? Fatty Raka said loudly, I don't know where the courage came from today. Could it be that he started to get fat when he was approaching graduation? No matter whether you do well or not in the exam, I will participate. Teacher Dana replied calmly. Then what are your criteria for choosing a mate? Graduating soon, let us know. With Raka taking the lead, there were boys behind him who followed suit. Hearing this question, Teacher Dana pushed her glasses calmly, revealing a mature and intellectual style. The students are in their puberty now, and some thoughts are normal. But the teacher wants you all to become elites, so let's say if everyone gets a doctorate and the teacher is not married yet, the teacher will marry the classmate who has obtained a doctorate, okay? Oh, wow, the teacher finally told the truth. For a time, the whole class was howling with excitement. Most boys will be excited to hear the mate selection criteria of the goddess in their dreams in their lifetime. Even Jiang Yifu cried out in excitement. Teacher Dana looked at the excited students, and there was a slight smile on the corner of her mouth. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you will realize that this is an impossible thing at all. You must be at least 35 years old to get a doctorate. That requires a lot of accumulation of knowledge and writing a research-level dissertation to become a PhD. The current students are basically around 15 or 16 years old. By then, I am afraid that Teacher Dana will be married long ago. Even if you are not married, in the United States market, you will get married at the age of 25 or 6 at the latest, and you don't have to wait until you are 40 or 50 years old. So this is just a beautiful dream, a white lie, and a small means to urge students to progress. It's just that Teacher Dana has overlooked one thing, and that is the only freak in the class, Jiang Yifu. In terms of level, Jiang Yifu is the closest. With a little time and the right opportunity, earning a PhD is not difficult. So let's all work hard. Well, please turn to the 38th page. Let's learn the formula combination arrangement of the periodic table. Seeing that the atmosphere of the students was mobilized, Teacher Dana was happy from the bottom of her heart. When people are happy, they are naturally more beautiful. As for how much the following students can understand, that is their own business. Lingling, time passed by admiring Teacher Dana's beautiful face, many people smacking their lips seeming to sigh that time flies very fast. In the corridor, a middle-aged bald man with a beer belly came over with a letter and knocked on the door of the classroom. Is Jiang Yifu here? Teacher Dana hadn't left yet, and the classmates naturally stayed in their seats. They could see the appearance of the middle-aged bald man at a glance, and shouted in unison, "Hello, Principal Matt." "Well, hello, classmates, is Jiang Yifu there?" Asked Principal Matt again, a letter in his hand. "Headmaster, I'm here, what's the matter?" Jiang Yifu was also very puzzled. He shouldn't have done anything. Why would the principal find him? Haha, as expected of the students I taught, an outstanding talent. Principal Matt patted Jiang Yifu on the shoulder shamelessly. He seemed to be a very honorable teacher. In fact, he had never taught any students in the school at all. Before that, he didn't even know that Jiang Yifu was named Figure. The headmaster's shameless behavior made all the classmates a little despised, but they didn't dare to say it. "This is your admission letter. You have been admitted to MIT, and you will go straight to university after graduation. Congratulations, don't forget to mention to others that you are a student of the great President Matt." Wow, how is this possible? Massachusetts. Oh my god, this is a university. Jiang Yifu, what did he do? Impossible, how did this guy get accepted to MIT? Roka, who was originally the focus of the class, seemed a little angry. If things were true, then Jiang Yifu would probably get a doctorate soon, so wouldn't Teacher Dana marry him? For a while, my heart was full of anger, and it seemed that instead of cheering for my classmates, it was a look of jealousy. Jiang Yifu was also a little surprised, but more joyful. It seems that Howard is very powerful, and it was done so quickly. As expected of the man of the United States in World War II, Howard has been applying for patent protection since yesterday, using the name of Jiang Yifu. Howard is disdainful of appropriating the works of others, and scientists have the arrogance of scientists. Even the arc reactor developed with Anthony Vank was not stolen. but the names of two people were written on it. Iron Man 1 and 2 are marked on the design drawings, relying on personal connections. The patent review was quickly completed. If it was an ordinary person, it would take at least a year and a half, and Howard completed it in less than a day, which is really remarkable. Relying on the invention patent to call Roar, a former colleague of MIT, it is easy to be attracted by the ability of Jiang Yifu. There is no requirement for academic performance to be comparable. As long as people with strong hands-on ability, the theory will not be so bad. This is the reason why you need a car mechanic to fix a car. If you don't believe me, let a cook try to fix the car without frying you alive. You don't know the horror of a 5-star chef. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Yifu only contributed the design drawings of AK-47 and took advantage of his cheap father's relationship. The previous things only took a little time. Opening the envelope, a gold-stamped admission notice was quietly placed in the envelope. When I opened it up, it was nothing more than because of my outstanding weapon design ability and the achievements of AK-47, so I specially recruited myself. Just report to the school on time in September today, and definitely remember to bring your own wallet. Admission does not mean that tuition fees are not required. Admission to one of the top MIT students in the United States is absolutely amazing in this day and age, and it's something that only happens when you do amazing things. Just like Iron Man, Tony had his dad's later relationship and also needed to build his own engine at the age of 6 and then continue to do amazing things before joining MIT at 17. Now Jiang Yifu is 2 years ahead, enough to overpower Tony. Oh. Thank you, Principal, for bringing me such good news. Jiang Yifu responded unhurriedly. In fact, it's not difficult at all, it's just a matter of time. In the eyes of the classmates, this guy who often made explosions actually exploded. MIT. That's the best college in the United States. There is no one, and he entered at a young age. After that, he will not be able to rise to the top. Even the most inferior is a high-tech white-collar worker. Immediately, a gleam flashed in the eyes of the female classmate. It seems that this otaku classmate is not bad. They have gathered around to develop relationships. If you can be a girlfriend, you will be able to climb a thigh in the future. Hey Eve, are you free tonight? My house is going to have a little party. Come and play tonight. Yifu, you can come to my house tonight to guide me in my studies. I admire you so much. Ever, let's have lunch together later. There were beautiful and ordinary-looking people, and they all gathered around. Jiang Yifu, who was admitted to MIT for a while, became a delicious cheese, and everyone wanted to take a bite. The world is so real. When you're at a low point, no one will sympathize with you. When you have the ability to stand on the peak, everyone wants to chat with him. Mr. Dana stood on the podium and didn't know what to say for a while. He just said that whoever got a doctorate would marry him. That was just a joke. Now Jiang Yifu was admitted to MIT in the next second, and he knew with his toes that his future achievements would definitely not be low. Asking the principal to deliver the letter in person originally showed the reliability and authenticity of the message. Looking at Jiang Yifu surrounded by a bunch of girls, Roka became more and more dissatisfied in his heart. It could almost be said that he was burning with anger. He wished this flamboyant guy died immediately. This honor should be his. The person surrounded by girls should be himself. How could it be this hanging silk? Some people are like this. I wish everyone was mediocre like myself. As long as a little bit is not good enough for others, I wish others would die. Seeing the gloomy face of his boss, the dog-legged Zanti on the side immediately came up with a bad idea. Boss, this guy is too arrogant and too showy, and he must teach him a lesson. You said that if someone interrupted his hand, you said he would not be able to do experiments in the future. Hey. As the bully of the number 2 middle school, Raka definitely doesn't put a child in his eyes. Fine, after school we're going to the Dasco gang to find someone to kill this guy. Hey, thank you. The typical servility is undoubtedly manifested at this moment. Sang Ti, who is as wretched as a mouse, looks cruelly at Jiang Yifu surrounded by girls. Hey, if you want to blame it, I blame you for being too pushy. You want to be the protagonist without a background. I'm sorry, please wait to die. Even if surrounded by girls like a Prince Charming, Jiang Yifu didn't have any excitement. Instead, he saw the gloomy Roka, who seemed to have deep malice towards himself. I don't know if it is the sixth sense, but Jiang Yifu has always believed in his own feelings. Especially this Roka is not a good person. There have been many vicious incidents before. If not for a father who was a colonel, he would have been killed by someone. It took a long time to break free from the siege of girls. Jiang Yifu hurriedly dragged Oli out to eat outside the school. He didn't even dare to stay in the school cafeteria. Hey, great genius, it feels good to be surrounded by so many girls. Ollie jokingly squeezed his eyes. Bah, just them, I still don't look down on them. Forget about eating, order a la carte, this meal is my request. Jiang Yifu sorted it out and was dragged by the girls of some messy clothes handed over the menu. That's a must, my dear, I just became a small boss yesterday, and I was accepted by MIT again today, hee. I said you're lucky as well. Could it be that if you are bombed too much by dynamite, your luck will be better? Ayali took the menu and quickly ordered a few cheap dishes, which were actually beef burgers with an extra amount. Why don't you go back and I'll get you some explosives and you can blow it up yourself? Jiang Yifu was not good-natured. He didn't blow himself up before and could only say that he was lucky. If there was such a saying, where did so many casualties come from on the battlefield, all of them would be millionaires. Hey, I'm not just talking casually. By the way, Eve, you have to be careful, I just saw the bully Roka looking at you very wrongly. That guy knows a lot of gang members outside, be careful they trouble you. After the joke was over, Ayali said to his friend with a dignified expression, I really don't want to guess that the young eagle, which had not had time to spread its wings at the beginning, withered like this. I see that guy, just don't mess with me, I'll let him know what cruelty is. Jiang Yifu thought about it calmly and came up with a good solution. To deal with bullies, you must fight back in the way of bullies and convince people with virtue. Well, yes, there is nothing wrong with convincing people with virtue gun. If it doesn't work, tell my dad and your sister, they are the police and maybe they can help us. Oli thought for a while and he had to move rescue soldiers and there was no chance of winning by relying on them. Jiang Yifu shook his head. In fact, although he knew that he had a sister he never met again. Definitely means that since he was reborn he has not been home for more than a month, and naturally he will not have any good feelings in his heart. And Ollie's father, Brad, is also very busy and rarely sees the other party coming home. It is said that he is a member of the serious crime team tracking drug dealers. No, I have a solution, it's okay, just a little Roka, don't worry, I'm sure. Jiang Yifu touched the gun accessories in his backpack and he couldn't believe it. No matter how good the other party is, does he have an assault rifle? No matter how powerful a person is with a shot, they have to lie down. Seeing the expression on his friend's face, he knew that the other party really had a solution. Ali, a black classmate who weighed more than 100 pounds, immediately buried his head and began to destroy the oversized Big Mac hamburger brought by the waiter. Eggs, beef, bread, and secret sauces were absolutely perfect. Appetite. In the afternoon, Jiang Yifu came to the office. The American-style office is a large room shared by several teachers. There are several large tables. It looks like a commercial company. Some white-collar workers. Dong dong dong, I looked left and right. I was lucky, there was only teacher Dana in the office. The golden wavy curly hair is wrapped in a ladylike bun on the top of the head, revealing a snow-white and elegant swan neck. And the snow-white skin reveals a crystal beauty, so that the man who sees it can't help but look at it a few more times. Until hit a utility pole or wall. What's up, Eve? Seeing the students come to see her alone for some reason, Dana was a little flustered. Was it because of the announcement in the morning, marry your own student? While that's normal in the United States, it's a bit unaccustomed too. Mr. Dana, are you free tonight? I want to invite you to dinner. Jiang Yifu invited with a little smile, pretending to be harmless to people and animals so that the opponent's resistance was minimized. WHY. You should study hard and be proud of being admitted to MIT. There is still a long way to go. Seemingly a little flustered, teacher Dana hurriedly put on the majesty of a teacher and taught students with other intentions. It's nothing, it's just that MIT is 2 days away by car. I want to take advantage of the time to study and have a meal with the teacher. Maybe there will be very few opportunities to meet in the future, teacher, can't you even promise me this? Jiang Yifu pretended to be pitiful, as if he would never meet again. The dignified words left Mr. Dana speechless and unable to find any faults. If Ayali was here, he would definitely laugh. I believe you, you rude old man is very bad. Well, just eat, don't think too much. Teacher Dana hesitated for a while but nodded, not wanting to leave any regrets for the students. Maybe, as he said, it would be inconvenient to come back to New York when he arrived in Massachusetts. Just have a meal, it's no big deal of. Okay, then after school we'll meet at Hank's Woods restaurant on Ziwei Street. Jiang Yifu happily revealed the date location. Well, that's right, in my heart this meal is the first date. Ah, there, it's expensive there. Teacher Dana is a bit hesitation, and the restaurant I haven't been to or stopped in is a high-end restaurant, and it's not cheap. Eve is still a student and his family is not rich. Seemingly seeing the teacher's doubts, Jiang Yifu waved his hand. Teacher, don't worry, I have money, in fact, I'm still a shareholder of Stark Industries now. Also rewarded with a few $1,000s enough for our meal. The teacher is only eating once, Maybe you don't know when you will have the opportunity next time, just listen to me. Teacher Dana had no choice but to nod, suppressing her doubts, and at the same time curious about Jiang Yifu's experience. This student used to be very homely and basically didn't talk much, except for reading and doing experiments. Since the last accident, it seems to have become a lot more cheerful. Jiang Yifu, who returned to the classroom, clearly felt two murderous auras coming from the left. Without looking, he knew it was the fat bully Roka. Hey, although this is not easy to deal with but a colonel when the time comes when the AK-47 is popular, it will not be easy for the army to replace a colonel. Capitalism is just that good, and having money is great. One afternoon, Yan Ming was looking through the information, taking out a notebook from time to time to record some improvement information on firearms. At the same time, I was reading some books on mechanical manufacturing, but it was obviously useless. There would be no professional data in the textbook, only a one-sided introduction. Ring, ring, ring. When the school bell rang, the girls all invited Jiang Yifu to be a guest at home. I have to say that the girls in the United States are bold and open, not shy at all. It's normal to talk about boyfriends and girlfriends at this age. If you don't talk about it, it will make people feel that there is a problem. Parents will also urge their children to pay attention to contraceptive knowledge. Generous, not hidden and tucked. The national conditions are different and the way of life is also different. This makes Jiang Yifu feel a little smug. Hey, Jiang Yifu, you are very good, right? You are amazing. I don't know if you know that I'm very upset right now. The fat man Roka came over with his follower dog legs. His arms were thicker than the thighs of ordinary people. I really don't know what to eat to get fat like this. Hey, don't mess around. The Black Ali immediately stepped forward. Although he didn't want to provoke the bully, the other party didn't have to kill the ant to kill him, but it didn't stop him from defending his good friend. Enough, Ali, let me figure it out myself. Jiang Yifu pulled Oli behind him, who was standing in front of him, thinking that it would be a lie to say that he was not moved. A good brother cuts a knife for a friend. Know it or not, it has nothing to do with me, dead fat man. I know your background is your father. Hee, I just don't know if your dad knows that he will lose his position because he has a bad son. Jiang Yifu looked at Roka with a sneer. If before, he would definitely not have a conflict with the opponent. If he could not fight, he would not be able to provoke him at that time. It's different now. Once you have capital, you can't go back. Before he had no choice, now he doesn't want to be a coward, he just wants to be a warrior. Even in the face of Roka, who has a deep background, he has to bite the bullet. As the United States Captain Steve said, keep at it, you'll always have a chance to win if you get knocked down and get back up. But until you step back once, you will habitually step back in the future. Jiang Yifu looks like an indomitable rebel hero in the face of power. Roka looked at the guy in front of him with admiring eyes from the girls around him. The anger in his heart couldn't be suppressed. He immediately raised the fist of the bowl and the file size and hit Jiang Yifu in the face. There was a sound of the wind being quickly pushed away in the air. If this punch hits, it will fall on the spot. Without dodging, Jiang Yifu's left hand, hidden in the backpack, quickly raised, and the palm wrapped in the simple electronic glove directly grabbed the wrist of the quick assault. The rapid electric current in the palm spread from the palm to Roka's whole body, and the electric current of more than 100 volts instantly knocked the fat man over 150 pounds to the ground, constantly twitching. It turned out that at the beginning of the conflict, Jiang Yifu put his hand into his backpack and put on his self-defense gloves. The weak electric current stimulates the palm of the hand, making the punching speed nearly half faster than before. The visual capture of the eyes, coupled with the extremely fast hand speed stimulated by the electric current, immediately grabs the weak wrist, avoiding the wrong waiting for the force to collide. It's too late, it's just a face-to-face. Roka, who was invincible in melee combat at school, was directly put on the ground. His body was still twitching constantly like a sheep epilepsy, almost foaming at the mouth. Gollum, there was silence all around. When Roka punched, some girls who couldn't bear it subconsciously covered their eyes with their hands for fear of seeing blood splashing. However, the strong side, who should have been standing on the ground, was cowed by the weaker in turn, and no one reacted. So there was a scene of silence. Wow, so handsome, Jiang Yifu, you are great. Impossible, how to do it. It's incredible, that glove. Both male and female classmates were surprised as if they couldn't believe it. They were fighting a boxing champion with a kindergarten child. The situation that should have been beaten was reversed. Fight back. Wow, Ive, you are too stubborn, you actually killed it. How did you do it? Ali was worried about how to send a friend to the school doctor's office, and maybe even to the hospital. But in a blink of an eye, the one lying on the ground turned into a fat Roka. After Jiang Yifu glanced at the classmates around him, he disdainfully looked at his opponent who was still twitching while being electrocuted on the ground and said, "You can't win if you grow fat. Wisdom is more terrifying than fists. Hey, you don't understand. Let's go, we're going home." Aeli scratched his head, pointed to the fat man on the ground and said, "What should I do with this guy? Won't he die?" "I can't die, I'm just knocked down temporarily, I'll get up after a while." Jiang Yifu was not stupid enough to kill on the spot. He is a peace-loving person, how could he kill in public? Seeing that the two were about to leave, the stupid sidekick immediately stopped him. Don't go, you dare to hurt Roka's boss, you will be revenge. I want the police to arrest you." His voice was hoarse as if the person lying on the ground was his own father. He was truly a servile slave. It was a pity not to be a dog. Then you can just lie down with him. Jiang Yifu was too lazy to talk to the other party. He put one hand on the other party's shoulder, and the micro-low-voltage electric current was activated from the glove. It made the dog-legged Xanti twitch all over and fell straight beside Roka. "You guys enjoy it slowly. If you have any tricks, just use them, I'll follow them." Jiang Yifu didn't have the slightest sympathy for these two guys. There used to be no ability, but now they have ability, and if it is not good to slap them, how can they match the word hero? The girls around looked at Jiang Yifu with admiration. How could they never find him so handsome before? The folklore of the United States is destined to be very popular with individual heroism, otherwise there would not be so many superheroes. The premise is that this hero is a human being. Mutants' words are hard to admit. The boys didn't dare to stop Jiang Yifu's footsteps. Didn't they see the two unlucky guys fell to the ground and twitched? They don't want to be the third, and the two guys' reputation is not very good. They are not good people. Naturally, no one will come out to preside over any bullshit justice. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that fatty Roka regained some strength and struggled to get up, looking at Jiang Yifu's departure direction with hatred in his eyes. Today, he has lost a lot of money, and he must teach this guy a lesson. Otherwise, how can Roka hang around in number 2 middle school in the future? After walking out of school, Aeli patted his chest and said, "Dude, don't play such exciting things next time, I'm afraid my heart really can't stand it." Haha, having said that, you should beat that guy hard and see if he dares to be arrogant. But if you deal with him like this today, I'm afraid the next thing will be difficult to calm down. That guy knows a lot of gang members, you have to be careful. Don't worry, I have it in my mind. Exercise hard, maybe you can get into the military academy. Jiang Yifu said that he was relaxed, but he had already raised his vigilance in his heart, and it seemed necessary to speed up his pace. If you want to develop steadily, it seems impossible to make a fortune quietly. Hey, to tell you the truth, if you can get into the military academy, 9 out of 10 are white, and the remaining one can be black. Ali said with a bit of frustration, the racial discrimination in the United States is still quite serious. On the surface, it is peaceful, but in fact, discrimination has always existed. Haha, don't think too much, at least it's better than before. There will always be bread, don't worry, if you can't do it, start with soldiers. You see that Europe is fighting so fiercely, maybe we will be involved in this war at some point. Jiang Yifu patted his friend's shoulder silently. He was right. In a few years, the United States will join the war when the army of dog skin plaster blows up Pearl Harbor. Back at home, Jiang Yifu took a shower first, then took out a suit and put it in his backpack with the AK-47 components. School ends at 3 o'clock and dinner time is 6 o'clock. There are 3 hours in the middle, just enough to arrange arrangements. Hey, gangsters, your uncle is here. Aunt Sarah put on new clothes today. The elegant purple dress outlines her plump figure. Her face is very moist and rosy. She looks like a happy little woman. Seeing that the little master is dressed in formal clothes and goes out with a backpack, she is a little bit surprised. He asks suspiciously, "Master Iv, are you ready to go out? Will you come for dinner tonight?" There seemed to be a trace of resentment in his tone, like an abandoned woman. "Well, I have something to do at night. Aunt Sarah doesn't have to wait for me. She eats by herself. It will be busy recently. By the way, I have something important to tell you when I come back tonight. Here's $1,000, you take it first, it's for your family later. I still have something to do. I'll go first and come back tonight." Eve seemed to have thought of something to keep the money with Aunt Sarah first, so as not to run out of money at home later. Hearing the word household, Aunt Sarah, who originally wanted to refuse, moved her lips and stopped talking, thinking of what happened last night. His face turned red again. Does this mean that he considers himself the mistress of the family? He took the $1,000 handed over by Jiang Yifu. "Wait, Master Iv, please be careful and take care of your own safety." As soon as Jiang Yifu turned around, he felt hugged by Aunt Sarah. The embrace was so warm and comfortable, and the virtuous temperament was fascinating. The two hands trembled slightly and hugged the soft body, like a pure hug between friends. Would Steve kill himself if he found out? After saying goodbye to Aunt Sarah, Jiang Yifu still remembered the other party's proud figure, but he didn't know what happened to him last night. The hangover made him feel a little, but he had no corresponding memories. If I knew what happened, I'm afraid I can't help laughing and screaming. When they came to Forest Park, the three homeless people saw Jiang Yifu appear and immediately surrounded him. It wasn't a robbery, they couldn't afford to offend this guy. Young master, you are here, the brothers have been waiting for you for a long time. Do you have anything for us to do, master? Jiang Yifu subconsciously kept a safe distance from these guys, not because the other party couldn't be beaten by adults, but because the three guys didn't know how many days they hadn't bathed, and there was a strange sour smell on their bodies. What did you all do before? Let's hear it. Whether it's a murderer or a gang member, let's talk about it. I don't need good people, I need obedient lackeys. The domineering attitude will not make people feel disgusted, but there is a sense of certainty, which makes the three homeless have a faint hint of convincing. I'll come first. My name is Marlos. I used to be a member of the beer gang and was later destroyed by the Ballastar gang in the area. I got away with it and survived. The robust black man was 8 meters tall, and he was the first to stand up, clearly intending to stand in line. My name is Carmenda and I used to be a pickpocket. I've been working here since I lost my job recently. If there is a good business, I don't mind messing with you. Carmenda was a standard white man, just so poor that he was no different from a black man. My name is Lyde, I'm with Big Brother Marlos, and I'm a member of the beer gang. The last black man was obviously a little scared, and he wasn't very courageous. I wonder if the deterrent effect of the assault rifle was so great that when he looked at Jiang Yifu, his legs were shaking. After listening to the three guys reporting their family, Jiang Yifu pondered for a while, then took out the style of being the boss. Well, okay, before you were trash, or anything else. Now there is an opportunity to climb up and become a superior person. It is up to you to seize it or not. Tell me, young master, as long as there is something to eat, I Malos will do my best. The leading black man patted his chest as if emboldening himself. Let me ask you first, how much do you know about the Ballastar gang? Jiang Yifu doesn't know about gang power, but he can ask someone. Otherwise, why are you looking for a younger brother? It's just asking for news and taking the blame. The Ballastar gang is the third largest gang in Brooklyn, monopolizing business, drugs, meat, extortion, robbery, smuggling, and everything else on Flynn Street and Wacken Street. The boss of the gang is Masai, a Russian. I heard that there is a unique channel for arms smuggling, and the weapons are much stronger than those of the Twa gang and the Lance gang. Not only that, but this gang is also dominated by polar bears. The only downside is that the relationship with the other two gangs is very tense and often clashes. I don't know anything else. After all, Malos was a member of the gang and knew a lot of things. Jiang Yifu touched his chin after hearing this. Very good, I'm going to start a new gang. Are you interested in joining? I will be directing behind the scenes and the gang leader will be chosen among you. How about it? Do you have the guts to try it? Hearing the main topic, Malos' expression also became serious. I take the liberty to ask, is it just the three of us? If it's just the three of us, I'm afraid we won't even be able to take down one of each other's strip clubs. 3 people can definitely do it, all you need is guns. If you don't have enough people, you can look for more. When you have established a place, someone will naturally follow you. You have been around for so long before, so you should know a lot of people. I provide guns, you are in charge of the turf, is there a problem? Jiang Yifu was very clear in his heart. This era is not as peaceful as the 21st century, with street shootouts happening every day, and the severe economic downturn. The Brooklyn branch doesn't have that much energy to care about these things. As long as they don't disturb the civilian population, they will basically be the next day. Come out and clean up the situation. The serious lack of funds is one of the factors that prevents the Sub-Bureau from suppressing gangsters. Just push a dead ghost out and you're done. The real gang core figures are never implicated. Unless it is after World War II, the United States, which has made a lot of war money, will spend a lot of money to enrich the local police force. Here is an assault rifle and 5 pistols. It's enough for you to build an outpost first. After you gather enough people, you can start to grab the territory. If you have guns, what are you still afraid of? If you don't dare, get out. Go back to the garbage heap and be a homeless man honestly. You don't have to think about beauty and money. Jiang Yifu threw out an assault rifle and 5 pistols, as if he didn't care if the other 3 would counter him. Both Carmenda and Liad looked at Marlos as long as the other nodded in agreement. Jiang Yifu's words gave them a deep shock. Anyway, they were dead. Waiting to starve to death was better than fighting. Winning glory, wealth, and honor, losing was a big deal. It is good, I did it with you, don't know your name yet. Malos is an insightful person, and the first step is to assume the attitude of a subordinate. Would a person who can take out such a powerful weapon casually be an ordinary person? Only uninformed gangsters would want to take a gun to fight back. The most basic thing for a real professional gangster is to observe the words. You can call me Master Eve, very good, I look forward to good news from you. Hehe Liao De, I still have a task for you. Jiang Yifu whispered a few words in the other person's ear, then turned to leave, dropping a pack of bullets and a few hundred-yuan Franklin bills before leaving. After Jiang Yifu left, the pickpocket Carmenda picked up the pistol with a cruel smile on her face. What a scumbag, do you think we will listen to him? What a big scumbag to give away weapons for free. Marlowe picked up the pistol, checked the load, and shot Carmenda directly in the head. The kinetic energy of the bullet at close range directly exploded the head, and blood splattered everywhere. Liao De obviously hadn't reacted yet, just stared blankly. Those who are disloyal to Master Eve don't need to stay. Liao De, follow me and work hard, and one day we will be able to live the life of a superior man. Malos killed a person with the same expression on his face, as if he just killed a chicken. Only then did Liao De realize that his eldest brother had actually killed someone, so he resisted the panic and asked, "Brother, do we want to do it alone?" Marlowe wiped the blood from his face. "No, follow Master Eve. I don't think people can be wrong, this guy will definitely be a man in the future. Do you think I'm the same fool as Carmenda? No wink, I have already died I don't know how many times. By the way, you can do what Master Eve told you." "Don't tell me." Liao De nodded silently and followed Malos out of the park indifferently. Malos finally looked at the homeless man in the park and spit on the ground. From today onwards, he will never sleep in such a place again. The three homeless are just chess pieces that Jiang Yifu sewed at will. Of course it is gratifying to succeed, but there is no loss if it fails. Who knows, whether he succeeds or not is outside the vortex anyway. While there was still time, I went to the Stark Industrial Building. The sweet lady at the front desk recognized this small shareholder at once and got up in a hurry. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, is there anything I can help you with?" "Hey, beautiful lady, is Howard up there?" Jiang Yifu greeted Roar with a smile, looking harmless to humans and animals. "Yes, the boss is in the office. Do I need to call him to let him know?" The lady at the front desk smiled sweetly and seemed to be a little budding. In the United States of this era, if you have money, you are handsome, but if you don't have money, no matter how handsome you are, you can't be eaten. "No, I'll go up and find him myself." Jiang Yifu waved his hand and went straight up to the elevator. In the office, Howard was teasing his secretary again. "Catchers, come with me at the cocktail party tonight." The lecherous Howard was about to kiss his secretary. Crack, Jiang Yifu pushed the door and came in at this time. After watching the scene that was about to be performed, he immediately closed the door of the room again. Then he knocked on the door hard. "Dong dong dong, cough, can I come in?" The secretary was not a flirtatious courtesan, so she screamed and ran out shyly, covering her face. Howard saw that he was interrupted when he was about to communicate further with the secretary and was still by the same person, and he was a little crazy. Brat, don't give me a reason, I'm going to rip off your shares. It's abominable, why don't you come in without knocking on the door?" Jiang Yifu shrugged his shoulders and looked innocent. "Didn't I just knock?" "Well, Uncle W*****, I have a serious business. You can pick up girls slowly, but I'm a little worried about your future children. Will it be as lustful as you are?" "Hey, it's not lewd, it's flirtatious. Howard, America's greatest scientific engineer. Come on, what's the matter? This guy makes you feel at ease." Howard is helpless, after all, he is the descendant of his colleague, the other party is still a child in his teens, and he can't even get angry if he wants to. "How's the sales of weapons?" Jiang Yifu said directly across from Howard. "Not bad, the first batch of experimental weapons has been tried by the military, and the effect is very good, and we can get the first order soon." It seems that he has thought of a good thing, and Howard is not so crazy anymore, and can realize himself it is already a good idea to take the first step to dominate the arms industry. The lethality of mobile bursting assault rifles is really huge in this era. General heavy machine guns can't be operated without a team of men and horses. In addition, they are bulky and can only be used in large-scale combat situations. Not as light as AK-47, you can run with it, and it is resistant to falling. As long as it is not blown to the point that the components are twisted, it can basically be used normally. Soldiers are all experts in weapons, and they fully understand the preciousness of this weapon after trying it twice. There will definitely not be too many orders, after all, there is no war in the United States now. Howard said a little depressed. Arms dealers are most afraid of world peace. The absence of war in world peace means a substantial reduction in capital, not to mention bankruptcy, but it is not far from bankruptcy. Hee, I said, Uncle, you are still a businessman. There is no war in the United States, but Europe is fighting hot now. It is difficult to satisfy Germany's enthusiasm. The appeasement policy will only make Germany more and more expanded. Ambition. Jiang Yifu said the first step of his plan. Howard thought for a while and said, I know this, but are you talking about selling weapons to Germany? The problem is that Germany doesn't need our weapons at all. They will only believe that their own weapons are the best. Only then did Jiang Yifu reveal what an asterisk hole would do. Since they don't buy it, we can provide a batch of weapons for Czechoslovakia to use. Hey, aren't they fighting Germany, so let them advertise for us. Weapons can only be used on the battlefield. Works. What's the use of experimentation alone? The United States Congress will not buy it, then let other countries buy it from us. Haha, when I design more weapons, am I afraid that I won't be able to make money? As soon as these words came out, Howard looked at Jiang Yifu with a different look and scanned his eyes up and down a few times. I said, where did you get so many crazy ideas? Hee, this is a good idea, it's really yours. If so, then I guess I have to count the money until my hands cramp. Good boy, not bad. Howard, who was so excited, suddenly calmed down and stared at Jiang Yifu, who was smiling. Yifu, if you have something to say directly, what trouble did you get into? Haha, I really can't hide anything from you. Well, actually, I wanted to ask if you know of a guy named Cachet in the 3rd Division of the New York Military District who beat his son up at school today. Heard his son has a good relationship with the Ballastar gang, and you know these spoiled little ones can't be named. What will happen? Jiang Yifu said calmly, as if he should have beaten up that hapless Roca, but his style is more like a big B ****D who bullies men and women. Catcheter? I don't know, I'll just have someone warn him when I look back. Did I say you're afraid too? Hey, you kid are not afraid of bombs and you're afraid of a little officer's son. Howard seemed to have found an interest. Come on, this little guy who has always behaved very calmly has finally shown his legs. I'm not afraid, the key is to worry about the involvement of the gangsters. By the way, give me 4 AK-47s, I will be of great use. This is the blueprint I improved yesterday. As long as you change some shape and structure, you can also add a bayonet or a grenade launcher. Jiang Yifu continued to provide technical support, and it was enough to tell Howard about the changes. If he couldn't catch this, then Howard didn't deserve the title of genius. Howard took the drawing and looked at it. It was like an advanced version of the AK-47. The practicality has increased a lot and it is a bit versatile. I have to say, this is a genius structural design. I look forward to the results after you go to MIT's School of Mechanical Engineering to study, and rest assured that money will not be without you. Take the gun and disassemble it into the backpack. This is a good thing for self-defense. If you go down in a shuttle, no matter how many people come, you have to fall. Seeing that it's almost time, tonight's date is about to start, I'm a little excited to think about it. Hank Linmu restaurant on Ziwei Street is said to be opened by the French. The romantic French have made the restaurant a high-end and elegant dining environment. It's easy for lovers to take the next step here, definitely. All you need to pay is a few francs. If it's an overlord meal, the muscular security guard at the door will let all the free-spirited guys know what a boxing massage is. At 6 o'clock, teacher Dana appeared at the door of the restaurant on time, and the waiter who was notified welcomed the amazingly beautiful blonde into the restaurant. This way, beautiful lady. Jiang Yifu, dressed in a formal suit, sat on a table near the wall. On the table were red candles full of sentiment, silver cutlery, white napkins, and a large bouquet of red roses on the table. As long as it's a girl, it can't help but be moved, it's so romantic. An elegant long dress, neat and simple, but wearing the atmosphere of a noble lady on teacher Dana. The purple neckline is connected to a piece of white, and the slender legs are wearing simple and fashionable high heels. A simple dress still makes people feel pleasing to the eye, beautiful, and looks good in anything, like a natural hanger. Jiang Yifu moved the stool for teacher Dana very gentlemanly, like an elegant gentleman. Mr. Dana, you are so beautiful tonight. I ordered a special signature set meal, knowing that you like vegetarian food. I ordered it specially for you. Teacher Dana is a little surprised. How does this student know about his eating habits? Thank you, you were handsome tonight too. How did you know I like vegetarian food? Haha, just ask the school cafeteria staff. Jiang Yifu smiled kindly. To pick a girl is to be bold, careful, and thick-skinned, definitely, plus a little bit of a rogue routine, it would be perfect. Teacher Dana suddenly realized that she seemed to know this student for the first time. She was very daring and dared to invite herself out to dinner. The mind is also very delicate and knows how to pay attention to their eating habits. There is also a high IQ, just graduated from junior high school and was accepted by MIT students without even attending high school. Iv, can you tell the teacher how did you get admitted to MIT? The teacher is very interested. Thinking of the curiosity in her heart, teacher Dana couldn't help but ask. A woman's curiosity about a man is not a good thing. It is often a sign of falling in love. The waiter took a bottle of red wine from the side and poured it to the two of them. Jiang Yifu shook the wine glass, letting the aroma of the wine overflow in the air, because a weapon I designed is actually an assault rifle. It can beat most of the guns on the market today in terms of range and feel, and the most important thing is that this light machine gun is very durable. Teacher Dana teaches chemistry, but that doesn't mean she doesn't know physics. Although I didn't understand it a bit, I was happy for my students. Ever, you are great. Congratulations on taking the first step. The teacher believes that you will become a great scientist and inventor in the future. That's definitely, in fact, my goal is not to be a scientist or an inventor, but to get a Ph.D. in mechanical engineering. After saying that, I winked mischievously, giving people a provocative feeling. As soon as the words were spoken, I felt a charming and ambiguous feeling floating in the air. Teacher Dana knew what a doctorate meant. It was a white lie, a small goal to urge students to study hard. I never thought that I would marry my student, and I never had a crush on that boy. I don't have any feelings for Eve either, I'm just curious and have a little liking. If in fact, the teacher doesn't really want to marry a doctor. I just hope you can study hard, do you understand? Teacher Dana began to explain, not wanting the students to get deeper and deeper. Hearing this, Jiang Yifu knew that teacher Dana wanted to go back on it. How could there be such a good thing? Grabbing the teacher's soft and boneless hand, he said excitedly, "Teacher, do you need to be honest in life? If you say it, you must fulfill the promise you make. Teacher, you have taught me for 3 years. Since the beginning of school, I have longed to see you every day. Maybe part of it is because of your beauty, but I have only been in you feel the warmth of family. When I knew you weren't married, I was so happy that I didn't sleep all night. At that time, I was thinking that I must marry a teacher. At that time, I started to do experiments desperately, trying to make some results to prove myself and prove that I have the ability to give you happiness." Jiang Yifu looked at the fair-skinned and glamorous teacher Dina and smashed the onion with his left hand under the table, letting the radioactive gas stimulate the lacrimal gland. Putting himself in an expressive look, he stared at teacher Dana madly. Then he hurriedly threw the onion aside, holding the delicate little hands in both hands. "I don't know how many times I have failed, and I don't care how many times I have been blown up. There is only one thought in my mind, that is, to make a successful experiment to prove my ability, to prove that I am worthy of teacher Dana, to prove that I have ability can marry a teacher as a wife." Staring with tears in her eyes made teacher Dana's heart tremble. The romantic candlelight dinner atmosphere and the affectionate confession made teacher Dana forget herself and completely indulge in the students' confessions. You did so many experiments and suffered so many injuries all for me. Eve, why are you so stupid?" Bai Nen's little hand was raised, gently stroking the face of a mature man with a hint of innocence but full of determination. His eyes were hazy with tears, and his heart seemed to be instantly filled with Eve's deep love. Itchy sour, but there is an incomparable sense of satisfaction and happiness. It turns out that it is also the taste of love. This is what it feels like to be loved. It feels so good. Jiang Yifu's expression on the surface is full of joy. This is the style of a B******D. Men are not bad and women do not love. Staring with expression, he grabbed teacher Dana's small hand with both hands, and their faces got closer and closer until their 4 lips touched. For a long time, the lips were divided, sweet, and a little reluctant. Teacher Dana, who was confessed affectionately, blushed like a shiny ruby. The mature charm revealed a shyness like a little woman. Jiang Yifu was drooling when she saw it. As expected of a beautiful teacher, the school flower of number 2 middle school really found a treasure. "Mr. Dana, I like you, be my girlfriend, and when I get my doctorate, you'll marry me." Jiang Yifu hurriedly continued to confess, taking advantage of the love and sweetness and attacked the city with all his strength. "It is good." Teacher Dana lowered her head shyly. She didn't know what was going on today. It was her first date and she was still her student. How could she be lost? Maybe it's because what the other party did in the past was for himself. After dinner, it was time to start planning. Jiang Yifu offered to escort teacher Dana home. In the city that never sleeps in this era, the night is still very chaotic, because in the Great Depression it is very difficult to find a job, and it is even more difficult to make money. As a result, the number of unemployed is constantly rising. Even a toilet cleaning job with a very low hourly wage needs to face the competition of hundreds of people. What kind of concept is this? It means that for a job, at least 500 or 600 people need to compete. There is no advanced education, special skills, etc. Trying to grab a job is simply a fool's dream. This has led to a lot of unemployed people and a lot of local ruffians. You have to be very, very careful when you go out and walk at night. Maybe there will be robbery. Well, it's not possible, that's pretty sure. There was once an unlucky ghost who was on his way at night in the city that never sleeps, and then a street 300 meters away was robbed 5 times. Meow, this is too exaggerated. It is estimated that the mentality has already collapsed. What kind of treatment is this? He was robbed 5 times within 300 meters. Beautiful women need more protection, so teacher Dana will not refuse her students to escort her home. Looks a little thin but very smart, better than nothing. It seems to be underestimated. Jiang Yifu is also very helpless. He is not a super soldier like Steve, he is just a student. I have been exercising regularly, but I haven't yet developed the kind of physique that looks full of explosive power. That thing needs to be constantly eaten and constantly exercised to have such a physique. Want a man like Terminator and Wolverine's Wolverine. Stop dreaming, little brother, you can't do it without money. Teacher, don't worry, I will bring you home safely. Jiang Yifu said in a very positive tone. Although he is not very good at fighting, he is still very confident with the black technology developed by himself. To be a man, you have to have confidence, have a little confidence in yourself. You can definitely become a rich man like Tony Stark and live a life surrounded by beautiful women. I believe in you, Eve, you are the smartest. Teacher Dana smiled sweetly. There is no doubt about the IQ of those who can get an invitation from the famous mechanical and electronic college. People's colleges don't accept fools. They only accept students with ability and ability. It is no exaggeration to say that if you graduate from there, you will definitely have great achievements in the future. Well, the premise is that you can pay off your college loans first. If Jiang Yifu knew about teacher Dana's last thoughts, he would definitely cry out with laughter. Why, he is one of the current shareholders of Stark Industries. Although there is not much money, it is definitely no problem to use it for reading. No problem at all. If a shareholder has no money to study, it will make people laugh out loud. The two were walking on the street, talking and laughing, talking to each other, and occasionally talking about professional chemistry knowledge. Teacher Dana was particularly excited because that was her major. Jiang Yifu feels that he is still very lucky. Why, chasing girls these days requires a lot of knowledge. Otherwise, just mentioning a table of chemical elements will confuse people, and they will not understand anything at all. Time always flies very fast, and we are halfway there in no time. If there are no surprises, we can reach the apartment in 10 minutes. It doesn't look like anything unexpected happened. At this moment, a black man jumped out holding a small gun and said hideously, "Haha, after waiting all night, I finally got to prey. Now it's time for extra money." The man stands on the left, the woman stands. On the right, neither male nor female stand in the middle. Jiang Yifu and teacher Dana looked at each other, and it seemed that the only one standing in the middle was the robber. It's the first time I've seen it this way. After being stunned for a while, teacher Dana seemed a little scared and took out her wallet. "I'll give you the money, please don't hurt us, take the money and let us go." Now is the time for Jiang Yifu's performance. What better thing to do than a bear to save the beauty, bah? How can you call yourself a bear? It should be said that the hero saves the beauty. A step stopped in front of teacher Dana and said, "Big brother, don't do this, you just want money, we can give it to you, you don't need this. Don't be afraid, Dana, I will protect you." Ouch, brat, what kind of hero are you pretending to be? Do you think you're very good? Hurry up and take out the money, or be careful, I'll treat you to the freshest peanuts. The black robber shouted loudly, and even pulled away. It was normal in the turbulent early World War II period to pull the trigger as soon as the safety device was installed. There is a saying how to say, leave the green hills without worrying about no firewood. Money is something that is not brought by life or death. There is no need to cherish it too much. You can make more money without money, but if life is gone, it will not be a very pleasant thing. I believe you a ghost, you bad old man is very bad. Life is gone, so what are you playing? Play with a hammer. Jiang Yifu rummaged through the things in his backpack and said, "Okay, don't worry, I'm not looking for it. If you want money, I'll give it to you, please don't hurt my girlfriend." HMPH, what are you talking about with so much nonsense? Hurry up and take out the money, otherwise please eat a lotus seed soup. The black robber seems to be a literate person. Lotus seed soup is what the East said, he actually knew it. Well, being a robber also requires culture, otherwise why compete with others? Jiang Yifu wouldn't take the money honestly. When he activated the electric current device and took out a wallet to distract the opponent, he hit a heavy uppercut with his right fist at a very fast speed, directly killing the black robber. Get down, one-shot kill. Definitely not playing Deadman anymore, it's just because the power is too strong and too fast, and the opponent's pain is so painful that he loses his combat effectiveness. The sudden attack succeeded in one move. Jiang Yifu hurriedly picked up his wallet and dragged Mr. Dana and ran away, running to a safe place before stopping. Looking at his panicked girlfriend, he said, "Dana, are you all right? Don't worry, we're here, it's safe here. I said I would protect you and I will definitely protect you." Teacher Dana smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, Eve, you are really a very brave man and you also know how to use tactics. I am really happy for you and proud of you. Tired? Come to my house for a cup of coffee." The next day, Jiang Yifu went to buy a breakfast for Teacher Dana. "I happily ate a sumptuous meal in the breakfast shop. Anyway, I am not short of money now. If I have money, I should be better to myself." While eating, I was thinking about the future and how I should develop. After all, this world is full of great people, and each of them has an IQ comparable to 2 Einsteins. Either the combat power is super explosive and it's not 1 or 2. If you don't work hard to enhance your own strength, it's really easy to accidentally come to the end of the whole play, then it's not fun. Once the spring breeze, the whole person is very spiritual. In order not to be discovered, Jiang Yifu had to get up early and leave the teacher's apartment. When I got home, it was only 6 o'clock and Aunt Sarah had already got up to make breakfast. It's just that his expression was a little down. When he saw Jiang Yifu's return, he immediately showed a happy smile, just like a wife who saw her husband returning home. "Master Eve, you're back. Are you all right? It seems that you didn't come back last night, so pay more attention to your body." "Well, okay, I got it, Aunt Sarah, thank you. I'm going to take a shower. I have something to do last night, so don't worry about me. By the way, help me make 2 beef burgers, I'm going to faint." Jiang Yifu hurried upstairs to take a shower, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. "I was hungry because of 2 thrilling wars. If it wasn't for my physical fitness, I would have been defeated by Teacher Dana." Seeing Jiang Yifu coming back, Aunt Sarah laughed very happily and even hummed a little song. After a while, the beef burgers were prepared one by one. The fried steak was full of aroma, neither too cooked to chew nor too raw, making it bloody and difficult to start. The heat was not too much, just right. In a happy mood, Jiang Yifu hurriedly ate 2 burgers, filled his empty stomach and brought the extra burgers with him. After the daily hug, Aunt Sarah went out to go to school with her classmate Ollie. Before graduation, she still needed to stay at school. Even if everything is good in school, it is much better than skipping classes, which is not very impressive. In the class, Roka, who was ashamed yesterday, and his follower Sant didn't come to class. Due to yesterday's strong counterattack, he still stepped on the face of Roka, the recognized bully on the campus, which made the girls look at Jiang Yifu's face with stars all over his face. If he hadn't been in class, he would have been stuck on his body. Ollie looked at him with envy. "Hey, you are really lucky, haha. I heard that Roka was taken home by his father, and his ears were twisted when he left. Haha, you said how could his be *****d father suddenly change ***X? Jiang Yifu was a little surprised. Why is Howard so fast? It seems that it was 4 or 5 o'clock at that time and everyone in the school was gone. He was still waiting to play with the other party, but he was taken away unexpectedly. Gee, how boring. Lonely as snow without a rival. If there is a goal, it is to find the agent that blew up the laboratory in the first place. It's all right, if you work hard you can do it, haha. If you really can't get along, it's not bad to try other ways." Jiang Yifu bit his pen as if he was thinking about something while drawing a picture, chat with friends. "I haven't seen Teacher Dana for a whole day today. It seems that I have asked for leave. Farewell to a group of female classmates surrounding him, and promise to attend the graduation party after the exam before being let go. If it weren't for the sturdy fabric of the clothes, I'm afraid they would all be torn apart by these female hooligans. The girls in the United States are horrible. But it's pretty cool to think about it. At least being surrounded by a group of girls is better than being surrounded by a group of gentlemen. If there are still other things, Jiang Yifu will definitely pick a few beautiful girls to watch a movie, eat dinner, and have a cup of coffee at the end. Bring the purchased clothes, including skirts, shirts, evening dresses, underwear, panties, etc. And take the meals from the restaurant to the teacher's apartment. Beep. After a while, the red-faced teacher Dina opened the door in a long home dress and covered her mouth with joy when she saw her beloved little boyfriend. In order to be seen by others, Jiang Yifu hugged teacher Dana's plump and soft body into the room. Putting things on the table, "Dana, are you feeling better? Is there something wrong? Have you taken medicine?" Teacher Dana smiled and shook her head. The gentle greetings from her lovers made her feel a sense of happiness. Leaning his head in Jiang Yifu's arms, squinting, enjoying a rare moment of tenderness. No, it's just that it's not very convenient to walk, so I asked for leave. Why did I buy so many things? It's too much money, Eve. I don't need to spend so much money for me. I don't need these, I just want you to be good. Before I even got through the door, I started to think about myself. Teacher Dana is really a woman with a good wife and mother. Jiang Yifu was secretly having fun in his heart. To find such a wife in the United States was something he would never have imagined, especially last night's blood. It really made him a little excited and didn't sleep all night. You're my wife and it's just right to spend any money. Dana, I love you. I haven't said anything yet, I'm kissing again. Meeting a lover is like thunder and fire. But the fire didn't burn, but Jiang Yifu was a little embarrassed. The two talked about a lot of topics, from future life planning to the debate on chemical experiments, chatting and talking about the scene of the baby being born in the future. Rao is Jiang Yifu's rich imagination seems to be a little unable to keep up with Teacher Dana's thinking. A woman is really a strange and lovely creature. It was almost 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening when I came out of Teacher Dana's room. If I hadn't thought about the inability to drink coffee later, Teacher Dana, who had not recovered yet, hurriedly blasted Jiang Yifu out. After leaving the teacher's apartment, I walked towards Wacken Street, which was considered a slum. Full of thieves and robbers, the ground is full of dirty water, potholes, and a sour smell. Most people would not choose to come here to live. Only those who are bankrupt and unable to survive will come here. They will either join forces or endure the dirty and smelly environment silently. Every day, some corpses can be found in the stinky ditch, and you don't need to look to know that it is a good thing done by gang members. The police force in the Brooklyn precinct is struggling to maintain the main areas, and these suburban areas are even more neglected. As long as it is not a rebellion, it will be over the next day to clean up. As soon as he took the first step here, Jiang Yifu clearly felt a few extremely unfriendly eyes, and he was still looking up and down as if he was looking at a lamb. This feeling is very uncomfortable. Suddenly, a thin guy came over with his head lowered, bumped into Jiang Yifu, and tried to reach into his crotch to steal his wallet with his palm hidden behind his back. Bang! Ah! A gunshot and a scream seemed to shock all the malicious eyes around him. Jiang Yifu lifted the pistol that was still smoking gunpowder, blew with his mouth, and retracted the pistol to his waist with great pretense. Jiang Yifu hated the pickpocket who fell to the ground and screamed while covering his leg. You have the ability to rob a bank. If you can grab it, you are considered a hero. But sneakily, this kind of behavior is disgusting and disgusting. You have to use any method to deal with someone, and to hooligans, just shoot directly. Don't say anything, just draw the gun and shoot. The truth of Wacken Street is that whoever has the bigger fist is the boss. It seems that they feel that the other party is not easy to mess with, and no one sympathizes with the thief who was shot and fell to the ground and screamed. You don't even know how the strong eat the weak, so go to the almshouse to get brown bread. The Old Sailor's Bar is a newly opened bar that used to be the site of the bikers. Yesterday, it was snatched directly by Black Marlows with a group of people, and the owner changed the owner that night. This kind of fighting often happens in the streets of Wacken, so no one is surprised that there are always large and small gangs popping up every day. There are dozens of people in the big ones, and 2 people in the smaller ones dare to call them gangs. The main one is the Ballastar gang, which occupies 70% of the street, and the rest are occupied by scattered gangs. Properly throw out some unwanted bones to avoid prying eyes. I have to say that the boss of the Ballastar gang, Masai, is a smart guy. Walking into the bar, there are gang members sitting on the table in 2s and 3s. The bar is not big and there are 5 or 6 tables. The air was filled with various odors such as smoke, sour, sweat, etc. It was a stench that could poison mice to death. A few people here could still smoke casually. I have to admire that human beings are indeed the creatures standing at the top of the food chain. Yo, young master, you are here, please. The black man Liao De greeted him with great discernment, and with his reception, the hostile gaze in the bar disappeared in an instant. With such a vicious vision, that person dares to come and spend? Scared away. The bar has a small cubicle on the 2nd floor. The room is not large. It seems that it was used for sleeping, but it was later transformed into a cubicle. Malos was smoking a cigarette, looking down at a somewhat worn map and muttering something to himself. Seeing Jiang Yifu walking in, he immediately stomped out the cigarette, rubbed his hands together, and forced a smile on his face. If he hadn't seen the exposed teeth, he wouldn't have been able to tell whether the black man was smiling. Master Eve, good evening, welcome, welcome. It would be great if you came. Jiang Yifu didn't feel any discomfort, no matter whether it smelled or smelled good, it just didn't kill anyone. Well, what's the next move? I'm going to struggle with people. First, I will clear all the areas on the edge of the streets of Wacken, break up all the other gangs, and control all the territory except the Ballastar gang. What do you think, Master Eve? Boldly stated his plan and then looked over with inquiring eyes. It's not bad. If you want to lay down these sites, you need a lot of bullets and guns. Hee hee, you don't need to be in such a hurry. Take up the remaining sites first, cultivate for a while, and when I come back, I will start to help Ballastar. Don't worry before that. Eve looked at the map, but he didn't need to worry so much anyway. After a while, he would go to Massachusetts, where MIT is located, and Brooklyn couldn't handle that much. But if we don't grab their territory, how can we survive? The best strip clubs and bars are on their side. Malos didn't understand it's okay to fight and kill him. He was killed in 2 days. Idiot, do you still need to rely on those to do business? Take down these sites and then find some people who can cook, whether from the United States or foreigners. If you want to know some special foods, you can make them on the spot. Yes. It's okay to sell on our site or on other streets. Are you afraid that you won't be able to make money? Jiang Yifu pointed to the part close to the bustling commercial area. Is that okay? Master Eve, I'm stupid, you better explain it. You let me fight and kill, and I, Marlos, will go on without a word, but it's business or something you want it my life. Malos scratched his bald head in distress. He has no education level, and his knowledge is no longer above the same level. It is obviously difficult to understand this, and the United States doesn't have this kind of business model yet. Jiang Yifu patted his forehead helplessly. What the hell, how could I accept such a little brother? Thinking that the other party is still a homeless person is relieved. Hey, a homeless person, can you expect the other party to be a doctor or some kind of high-end talent? Think too much. I also imagine to be like the protagonist in the novel. The tiger body shook, Magneto bowed his head and his feet shook, Iron Man, Captain America, Thor cried and called to be his little brother. Hit a planet with one punch, step on Darkseid and crush Thanos asterisk. But is it possible? It can only be his own will silver all of a sudden. Wake up, boy, wake up, you have no money, it's time to recharge, you know. Shaking his head, tossed away these messy thoughts. I can only give this little brother a new knowledge of science. Idiot, listen up, this is called the form of a street stall. As long as it is delicious and the price is low, many people will come to buy it. This is called small profits but quick turnover. The more you have, the more you will earn. What sells the best? Food. Idiot, with your people watching, are you afraid that others will make trouble? As long as you do petty business with peace of mind, those gangs won't care about you. Can an elephant compete with a rabbit? Obviously not, you can't have drugs here. It's best not to do pimps, peace of mind. If you are a small business, don't look at making money. A fast food truck makes $100 a day and it's $3,000 a month. What about 10 or 20? Idiot, this thing is low cost and can be paid back without much investment. Ben, do you understand? Jiang Yifu's mouth was a little dry. He picked up the unbrewed beer and drank it directly. Hey, young master, after listening to you, it seems like it's really making money. But who are we going to do? Young master, you can do it well. Let's be more specific. I'm stupid. Liao Du, go and get a box for the young master. Cold beer comes in. Young master, you go on to say, we have no culture and we still need you to be the boss. Marlos rubbed his hands, a little excited, and it sounded very good. Jiang Yifu angrily continued to give this little brother the knowledge of popular science and said loudly, it's very simple, find a asterisk person, and people's food is the best in the world, from exquisite palace dishes to roadside snacks are all included. Remember, if you live here, you can't be rough, you can only ask them, negotiate the wages with them, don't deduct them and don't bully them. It's not easy for people to come to us after leaving their hometowns and crossing the sea. It's good to have French people. A born cook, he took a sip of his wine and continued, after we set up the site in the early stage, don't take the initiative to attack. If other gangs dare to come, you will fight back hard. If you dare to snatch your site, you will try your best. In order to break the site, they will definitely not do it easily. At this time, you should concentrate on the snack business, make an appearance of no competition or grab, and develop with peace of mind. Wait until there are enough personnel and guns before grabbing the site. Do you understand? There is a famous saying, it's called hoarding grains widely and becoming king slowly. Learn it well. It seems to make sense. The bald black Marlos touched his shiny bald head as if thinking, it seems to understand but also does not seem to understand. He could only smile awkwardly at Jiang Yifu. When you see the other party like this, you know it's a no-brainer, really stupid. How can there not be a smart little brother? Ali is also smart but not suitable for these things and jobs. Jiang Yifu took a gloomy sip of wine, took out 3 assault rifles from his backpack, assembled them, and threw out 2 more bullets. This is my last support for you. If you want to find a way, just do as I say, don't think too much and don't have other thoughts. He Carmenda, go to the task or die, already. His tone was cold, as if he didn't take the people seriously at all. Jiang Yifu didn't do anything at all, just pulled out his gun. Malos was so nervous, he just tried the power of this gun last night, it can smash people into sieves. Holding back his fear, he said, Carmenda is a traitor. If he wants to take away the gun that the young master gave, I will kill him. I am telling the truth. Jiang Yifu looked into Malo's eyes. Although he was terrified, he didn't dodge and aim around. If he was lying, his eyes would definitely betray a person's inner activity. It only took 5 seconds to pass, but it seemed like a century had passed in Malo's eyes. Obviously, there was no murderous look in his eyes, but he was so frightened by this professional gangster that his back was wet with cold sweat. It's like facing thousands of troops, like a vicious, poisonous snake waiting for an opportunity behind it. There is no sense of security. Well, I believe you, that guy was originally just a test. You are doing well. You see, there is no such bar now, work hard and you'll get more. I didn't care what happened to you originally. As long as you complete the task I gave you, everything is up to you. Don't worry, I won't treat you as a puppet. There is an old saying that if you want a horse to run, it must be fed first. Jiang Yifu's eyes flickered with an inexplicable sense of danger. Perhaps because he died once, he became more indifferent. Yes, I must listen to Master Eva's words and do it well. I must complete the task of Master Eve. Malice, who hurriedly expressed his loyalty, said loudly, as if he would be killed by the other party a second later. How can I put it? Like a eunuch serving a moody emperor. Liao De on one side knew what to do no matter how dull he was, and immediately completed a 90-degree right angle on his waist, with more respect than the inhabitants of the small island country who had frequent earthquakes and were famous for love action movies all over the world. I must follow the words of Master Eve. My life belongs to Master Eve. Jiang Yifu didn't expect that he would have such a great deterrent power, but he didn't want to delve into it. No matter how black or white a cat is, the one who can catch mice is a good cat. The 3 assault rifles here are the latest AK-47, don't lose them. This kind of gun is very durable. Bullets can also be bought in weapons stores. Remember what I said and follow me honestly. If you do it. If I find out that you are doing little things behind your back. Death is just an extravagant hope. It's not that Jiang Yifu really did some of the top 10 tortures in the Qing dynasty and would eat human flesh or something. It's just pretending who doesn't, it depends on who pretends to be more like it. The result was gratifying, but Jiang Yifu, who had killed chickens, successfully deterred the 2 gang members. Although Liao De is timid, he is more obedient. Malos has a bit of his own opinion, but as long as he stays strong, he will always follow him and be a loyal lackey. Although it is said that the pickpocket Carmenda was killed, but if he died, he would have died. I don't know him anyway. Master Eve, we will do as you say. Is there anything else to order? If not, why don't you have some fun? There are still many good dancers in the area. Master Eve, do you want to try it? Malos winked when he finished speaking, showing a look that a man can understand. Jiang Yifu almost sprayed each other's face with a sip of wine. Who knows if these people are sick? The position under the butt determines the thinking. If I were a homeless person and didn't have such high demands, I might have agreed. But now he is a $1 million millionaire and has such a beautiful girlfriend as teacher Dana. Where can I see such a woman? Don't get out. Starting tonight, swallow the rest of the streets of Wacken. I wish you success with this glass of wine. Liaudra and Marlowe looked at the AK-47 reflecting the cool metallic luster on the table and swallowed excitedly. Most of the current gangs are pistols, there are no light machine guns at all, and the army is not popular. How can they flow out? These 4 weapons are equivalent to nuclear bombs. Facing gang members with wooden sticks, knives, and machetes, it is not too easy to win against them. We also have a toast to Master Eve. Haha, Master, you can do whatever you want, we'll do it. The 2 blacks drank a large glass of beer in one go and burped. During the staggering, Jiang Yifu drank too much and refused the escort of his subordinates. On the way home alone, the cold wind blows through at night, looking at the starry sky. I must live longer, live more wonderfully, come on the world war. With a roar it caused a flutter of chickens. The men and women who are doing night sports are scared to wither. Mad, what a bee, ********** D. Call your head, loud deadman. Who is screaming, don't go, I'll kill you. There were bursts of shouting and scolding, and the beginning of the chant had already left the street full of dirty water with a smirk. It's not going to be peaceful tonight. With strong support, Malos began to gather his men and horses, and while sending people out to spy on the news, he distributed his heart. Guns and ammunition, tonight we will become the fourth largest gang in Brooklyn. There will be no other gangs in the future. Rush with me, kill them, and eat meat and drink in the future. Oh, go, oh, kill them. Negroes were called together, each with a cohesion of the same race. Started a one-sided beating against the small gang near the street. The tightly guarded door was kicked open, and then 3 AK-47s were fired. The bullets smashed the bar and shattered the glass. White flags were raised one by one. In the face of powerful firepower, there are only small knives and small guns, and it is not a battle of life and death, and the wise surrender directly and raise the white flag. The stubborn ones were directly beaten into a sieve by the metal storm composed of bullets. No matter how chaotic the night was behind him, Jiang Yifu walked back to his house step by step. Along the way, I was thinking about how to go in the future, and the most important thing is how to meet Diana, Wonder Woman. The key is how to improve yourself. The poor rely on mutation, the rich rely on technology. What about themselves, poor or rich? Back in the small bungalow villa, the lights on the first floor were still on. It's 11 o'clock in the evening. Although there is a TV in this era, but I don't buy it at home. It's flashy and useless. Whether it is the former Jiang Yifu or Jiang Yifu's sister who has never met, they are not the ones who like to watch TV. They each have their own hobbies, so they didn't buy TV at all. Who is that? Is that Aunt Sarah? Are you still waiting for yourself so late? Thoughts flashed through Jiang Yifu's mind one by one. Pushing open the door, it turned out to be Aunt Sarah. A silk long dress I just bought, the texture is smooth, it is very suitable for pajamas. The tight-fitting effect outlines the perfect curve of Aunt Sarah's plump contours. Her face without makeup is still beautiful, and you can vaguely see that she was also a beauty when she was young. Even in middle age, she still exudes the charm of a mature woman, and it has huge amounts of lethality to Jiang Yifu, who is still in her puberty. Master If, you're back. Ah, you must be exhausted. Are you hungry? Do you need me to make something to eat? Change your shoes first. Seeing Jiang Yifu coming home, Aunt Sarah, who was originally sad, immediately showed a look of joy, and her face became a lot brighter. Take the initiative to bend over and take out the slippers from the shoe cabinet for the little master to put on. Master Eve, let me help you go back to your room to rest. Slow down and stop falling. A wisp of delicate fragrance was sucked into the lungs by roar from the tip of the nose, and the body was filled with the charming fragrance. Jiang Yifu felt his head getting more and more dizzy, and he didn't know how he was put on the bed. Aunt Sarah got up and wet the towel with hot water and wiped her little master's face. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yifu grabbed his little hand and heard the other party's confused voice. Aunt Sarah, thank you for taking care of me. I was accepted to MIT and I'll be going to cadet coverage soon. That's Massachusetts and it's a long way from here. I hope you can accompany me there. Continue to take care of me, okay? The warm maternal breath and the nurse's natural affinity make Jiang Yifu feel very comfortable. As soon as they meet, they feel the warmth of seeing their family. Whenever you are out in a fight with others, you can always remove all the pretense when you come back home and feel relaxed both physically and mentally. Aunt Sarah has a bit of hesitation, and she can still meet her son Steve occasionally here. If you go to Massachusetts, it will be difficult to meet hundreds of kilometers away. But Jiang Yifu's words made it hard for her to refuse, just like a wife couldn't refuse her husband's proposal. Just hesitation for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Okay, I promise you. You go to bed early and you have to go to school tomorrow. Good night. After a night of silence, Jiang Yifu woke up the next day feeling refreshed. Except for a little soreness in his waist, everything else was fine. Thinking of Aunt Sarah's promise to go to Massachusetts to continue taking care of her life as a nanny, she felt a faint excitement in her heart. After all, Aunt Sarah's meals are still delicious. I hummed a little song and took a hot bath. It is comfortable to have a solar water heater, and there is hot water available anytime, anywhere. I don't know what's going on at Malos. If nothing happens, it is estimated that the first gang that mainly sells snacks will be born. Thinking of tattoos all over the body, a fierce face, this guy is clamoring for rice noodles on the street, and this guy feels a bit inconsistent no matter how he looks at it. While packing up the books, I suddenly saw an old photo placed on the table. It was a happy photo of a family of 4. Although it is said that Jiang Yifu is no longer the Jiang Yifu before, but I still feel a little touched when I see this photo. Forget it, no matter what happened in the past, since you're dead, I'll help you find out who killed your parents. It's the last thing I'll do for you. Although there is no clue at the moment, Jiang Yifu believes that sooner or later he will find out something. The Academy of Sciences exploded for no reason. If it was because of the research and development of some important information, why was it okay? Or is it that the other party's purpose was to blow up the Academy of Sciences, and the parents happened to be working in it and were affected? I didn't think about it at first, but the more I thought about it, the more wrong I felt. There must be a conspiracy here. However, Jiang Yifu hasn't delved into it, saying that no matter how much, it's useless and he has no strength. Even if he knows what happened to the murderer, it's not that he can't get revenge. Build up your strength first. Hey, why don't I have the gold finger like the system and martial arts in the novel? Otherwise, it wouldn't be so hard. If there is a so-called gold finger of the system, it is estimated that he would be drinking small wine on the throne of Thanos, listening to small songs, and watching Thanos kneeling on the ground and his 5 tiger generals singing and conquering together. Shaking his head and throwing unrealistic thoughts aside, Yin also has a degree. Daydreaming is fine. Let's eat first. After drinking wine all night, I can almost eat a cow in my stomach. When I came to the kitchen, I saw that Aunt Sarah, who was humming a little song, had brought her favorite sandwiches and fresh milk to the table. Breakfast, little master. The gentle eyes seemed to drip with water when he smiled. Jiang Yifu was a little crazy when he saw it, and he couldn't help thinking, actually, Aunt Sarah is quite good looking. She has a good figure, actually being a wife is good and virtuous. Even if you don't marry yourself, you can't let the other party marry, it's better to keep it eye-catching. A typical little man's psychology, he won't let others get what he can't get. Jiang Yifu, who was a little guilty, hurriedly lowered his head to eat breakfast, while Aunt Sarah held her chin and watched each other eat breakfast, which seemed to be a very interesting thing. I'm full, Auntie, I'm going to school. Jiang Yifu was really a little afraid of the other party's gentle eyes, just like he did a bad thing and turned into a heinous villain. Wait. Suddenly, Aunt Sarah hugged Jiang Yifu directly, letting the other party feel her proud figure. He just held it quietly, knowing that Jiang Yifu, an innocent boy, was blushing before he let go with a smile. Okay, let's go to school. Remember to come back early today. I will cook your favorite meal. Well, good. Seeing Jiang Yifu, the little master, fleeing, Aunt Sarah covered her mouth and laughed. Her beautiful eyes were full of tenderness. She could melt steel. I don't know how I slept last night. Jiang Yifu felt a little sore in his waist. I really envy those readers who have titanium alloy kidneys, with a shelf life of 10,000 years. When I went back to school during the day, I accidentally discovered that the fat man Roka and his follower Sant had come to school, but their faces were blue and purple. Obviously, they were beaten hard. I don't know who made the ruthless attack. This attack is too heavy. But why do you feel so happy? Seeing Jiang Yifu's arrival, both of them shivered a few times, obviously because of something big happened. There is a trace of fear in his eyes. Seeing his friend coming over, Ali enthusiastically made a move. Roar. Hey Eve, what did you do yesterday? No one was there all day. Look at those 2 pig heads, poof. Haha, so funny. I heard that he was beaten by his father, who was an officer. I laughed so hard. I said, Iv, where did you come from? Let his dad teach him a lesson. That pig-headed look, haha, made me laugh. Ouch, no way, I'm about to laugh. During the get out of class, the fat Raka walked over with a little reluctance on his face. Jiang Yifu, I'm sorry, it was my fault before. My dad said, can I invite you to have a meal at night? All the students around the ears looked at this school bully in amazement. Unexpectedly, Roka, who was usually arrogant, would suddenly apologize. The sun is really coming out of the west. When are you so kind? It's incredible. It's all right, I'm not that stingy either. Just tell your dad that I'll forgive you. It's useless to be dealt with so much. Okay, you can go and don't disturb my study. Jiang Yifu said without looking back. There is no need to pay attention to this small role. If even a school student can't deal with it, then he simply doesn't even think about continuing to mix and quickly finds a big tree and a rope to prepare. Let's do it. Oh, okay, I'm leaving. Despite the arrogant attitude of the other party, Fatty Roka did not dare to complain at all. Last night his father beat him so hard. I don't know why, but then his mother told her that now the military is very close to Stark Industries, and the industrial boss Howard just mentioned that his nephew was bullied by a guy at school. The officers who rushed to hold their thighs attacked Catchit one after another. If the officer hadn't spoken at the time, it was estimated that even the officers would not have done it. Knowing that it was the trash son's fault, Catchit went home overnight. Caught Raka is a beating, almost didn't beat him to death. I've seen people who cheat, hurt people, but I've never seen someone like this. Catchit sent a message to ask Roka to invite Jiang Yifu home for dinner to clear up the misunderstanding. If he can't invite him back for dinner, then don't let him come back and die outside. That said, but at least you have to lower your stance and apologize to the other party. The students became more and more curious about what kind of shit luck Jiang Yifu had. First, he was admitted to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, then he beat the bully Roca, and now he actually asked Roca, who had a little background, to apologize to the other party in a low voice. Simply incredible. To put it simply, it is the salted fish turning over, and in a civilized sense, it is the counterattack of hanging silk. As expected of my role model, good boy, that's all right, actually convinced Roca there are 2 strokes. Ayali gave Jiang Yifu a punch. His tone couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. This bully has finally been repaired. Without teacher Dana's class today, Jiang Yifu actually really wanted to see his girlfriend, studying biology books during the day. At present, if you want to become stronger, unless you can get the super soldier serum, then you can quickly become stronger, but it is more difficult. Or make a black technology like a steel battle suit. However, Jiang Yifu found out that this is really a huge amount of black technology. If you want to make it, you must be proficient in physics, mechanical manufacturing, and artificial intelligence, and have enough energy to drive it. If you can't make a boating reactor that battle the suit is just a piece of broken metal, it can't be moved at all. So this option is also pass out. There are not many options left, or go to the legendary magician holy place in the Himalayas and learn from the ancient one. Or find John from the Zatara family, a magical family, to learn magic. Otherwise, the Hydra base who offered a pillow seat was transformed into a winter soldier. Taking refuge in the dark dimension Lord Dormammu, become a vampire, all the plots I know seem to be useless. Jiang Yifu was a little frustrated, so he might as well wait for Wonder Woman to appear and get his hands on it. When he is in danger, he shouts, "Wife, save me." Such a shameless thing, even if Jiang Yifu is a bit of a jerk, he can't do such a shameless thing. When I returned home in the afternoon, I saw a woman in a police uniform sitting in the living room. Her golden and silver hair was tied into a ponytail behind her head. The whole person exudes a capable, heroic atmosphere and a sturdy temperament, which can only be achieved by killing people. When he saw Jiang Yifu coming in, he hugged him and directly held Jiang Yifu's head in his arms with tears in his eyes. "Stinky boy, you still know that you are back. You are still doing experiments without making a sound, humph. Don't you cry when you see my sister. It made me worry to death, so don't do such dangerous things in the future, okay? Kyan, we don't lack, my sister can support you." At the beginning, Jiang Yifu was a little confused. Who is this? Why are you so enthusiastic? I quickly remembered the photo I saw in the morning. Isn't this my sister? However, there is no excitement in my heart, and I have previous memories but do not have the same feelings, so it is difficult to resonate. "Oh, old lady, let me go. Sit by yourself. Why are you back?" Sira just won't let go of Jiang Yifu. As a younger brother, I haven't seen him for more than a month, so I must ask carefully. "Stinky boy, are the wings hard? Call it elder sister." "Don't call it old elder sister. Are you stupid? Let me see if it hurts anywhere." Roar, roar, roar. Roar sucked in big mouthfuls and was almost suffocated to death. He almost became the first reborn person to be suffocated to death, and he would definitely be laughed to death. Cough, cough, roar, roar. Why is the old lady back? Haven't you been very busy? Sira twisted Jiang Yifu's ears all over, looking fierce, but in fact he didn't use much force. "Stinky boy, don't you want to see your sister so much? Your sister and my mission have been completed. This time I will be transferred back to be the patrol captain. I'll be able to keep an eye on you, boy, from now on. Don't try to play tricks on me. No more dangerous experiments. If something happens to you, how can you be worthy of your parents? But they told me to take good care of you." As he spoke, tears fell as if thinking of his deceased parents. The callous jade hand holding the gun for a long time gently stroked Jiang Yifu's head like petting a pet. Jiang Yifu doesn't want to eat this. What a shit elder sister, he doesn't have any feelings. He knocked off the other's palm with one hand and sat to the side in dissatisfaction. "HMPH, no need. I've been accepted by MIT and I'll go to Massachusetts in half a month. You don't need to worry about it, you can just go about your career. I'll have Aunt Sarah to take care of it." Aunt Sarah the nanny came over with 2 cups of tea. As for the family affairs of the 2 siblings, she just wanted to participate but couldn't, so she could only bow her head and do her own thing. And for some unknown reason, she always felt that this newly arrived young master and sister seemed to have a lot of hostility towards her. Perhaps it was a woman's unique sixth sense. "Stinky boy, talking to your sister like that." Sira seemed very angry, clenching her fists. She still wasn't pretty when she was angry, and she looked valiant with the United States police uniform. Seemingly thinking of something, he softened his heart and sat next to Jiang Yifu, patting the other's palm. "Yifu, don't be angry. I know you are angry that my sister hasn't seen you for more than a month. My sister is on a mission. After completing this mission, you can be transferred back to the district to be a patrol officer, and you don't have to go out to collect some. Don't be angry, my sister will accompany you more in the future. Wait, you just said that you were admitted to MIT. My God, how did you become so smart? Let me see, is there any injury? Let my sister see. Sierra was surprised again, it's guilt again. I was pleasantly surprised that my brother was admitted by exception. I felt guilty that my brother didn't come back in time to visit when the explosion occurred. Well, nothing to be surprised about. I'll report when the time comes anyway. If there's nothing to do, I'll go back to my room. That's Aunt Sarah, the nanny I brought back, and my friend's mother. Jiang Yifu didn't want to talk to Sierra very much. The more he talked, the more confused he would become. He couldn't accept family affection for the time being. Sarah bit her red lips lightly, and the joy of seeing her brother was also diluted a lot, and it seemed to be okay. So he turned to look at the radiant nanny, raised his head and said, "Are you Sarah? What's wrong with my brother? Sit down and tell me about him. He seems to have changed a lot." Aunt Sarah sat openly opposite Sierra, without any uneasiness or embarrassment. She didn't steal, she didn't rob, she didn't need to be afraid of the other party at all, although the other party always held a trace of inexplicable hostility. "Yes, my name is Sarah. I am the nanny hired by Master Eve. I am responsible for taking care of Master Eve's daily life. If you have any questions, just ask." Sarah's graceful every move reveals a good tutor, and no one can fault it. But Sarah always felt that the other party was seducing her brother, otherwise her taciturn brother would not be able to hire a nanny. "When did you come to work and who's at home?" "Age, please tell me, ma'am, I'm a policeman, don't try to lie to me." A strong smell of gunpowder spreads in the air. One is a big sister with the attributes of brother control, and the other is a nanny with a skin-to-skin relationship. Neither of them knew the details of each other, but women's unique feeling made them always beware of each other subconsciously, as if something they loved would be snatched away. "My name is Sarah. My husband was a soldier of the 107th Corps who died of mustard gas in World War I, and a son is now working in a friend's shop. Today is 45 years old. I met Master Eve at the parts store 4 days ago. Come to work the next day to be a nanny. That's all, I'm telling the truth." Aunt Sarah would not be afraid of a policewoman, and since she did not do anything illegal, naturally she would not be afraid of the other party. Looking at the nanny's charming blue eyes, ruddy face, and charming temperament, I have to sigh that the other party is really a beauty. But the more beautiful a woman is, the more unbelievable it is. Sarah slapped the table. "What happened to my brother this month? Please tell me, Ms. Sarah." "I don't know, I just heard that Master Eve woke up after being in a coma for a while after the last explosion. I don't know about other things, but I can tell you that Master Eve is in good health." Aunt Sarah said very calmly, not panicking at all because of the other party's interrogation. She has experienced it herself and definitely knows it. Staring at each other for a long time, there is no sign of lying. Sarah was a little frustrated, maybe the other party really didn't lie. He sat down again, took a sip of coffee, and asked casually, "What's the monthly salary for my brother to invite you back?" $200 a month, Aunt Sarah said with a smile, with a hint of playfulness and a gentle smile on the corner of her mouth. "What, 200? Just after taking a sip of coffee, she almost choked on the shocking news, and Sarah jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Impossible, too much, how possible? I only get $100 a month. Impossible, you must have lied to Eve. You bad woman, I knew there was something wrong with you." Looking at Sarah, who was flaunting her teeth and claws, Aunt Sarah remained calm and even had time to drink a cup of hot tea. "I didn't lie, you don't have to believe me, but you can't slander me. If you have any questions, you can ask Master Eve clearly." Seeing the other party's indifferent expression, Sarah felt a little angry. She must be the other party who gave her brother some ecstasy to be like this, and the other party must be plotting something. But she couldn't drive people away directly, she could only feel sullen, and was going to ask her younger brother Jiang Yifu why she asked for a nanny to come back. Open the book on mechanical physics, some of which are brought back from Stark Industries. For the further study of minority shareholders, the Playboy Howard wished that the other party could design more powerful firearms, and naturally he fully supported it. Boom, 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 there was a knock on the door of the room. "Come in." Kachai Sarah had just finished taking a shower and changed into ordinary casual clothes. Seeing that her brother was reading, it seemed different from before. "I was in the lobby just now, so it's inconvenient to ask." Now that the two of them are alone in a room, they can just ask some questions. "I always feel that something is wrong with my brother." "Yifu, do you still remember, sister? Why do you feel that you have changed a lot after the accident?" "You are very different now from before." Jiang Yifu put down the book, smiled, and took a sip of hot tea. "I have to say that this kind of petty bourgeoisie life is quite sentimental. At least it can relieve the stress of the brain that is nervous about studying." It's no different, it's just that you know what you want. People always learn to grow, don't they? Why did you come back for no reason? Aren't you happy in the police station? Maybe you even met a new man friends. Sira felt a burst of anger, and Jiang Yifu's words had a taste of ridicule in it. Jiang Yifu. I said it, I haven't come back for a long time because of the mission. I know you are blaming me, but if you want to be transferred back, you can't transfer the department without enough meritorious contributions. I do this all for you. My parents asked me to take care of you and I will not find a boyfriend. Jiang Yifu was silent for a while. Why do you do this? Sira smiled and touched Jiang Yifu's head. Because you are my brother and I am your sister. Jiang Yifu is not used to this kind of intimacy. As a younger brother, it seems that his generation has become smaller. Can you tell me what your previous job was? Sira seems to like to play tricks on her younger brother very much, posing as a big sister full of 10 brother control. Didn't I tell you I'm going to call my sister? I used to work in the anti-drug team, which is a very dangerous profession. Last time I was on a business trip because I had to follow a big case. After the case was over, I transferred him back. Don't worry, Eve, my sister won't leave you again, but as soon as you get back, you're leaving. After talking, I hugged again. It's really a 10th brother control attribute. Jiang Yifu rolled his eyes helplessly, but I'm going to go to MIT for a while to report. It's a private college and the start date is different from other schools. Aunt Sarah will follow me there. Not to mention, Sira seems to have thought of the other party's high-tech treatment, and with a broken thought in her heart, she grabbed Jiang Yifu's neckline and lifted the other party up. Stinky boy, you are too embarrassed to say it. Why hire a nanny? Why invite a beautiful nanny? Why offer her such a high salary? Did she give you some ecstasy? If wake up, wake up, wake up, my sister's salary is only $100 a month, I can't afford it, you're out of money, you know what, wake up. Shaking while talking, he almost fainted Jiang Yifu. He hurriedly took off the little hand that grabbed the neckline, pushed it to the bedside and gasped heavily. No, roar, roar, you're too excited, cough, cough. Seemingly feeling that she was really overexcited, Sira patted Jiang Yifu's back a little embarrassedly and helped him breathe a sigh of relief. Then tell your sister, why do you do this? Feeling the enthusiasm of the old sister, Jiang Yifu had no choice but to tell this sister who suddenly appeared. I designed a powerful weapon, sold it to Stark Industries, and now I'm a shareholder of Stark Industries, providing technical support. So I'm not short of money, and I didn't get rich just now. Aunt Sarah is a woman who is very good at doing housework, you know, I like reading books and doing experiments, and I don't have time for cleaning and cooking. Sira nodded after listening, but still thought a little bit about the fact that a nanny was paid more than her own, but there is no need to give her such a high salary. Even $50 for a nanny is enough. Rich, don't spend it. You have to give me the money. It's only right for my sister to keep the money for my brother. So that you don't spend it randomly and you are going to get married in the future, what should you do if you don't have money? Where is this so special? Jiang Yifu is not that stupid. He pushed away the 5 green jade fingers that were open in front of him and said, I've grown up, don't worry about it, you can take care of yourself. Aunt Sarah used to be a nurse and knows a lot of medicine. Nursing, the original person is very good, and I also need a reliable person, otherwise my experimental results may be lost. Sira immediately looked at Jiang Yifu with tears in her eyes. Yifu, you've changed. You used to obey your sister. Why are you so unfamiliar with me now? I promised my parents to take good care of you. If don't leave my sister, you are my sister's last relative in the world. Sira, who entered the memory mode, hugged Jiang Yifu. Her mind replayed the picture of her sister and brother playing together 2 hours later, chasing and fighting together. Because the younger brother likes to read books, he is always bullied. When the elder sister naturally stood up for the first time to protect the younger brother, and in order to protect the younger brother, he followed his father's friend to learn fighting skills. In the end, the parents held their hands in the hospital, told them to take good care of their younger brother, and said a shocking news, telling them not to tell Eve. Jiang Yifu is someone who has died once, and he is not afraid of anything. But seeing a woman crying with her arms in her arms makes her feel uncomfortable. In particular, the proud upper body of the top is uncomfortable. The palm patted Sira's shoulder. Okay, let's put it like this. You know, I experienced that explosion and I have no feelings for feelings like this, and I wonder if I am lost. Feelings. Sorry, let me get used to it for a while. Sira immediately looked at her younger brother nervously, wiped away tears, and looked at Jiang Yifu up and down, back and forth, left and right. If Jiang Yifu hadn't stopped him, he would have come for a full body check. Did you say it earlier you're worried about me? No, next time I'll accompany you to do a full body checkup, otherwise I'll really worry about you. If you can't be okay, my sister is worried about you. The warmth between sister and brother makes Jiang Yifu a little unacceptable. No one else can accept this tense brother control attribute. Okay, in order to celebrate your return, let's go shopping, bring Aunt Sarah, and buy some clothes. In order to prevent the other party from crying again, Jiang Yifu had no choice but to make a proposal that women could never refuse shop. Sarah's eyes lit up when she heard the shopping, but she was a little unhappy when she heard that she was going to bring a light bulb. Iver, why did you bring that old woman? Puff, Jiang Yifu almost spit out all the tea. Where are you getting old? People look like they are only in their early 30s. She is obviously the age of a flower, but she actually said that she is old, a woman. Oh, it's just hard to understand. How old are you? She's still very young. She's my friend's mother. Is it okay to say that? Sierra pouted into satisfaction with a cute youthful girl vibe just like One-san. There was no pretense in front of Jiang Yifu. If someone from the Brooklyn precinct saw that Officer Sierra had such a feminine side, they would probably drop their jaws in surprise. Is this still the cold-faced police officer Sierra? It's clearly like a cute girl who is coquettish to a man. It's okay not to, but you have to call my sister in the future or I'll tell her that you said so in front of her. Sierra seemed to have a good idea and threatened fiercely. Okay, whatever you want, sister, you're satisfied. Let's go, I've really convinced you. Jiang Yifu's plan to study hard has been in vain again. Why does he always bother himself to study? I am a good student. Hearing Jiang Yifu's invitation to go shopping, Aunt Sarah's happy face almost burst into laughter, and the mature charm is even more dizzying. After all, I was going out with my little man, so I didn't even bother to clean up the kitchen and hurried into the room to get dressed. Sierra pouted into satisfaction and sighed secretly. Sao Fox, why do you still look so beautiful when you are old? Said she also went into the room to dress up. No woman wants to be compared by others in terms of appearance. Jiang Yifu shrugged helplessly and sat on the sofa waiting for tea. Take advantage of the free time, try to make a walkie-talkie first, and then slowly make it into a call watch. Things that used to be worth a few $100s in the 21st century are now a product of high-tech incompetence. The huge amounts of contrast made Jiang Yifu burst into tears. He really hated it. Why didn't he give himself a gold finger and he was now struggling like a salted fish? Click. Two women appeared at the same time, one big and one small. One was as elegant as a lady, and her face was rosy as if it had been moisturized. Another youthful fashion that exudes healthy energy. All are first-class beauties. New Century Street is the most popular shopping area with many shopping centers. Consumption, food, clothes basically can be found here, and you can find super cheap pants for $10 a dollar across the street. There are many microcosms of capital families here, and a single store is very likely to be a spy base of a certain country. Those who can go shopping here are at least small capitalists who don't worry about food or clothing. How about this dress? Do I look good in it? How about these pants? Do I look good in them? How about this dress? Do I look good in it? All kinds of good looks are almost driving Jiang Yifu crazy. Don't men like to go out and go shopping with women? This is really a crime. If it weren't for the company of two pretty good-looking women and two dinosaur cuties, Jiang Yifu would probably have gone somewhere long ago. Big bags, small bags, big bags, small bags, even the neck is covered with bags. The whole is a human-shaped self-propelled ATM. Every time he checked out, Jiang Yifu took out money from his backpack with tears in his eyes. It was all hard-earned money. And Aunt Sarah, who has always been virtuous, is like a different person when she goes shopping. At the beginning, I didn't like each other with Sister Sierra, but after a few shops they became like sisters. This shopping is really the natural enemy of men. Jiang Yifu sometimes not only thinks viciously, will Superman Joel be like this when he is with his girlfriend Louise, a woman who can melt a body of steel? Two beautiful ladies, I don't know what your names are, my dear Cass, the owner of Cass Foods. Let's get to know each other. Can we have dinner together tonight? Maybe we can get to know each other. A fat man, the middle-aged white man, glanced at Sierra and Sarah with lustful eyes, and Jiang Yifu, who had shopping bags hanging behind him, was ignored. Sarah's graceful demeanor makes it easy for people to think that Jiang Yifu is just a sidekick, and with Sierra's youthful beauty, the two of them are simply attracting bees and butterflies. Seeing his own woman being molested, how could Jiang Yifu bear it? As the saying goes, people don't pretend to be compared and their own comparisons come to pretend to be you. The king of pretend is a dazzling existence everywhere. Hey, fat man, go away, these two are my women. Look at the wretched businessman fat man. Aunt Sarah and Sister Sierra were shy for a while, but they didn't debunk Jiang Yifu's words. After all, this is the time for men to behave. They also enjoy the moment of being protected by a man. In particular, Sierra's eyes were full of relief. That little follower who had been hiding behind her since she was a child has finally grown into a butterfly with wings. You want to die, brat? Dare to snatch a woman from me, humph. The two bodyguards who were about to move behind him were suppressed by the fat businessman, and they seemed to be concerned about the police patrolling around. In this kind of place, the police patrol the strength is very strong, yes. Anyone who wants to make trouble will have to be caught and locked up for 2 days. Don't think about it without paying a little fine. Cut, it's you who is courting death. Cass Foods, isn't it? I remember it well. Shit, wait for it to collapse. Idiot, you dare to provoke the great Stark Industry. I think you are courting death. Stark Industries? Heh, never heard of it. I'm about to make an appointment for these 2 women. Boy, give you a chance and make a price. In case I'm in a bad mood, it's a question of whether I can still be alive at that time. At first, the fat businessman thought that he had stepped on the big family, but after thinking about it, he didn't have the impression that the big family's industry was called Stark. This kid must be fooling himself. Was the great capitalist Cass so easy to fool? Jiang Yifu didn't know, but Sira worked in the police station, but she knew that this guy named Cass was a notorious guy. He used his collusion with the Bala Star gang to drive down the price of food purchases and drive up the price of food sales. A little competition is to let the gang members beat and kill each other, which can be said to be one of the sinful businessmen who climbed up on the bones. Sira said in a low voice, "If don't be brave, this is Cass who has colluded with the Bala Star gang. I showed my police card, he didn't dare to do anything to me, don't worry." Jiang Yifu's brows twitched. He had just dealt with a college bully, Roka, and now he has met social people Cass and Mad. It's really a step-by-step upgrade. Needless to say, I said I would protect you. Humph, it's the Ballastar gang again. I'll kill them sooner or later. Damn fat. You're so disgusting to me, you'll regret what you did today. Haha, don't think it's great to rely on the Ballastar gang, just wait and see. Jiang Yifu spit out a mouthful of phlegm. In front of the other party, he looked at Cass, who had fat heads and fat ears, with disdain. This person will be disabled even if he doesn't die, so let him play with this guy in the last time of his training. You, get on me, break his legs. Cass roared furiously. This stinky boy is so disgusting. I don't even know what kind of person the great Cass is. I'll let you know what cruelty is. The bodyguard behind him reminded, but boss, this is the downtown area and there are police over there, are we sure we want to do it? After that, he pointed to the officers of the branch patrolling nearby. Cass gritted his teeth. His is not so clean, and there is usually no good fruit to eat in public. Why don't you come in secret? Forget it, follow them and find a chance to kill them. If the men are killed, they can be tied up if they don't kill them and the women don't get hurt. That's my thing. HMPH, I'll make this stinky brat die. Sira has a lot of knowledge. Although she is very moved by her younger brother's maintenance, there are still some things that need to be said. Iver, that Cass is the second largest wheat supplier in Brooklyn, and many of his men are in collusion with the Bala Stars. Let me solve this matter. Jiang Yifu waved his hand. No need, if you can't even protect you, then I'll do something big and talk about ideals. By the way, there's a good coffee shop on Bollinger Street ahead, let's take a break. There is no need to worry about Sira. Aunt Sarah is full of confidence in Jiang Yifu, the little husband. The eyes that she saw for the first time were full of reason and a hint of cunning. The boneless little hand held Jiang Yifu's palm and said softly, Master Iv, I believe in you, I'll wait for you at the coffee shop with Sira, be careful. Like traditional women, Aunt Sarah will not interfere with her husband's affairs. She will only do what a woman should do behind her back and keep the family at home. Take care of yourself and wait for the man's return with peace of mind. Sira wanted to say something, but found that the nanny's attitude towards her brother was also a little too intimate, which made her sister a little jealous. Yifu, don't be brave, let my sister come, I will definitely protect you. Putting the things in the cafe, Jiang Yifu turned around and went out already with a plan in mind. Instead of being beaten passively, it is better to take the initiative to attack, and don't be rude when you grow up, but that doesn't mean you don't fight back. If you don't fight back and don't call it wretched, that's a coward. Like Steve, Jiang Yifu has no system, no super ability, no high technology, but he has a heart that will not admit defeat. Aunt Sarah sat gracefully on the chair and watched Jiang Yifu go out with a soft gaze. She didn't bow her head and nod a cup of coffee until the figure disappeared from sight. Sira is very jealous, the younger brother is alone. Sarah, what is your relationship with Eve? Aunt Sarah looked at the young girl in front of her with a funny look, and she smelled the jealousy as someone who had come here. It doesn't matter, it's just a relationship of mutual trust. She seemed to think of Jiang Yifu without blinking her eyes. $1,000 to myself, this is a huge sum of money, enough to live a good life for 2 or 3 years. For this trust she will follow her heartily. After Jiang Yifu left the coffee shop, he turned left and right to the old sailor's bar. He told Liao to roar and went directly to the small box on the second floor. He waved his hand so that Marlowe's didn't need to fight Roar and said in a winter-like tone, "Do you know anything about Cass Foods, and how much you know, tell me." Marlowe's doesn't know what his master wants to do, but he smells the smell of money very keenly. Every time this young master appears, he will surprise people and bring wealth. The products of Cass are all sold by Ballastar. The store employs a lot of thugs and often sells some leftovers or wheat with added sand. The most hateful thing is to ask people for help without paying wages. Once someone asks for wages, they are beaten. But the company is quite large and has several shareholders. Cass is a big head, often pointing fingers. Jiang Yifu seemed to have grasped the point. Isn't Cass a good relationship with those shareholders? Are there other companies that can eat them up when Cass is in trouble? This question is very level. Marlowe's can only pat his big bald head and smile awkwardly. Other companies are not very clear, but it is true that Cass has a bad relationship with his shareholders. There are rumors that the family members of the shareholders went to their own stores and were molested, and the shareholders went to someone to ask for an explanation, but they were taught a lesson by Cass. Jiang Yifu touched his chin. The news is quite good, he can take advantage of it. Very well, Marlowe's, there's a big deal coming up. Bring a few people, take the AK-47 by the way, find some black sacks, dig 2 holes for the eyes to see, let's do it matter. Hearing Jiang Yifu's words, Marlowe's didn't even ask any questions, he just turned around and ordered. Immediately the gang was jumping for a while and you could see a vulgar quality, but the members were all laughing and joking and didn't mind, thinking it was a unique way of communication. "Hey, Cass, how dare you hit my woman's attention? Hey, I've killed a lot of brain cells so let you bled. Don't provoke me again next time." Jiang Yifu felt that it had been assembled. The cold gun body of the AK-47 seems to have fallen into a thinking mode, thinking about every step of the action and the possible consequences, as well as the corresponding countermeasures. Do not seek victory before defeat. In the alley of Wacken Street, Jiang Yifu was leaning against the wall whistling. It didn't take long for 2 strong white men in black clothes to come in. They had strong muscles. At first glance, they knew that they were people who had practiced. Their arms were thicker than the thighs of ordinary people. 100 pounds of power. The first time they saw the target, the 2 looked at each other, and one held a gun to block the target's actions while acting as a deterrent. Another burly man started with a casserole-sized fist ready to knock the target unconscious. Jiang Yifu looked at him stupidly, as if he was frightened, and didn't seem to resist at all. Originally, I was a little worried that there would be an ambush when I saw the other parties pretending to be whistling against the wall. But now the other party is so stupid, I guess he thinks too much. Bang, da-da-da. Several black people stretched out half of their bodies from the wall, screamed and pulled the trigger. The cold AK-47 assault rifle shot out the flames, and a bullet shot out of the barrel. Huge amounts of metal barrage directly stunned the gun. Hands were smashed to pieces. The strong man who attacked Jiang Yifu in the front was a little better, and was directly pierced through his legs by a continuous burst of shots. Jiang Yifu took out the glove hidden on the side, the switch was activated, and the high-voltage electric current in the palm of the hand directly rested on the strong man's shoulder. The powerful electric current spreads directly throughout the body, crackling. Ah! The strong white man screamed, and there was a faint smell of burning on his body. On the surface, there is not much damage, but in fact, the internal organs have received great damage, and this internal injury is more serious than the external injury. Invisible damage is always much more serious than what is seen. With a strange cry, the black people jumped off the wall directly, captured the 2 men who didn't know what to do with their lives, and tied them up with 5 flowers. The red-hot cigarette butts were directly scalded on the wound. This is the most direct way to stop bleeding on the battlefield. Ah, the white bodyguard screamed again. Black people are excited to give each other a few punches. Speak, where is Cass? If you don't want to die, say it, or I will treat you like a good person. Do you want to try the feeling of being slowly drowned? Jiang Yifu put the assault rifle on the head of the bodyguard whose arm was smashed into a sieve, and his expression was fierce, like a demon who came out of hell. Don't kill me, I said. Cass is waiting in the warehouse next door. That's the company's warehouse. The white bodyguards fought each other with trembling teeth. I don't know if it was because of fear or because of violence caused by pain. Jiang Yifu thought for a while. Take off their clothes, put them on, let's go to the warehouse, do a big job and give you bonuses at that time. Oh, Gan made it. Gio. Several people took off the clothes of the 2 guys. Some of them were rotten, but they were barely able to wear them. A few minutes later, the two bodyguards pressed their heads down and pressed Jiang Yifu, with pistols in their hands, and walked towards the warehouse as if they were being escorted. Nearby workers hurried to hide after seeing it. That vampire boss Cass would often arrest people, and he always ruined other people's homes. Don't worry about it when you shouldn't, and honestly work to make money. The person who pretends to be a hero is already dead. The door to the warehouse opened, and Cass was flirting with a woman. Seeing Jiang Yifu being escorted in, the fat on his face trembled with laughter. Hey, stinky boy, aren't you very good? Do you know how the dead word is written now? Don't worry, I will enjoy your two women well in front of you, haha, and then sell them to Africa. While the fat businessman Cass was still laughing wildly, a fist hit him directly in the face. The sudden attack and the huge amounts of force directly broke one of his teeth. Wow, a mouthful of bloody saliva spurted out with a broken tooth in between. You two wastes, don't hurry up and kill him. Cass pointed at Jiang Yifu angrily, never expected that the other party would dare to do it. I was already secretly swearing that I would chop off this guy's hand. Too hateful, dare to beat the great big capitalist Cass. Another blonde secretary screamed in fright, but he was knocked unconscious before he had time to turn around and run away. The two bodyguards put down the scarves that covered their faces, revealing their heads with hoods like terrorists. If they hadn't blocked their mouths, they could still see a white tooth grinning at Cass. Bang! Jiang Yifu directly took out a gun and opened a hole in Cass's leg. He stepped on the face of the moaning fat man and said in a feigned manner, HMPH, how dare you provoke our honorable Germans? Today we Hydra will let you know, a little businessman provokes our end. Instead of exposing himself, he threw the blame on the Third Reich and the notorious Hydra organization. And Hydra is an outsider's statement. The real members of the organization will only say that they are members of the Hydra organization. Kill me. You be ****D or I'll make you die. It hurts me. The fat businessman Cass looked like a vampire with blood all over his mouth. Hee damn fat man, do you think you'll be freed by death? You still want to snatch a woman from me, humph. I don't know whether to live or die, don't worry, I'll show you how you've slowly become a worthless waste. Jiang Yifu punched and kicked the opponent again in disgust, and stopped when the fat man fell to the ground without even the sound of humming pigs. Marlowe's. I'm here, young master, what's your order? The masked man in the lead stood up, holding the terrorist's favorite AK-47 in his hand. Tie up this dead fat man. Besides, the two bodyguards destroyed him and this fat man was also destroyed. Well, the limbs were broken and yes. The third leg is also broken. Give him a few shots. Zhang Zhao wrote an extortion letter and said the asking price was $500,000 and if you didn't give it, the ticket would be torn up. Be careful not to expose yourself, let the messenger be smart. Send a letter to his family and the company's shareholders. Jiang Yifu seemed to show an inexplicable smile. While watching Malos, who had been excited all the time, suddenly shuddered. This young master is too scary. He usually pretends to be harmless to humans and animals. A wolf in human skin, a bee ****D disguised as a nice guy, just a little curious and asked, Master, what is the third leg? What is tearing a ticket? Jiang Yifu kicked the fat man's body with his foot. This is it, it's not easy to tear up the ticket, just don't give money, and if you don't give enough money, you will kill the hostage. I don't understand how simple it is. By the way, don't worry about the police station. Humph, oh yes, it made them miserable when taking pictures. Ignoring the younger brothers who started kidnapping activities for the first time, Jiang Yifu left the warehouse and took a deep breath of air. It's good to be alive. Isn't it? If you don't do it yourself, it is estimated that your end will be even worse. I have to say that the United States is really a mess in this era. Hey, but it's fun. After cleaning up the fat businessman, Jiang Yifu walked back to the cafe to meet the two women. It was only an hour and a half before and after. Let's go home, things are done. Yifu, are you all right? Sira looked at her brother worriedly, not knowing what it cost to get it done, for fear that her brother would suffer. A full sister control will not allow others to bully his younger brother. His younger brother can only be bullied by himself. En la, it's all right. I've got it done. As for how to get it done, maybe you'll know when you go to work. Jiang Yifu blinked mysteriously, picked up a large and small shopping bag and set foot on the roadway home. Stinky boy. My sister and I have to pretend to be mysterious too, it's going too far. Sira waved her small fist in dissatisfaction. Aunt Sarah covered her mouth and said with a smile, Okay, let's go home, Sira, trust Master Eve. He said that if he is sure, he must be sure. He is not a stubborn man. The three set off on their way home. In the warehouse, Marlowe's was excitedly holding the camera and said, Hey you guys, put blood on his face and make it a little bit miserable. Hey B asterisk 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 D, who told you to paint it all over? Who will recognize this Sabai? You fat man, look over here. Don't look at it, cut him. Liao De next to him smiled and punched Cass in the stomach. The two slapped back and forth. At one point he made a sound like papapa, which made people think of it. Don't fight, stop fighting, I'll shoot, I'll shoot. Cass hated these N asterisk asterisk G asterisk S to death, and he dared to beat the great capitalist. When he escapes, he must find someone to sink these N asterisk asterisk G asterisk S to the bottom. Atlantic go, click click bang. The old-fashioned camera blinded fat Cass' dog eyes under the strong light and was forced to pose and move in various poses, as well as the cooperation of two bodyguards hugging each other. Extremely annoyed. Haha, very good with these photos, we are also rich. Hydra hail. Marrows remembered Jiang Yifu's explanation, shouted a loud slogan, and threw this black pot to Hydra anyway. The other party's reputation, it's stinky enough, don't care about this black pot. Hydra hail. Several black people also shouted strangely. After returning home, Jiang Yifu went straight into the laboratory to modify the equipment. Sira changed into a tight-fitting sports suit to show off her proud figure and was punching boxing in the room. The two siblings have different hobbies, so there is no such luxury as a TV in the living room. Aunt Sarah, on the other hand, started washing dishes and cooking very virtuously, doing things like a good wife and good mother in the Little Women's family, and always had a gentle smile on the corner of her mouth. A glove covered with wires and small parts is placed on the table. This is the self-defense glove that Jiang Yifu lives on. It just has a simple electric shock and internet addiction function. Oh no, I'm wrong, it is a self-defense function and a simple launch function, but the small packet of lime powder is ejected through the palm. Colleagues who block the enemy's sight should cover their actions escape as much as possible. Put all the previously purchased parts on the floor and select them one by one. Resistors, don't, copper wires, diodes, overload switches, tungsten wires. While choosing, I thought about it and scratched my head from time to time. The materials are a bit rudimentary, and I really need to go to Howard's laboratory to steal it when I have time. Point parts, oh no, take point parts. Thanks to teacher Dana's beauty, Jiang Yifu is very interested in chemistry. The principle of chemistry and the electronics of physics can create an epoch-making hydrogen battery. This is a compact battery made with ammonium nitrate, carbon powder, copper wire, tungsten wire, and amine oxide in complex proportions. This battery can store a voltage of 110 volts and an electric current of 5,000 mAh. For a power bank with tens of thousands of mAh in the 21st century, this battery is simply not worthy of carrying shoes. But in 1938, this invention can be said to be an epoch-making invention. Take it out, and you can come back with the Nobel Prize for Invention in minutes. Jiang Yifu is also very distressed that he can't create a black technology. He also wants to make Iron Man's steel battle suit and fly to Europe to kill all over the world and pretend to be a girl. But this is impossible. Without the foundation of artificial intelligence, it is a living target when it is passed on. There is no Boating reactor, and it depends on voltage. Flying to 100 meters in minutes can turn people into scallion pancakes without enough electricity. Still a very solid one. If you can't create high technology, you can use some small technology. Shock gear like the Black Widow would be nice. Speaking of Widow Sister, Jiang Yifu thought about it for a while before he started to work hard, start fighting for the future wives and concubines, children and grandchildren. Parts are consumed one by one, and from time to time failed junk items are thrown aside. A small flat iron block is made, and there is a black sliding button on the side. Master Eve, you're done eating. Aunt Sarah's gentle voice came from outside the laboratory. Jiang Yifu put down his goggles, took off his insulating gloves, and shook his head at the unfinished, semi-finished products under his hands. It was very difficult. It's really tough. Turning around and leaving the laboratory, there is a backpack-style iron block on the experimental table, with a lot of iron wires glued to it, and an iron box with only a small seal in the middle. It looks like, right, kind of like a grinder on a farm. Brother, don't think about doing experiments all the time. You've had enough now. It's dangerous to do experiments at home. Big sister doesn't want you to have an accident again. Promise, big sister, don't do stupid things, okay? He touched Jiang Yifu's head and said softly, as gentle as a big sister next door. Jiang Yifu dodged the old sister's stingy hands, sat aside and said, all right, I have my own way. By the way, if you go to work tomorrow, don't meddle in Cass's affairs, it's very dangerous. It's okay not to say it. As soon as she said it, Sira's curiosity was aroused, and she hurriedly asked, by the way, how did you deal with it? Tell my sister quickly, or if your sister I will fall into it. It's you who did it. Good Eve, come on, be good, tell my sister will give you candy. Even the virtuous Aunt Sarah raised her ears, wanting to hear how her little husband protects him. Jiang Yifu looked at his old sister, who was completely controlled by 10 brothers, dumbfounded. He really didn't know how he survived before. It's nothing, I checked. Although Cass colluded with the Ballastar gang, it was just business, and he was at odds with the shareholders. I had someone arrest him and sent a threatening letter to him, company. At that time, shareholders who have grudges against him will definitely take the opportunity to eat up his shares and properties. Wait until he is penniless, and then let him go, then there will be no trouble. Brother, wouldn't this be too cruel? Sierra didn't feel sorry for the disgusting fat businessman, but just worried that her cute brother would take the opportunity to become bad. Cruel? No, he wants to snatch you away from me. There is a saying that he hates his wife. He is going to rob my wife. I will definitely slap him hard. Lesson learned, this is already very light, I will not lose you. Jiang Yifu is very wise to take advantage of his words. To say that he is not interested in Aunt Sarah is false, and he is a little suspicious of what happened before. I'm going to die, I'm your sister, humph. Sierra pinched Jiang Yifu's ear shyly and said fiercely, but her hands were useless, her face was flushed, and her heart was beating wildly. Stupid brother, you don't know that we are not siblings at all. If you knew, would you still say that? This secret is only known to Sierra, as well as the husband and wife of Uncle Brad next door. Sierra was adopted by Jiang Wanchen and his wife, who were over 40 years old after an hour. The two couples who had been infertile since then finally gave birth to a boy, Jiang Yifu. After the explosion at the Academy of Sciences was injured, and when she rushed to the hospital to see her parents for the last time. Sierra heard her mother say in a weak voice, Sierra, my mother only wishes you two brothers and sisters a safe life. If possible, please take good care of your brother. I'm afraid that your brother's character will be bullied in the future and can't find girlfriend. You are not related by blood, he died before he finished speaking. If he hadn't worked as an English teacher for other international students in the Academy of Sciences, he wouldn't have been affected by the bombing. It's just this secret that Jiang Yifu doesn't know. If you know, with his big pervert character, maybe when he sleeps tonight, he will laugh smugly pigs in the bed. Oh, it hurts, let it go. Jiang Yifu could only make a pitiful appearance, hoping that this 10-year-old brother-in-law won't bother him anymore. It's really annoying. Neither beating nor scolding, it is a natural nemesis. Seeing Jiang Yifu's begging expression, Sierra, who was a big sister's vanity, let go of Jiang Yifu. He happily bowed his head and ate dinner, laughing all the time, not knowing what he was laughing at. Aunt Sarah is very happy but a little sad. It seems that Master Iv does not know about her affairs with Master Iv. After dinner, it's time to exercise. He continued to work hard again, and in the experiment, Cubai was creating various self-defense weapons. If you want to get the first life reversal, the best thing is to approach Howard and participate in the Federation's Super Soldier program. It is best to get Super Serum so that you can become the first step to turning over the salted fish. Unconsciously busy until 12 o'clock in the evening and stretched out, Jiang Yifu stopped his thoughts of continuing to cultivate immortals all night in time. And went back to the room to relax. The smell of pine oil welding was all over his body. There is also a stench of copper and iron in it which can almost faint the mice. As soon as I came out, I saw Aunt Sarah came in with a bottle of wine. Master Eve, I heard that drinking some wine before going to bed at night will help you sleep. Here I wish you an early graduation and become a great scientist. Jiang Yifu didn't have any doubts, he just raised his glass and drank it. He wouldn't believe that Aunt Sarah would harm him. Thank you, I will definitely do it. Auntie will always take care of me. Without you, I don't know what this house would be like. The sun rises, it's a new day, a beautiful day. If the work plan of each day is made in the morning, then the work efficiency of the day will be improved a lot. In this world full of superheroes and supervillains, there are too many superheroes and supervillains to count. If you want to live well, you will definitely need a certain amount of capital. First of all, you must improve your own strength. So what if you don't have a plug-in? It's very simple, use your own wisdom. With such a genius brain, it definitely can't be wasted. First of all, make money. It is absolutely impossible to have no money. Although the golden Franklin banknotes are not omnipotent, they are indispensable in life and scientific research. If you have money, you can buy good materials and make powerful weapons to protect yourself and your family. The first thing to do every day is definitely to eat breakfast. If you don't eat breakfast, it will not work. You have to eat and you have to eat well. If you have money, it is not too much to eat well. If you don't have money, 2 simple buns are also fine. Don't you have the strength to work and do experiments when you're full? Today's breakfast is very rich, full of high-protein food and a glass of fresh milk. Burger has always been Jiang Yifu's favorite food. Not only is it relatively simple to eat, but it is also very delicious. Definitely, it would be even better if you can eat the 8 major cuisines, but unfortunately there is not. Aunt Sarah doesn't know how to do it either, but just do as the locals do, eat whatever you have. Master Eve, today is a new day, I wish you a good mood. Aunt Sarah brought a cup of hot coffee. Knowing that her employer likes coffee, she specially put 2 pieces of brown sugar so that the coffee will not be bitter. It will be sweeter and has a refreshing effect. Women are always very careful, especially when they want to be nice to a man, they will be meticulous. And Aunt Sarah is always very caring and a person with a very noble character. Jiang Yifu buried himself in destroying delicious food, mainly because Aunt Sarah's cooking skills were too good to be delicious. It's definitely a 5-star chef's cooking, simple and delicious. People who don't know how to cook always think that other people's cooking is better. There is no skill in this world that can't be learned. If you can't learn it, there is only one lazy word. There is also a famous saying in the East, diligence can make up for one's clumsiness. Well, Jiang Yifu will not admit that he is lazy. Because when cooking, you need to buy ingredients first, then wash them and then start the official cooking. The food is enjoyed, but the key question is here. At this time after eating, it is time to start cleaning the dishes. Cleaning is the most troublesome thing, so you can't throw away the tableware in such a luxurious way. Such wasteful behavior is not acceptable. Diligence and thrift are a virtue. After breakfast, I said a word to Aunt Sarah Roar and went out. For some reason, Aunt Sarah is always warm and conscientious, always making people feel like returning to a warm family. It feels so good, sometimes I get infected unknowingly and treat her as my family. My neighbor and friend Oli also just went out and went to school together. Having said that, going to school at this time is purely to use the classroom time to learn more knowledge and to prepare for university. University is a holy place that people yearn for very much. If you don't go to college and lose 4 years of your college career, you'll miss a lot of things. University is not only a place to learn, but also a place to grow up. You can learn a lot of knowledge that cannot be learned in high school. It is also a small social environment where you can learn how to deal with interpersonal relationships and learn how to deal with others. Communication is still a kind of knowledge, and it depends entirely on whether or not you can speak. People who can't speak will always find it difficult to have a good relationship with others. When you are away from home, you need a lot of help from friends. Unless the strength has reached that kind of very good pen, and the good pen has reached the level of not needing friends, then, well, that kind of life is already another realm. Because he got an admission invitation from MIT, Jiang Yifu is now envied by many classmates. Some people are usually quiet and their academic performance is not the top, but I can't stand the intelligence of the other party. Gold always shines. Jiang Yifu is a golden brick buried in the sand. Isn't this the time to shine? Yifu, you are really lucky, hee, look at their envious eyes. If you develop in the future, remember to take care of your old friends. My friend Ali also said happily, friends, if you can achieve something, naturally you will. Happy for each other. Haha, it's easy to talk about it, we are friends. The good friends who have been playing together since childhood will definitely take care of you. Don't worry, you are not bad, let's work together. Jiang Yifu said boldly, he is not stingy. If you have a friend, you have one more way out. Friends are sometimes very important. If you don't know what MIT stands for before, then after going back to popular science, you will be surprised to find that the most inferior toilet cleaners come out of this college. And the monthly salary is $500 a month. You know that's the cleaner who washes the toilet. $500 a month. The tiring work outside is not as good as the cleaners who graduated from MIT. Hey Ali, have you thought about doing something in the future? Jiang Yifu asked curiously. Me, I just want to find a good job, at least I won't starve to death. Haha, but it seems that my father has already arranged it and it's good that someone arranges it. But you be free, you can do whatever you want. Ali said with a smile. He was still very sincere about his own hair. Excited, Ali ignored the girl's approach and happily took out the paper and looked at it. Every time he bought something, he would write down where to buy it, what type and how much. The most intimate thing is that there is a summary of the amount at the end. Well, 35.63 8 yuan, 810 yuan, and the final sum is $699.09. Ali hurriedly took out a stack of money given by Jiang Yifu. 1, 2, 3, 4, just 7. That's $700. And buy something for $199.09. The rest of the hard work is yours. Doesn't that mean that your hard work is a penny? Thinking of this, Oli couldn't help roaring with grief and anger. Jiang Yifu, you big B asterisk 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 D. The excited roar made Jiang Yifu, who had just left the teaching building, shrink his head in fright. Hey friends, Pit Pit is healthier. Stepping into the teacher's office, unfortunately, there are other teachers in the office. However, there are many students who come to the office. Some come to be punished, some come to get homework, and some come to make connections. Teacher Dana blushed a little when she saw her little boyfriend coming over, but she was very happy. It is a good thing for women to see the man she loves, especially when Jiang Yifu was facing the muzzle of the robber, not afraid of danger and standing in front of her. It is acceptable for such a man to be younger than himself. Besides, both of them have done the most intimate thing. Teacher, I have something to ask you, can I talk outside? Jiang Yifu sent a date invitation to his chemistry teacher with a serious face. Just by looking at the serious expression, he would never have thought that this sane guy would actually call your own teacher is soaked. Okay, teacher Dana obviously didn't want to expose their romance at school. Going out to the corridor, there are not so many people here, and occasionally only scattered students pass by. After all, the teacher's office is definitely the place where students don't want to come. There is no one. Teacher Dana had a happy smile on her face. What's the matter? Is there something wrong? Mr. Dana, is there a class this afternoon? I want you to do something with me. Jiang Yifu said with a wicked smile. His expression seemed to imply something crazy. When Mr. Dana saw it, she angrily poked her little boyfriend's head with her green jade finger. You be asterisk 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 D, what are you thinking? Be serious. HMPH, if I do this, I will ignore you. The cute appearance of the little woman is like melting icebergs, and she is indescribably beautiful. Fortunately, no one around sees it. Otherwise, she will definitely be shocked by teacher Dana's beauty and hit her head on the pillar. Jiang Yifu grabbed teacher Dana's little hand with a smirk. Wife, where do you want to go? I'm going to buy a car and I want you to accompany me. Well, don't you want to accompany me? Seeing her little boyfriend's wicked smile, Mr. Dana felt as if she was really thinking crookedly, thinking that her little boyfriend was eating the essence. Disgusting, you are bullying me on purpose. Turning around a little shyly and ignoring the other party, since becoming the other party's girlfriend, it seems that the iceberg's face is gradually melting. Every time I think of the moment when Jiang Yifu stepped forward, my heart is filled with happiness. Wife, don't be angry, let's go. How about we go buy a car and go shopping with you? Jiang Yifu knew that women wanted men to coax him at this time, so he hurriedly coaxed teacher Dana for the sake of a happy life in the future. Why don't I have a tiger body, a shocking beauty, crying and shouting and throwing my arms in my arms? Okay dear, you wait a minute, I'll clean it up. Teacher Dana is naturally very happy, and the little boyfriend went to buy a car and called him. Naturally, he really loves himself. Buying a car is not cheap in this day and age, at least $10,000 to $20,000, and you can already buy a smaller house. How did the money come from? Changed out of thin air. Hey, that's impossible. First, there is no system, and second, there is no plug-in. How can you say that you can make money when you change it? But the money can't be changed, but it can be robbed. What? Do not, it's called relief. Well, that's right, relief. After an in-depth exchange and discussion with Cass, a major shareholder of a large food company yesterday, the two parties had a multi-party negotiation and exchange on Jiang Yifu's economic difficulties and too few girlfriends, and implemented the relevant issues. Policy. To put it simply, I took a little money from Cass, a big fat sheep, who told this old B asterisk 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 D to want to rob his woman. In order to avoid retaliation, Jiang Yifu decided to slowly disintegrate the other party's shares in the company, and after the other shareholders took him to a certain extent, asked for the greatest benefit, and then let him go back do dog bite dog. Get the cheapest price yourself. Typical asterisk asterisk whole style. With this money, Jiang Yifu's waist is much straighter when he walks. If he hadn't paid attention to his image, he would probably have walked out of the space where he didn't recognize his 6 relatives to show off his dance moves. It didn't take long for teacher Dana to come out. The two walked out of the school, holding each other's hands in a heart-to-heart, interlocking fingers, clenching each other hard, warm palms facing palms, further pulling the distance between each other's hearts. Take a taxi to the Bronx district of New York City, where there are currently the largest auto dealers and stores, Mercedes-Benz, GM, and Cadillac. Limited by the development of technology, the style and performance will not be very good. There are often problems such as misfire and serious wear and tear of parts. But in 1938, it has been a good means of transportation. Even ordinary families can't afford it, and it has not yet reached the era of the general public. Therefore, having a car is really very face-saving. It is very pretentious in terms of vulgarity and has status and capital in terms of elegance. I brought Mr. Dana to the car shop. There were many vehicles displayed in the hall. Most of them were similar in style, with little difference in style. The boxy brick shape was not designed under the principle of aerodynamics. Streamline, the air resistance is very large and the speed is not destined to be very fast. The greeter at the door was very knowledgeable and greeted him. "Dear sir and madam, do you want to buy a car? Let me introduce you to it." The sweet shopping guide was wearing a hot miniskirt. It seems that in the United States, women wear they are all open and definitely a delight to watch. It's definitely a marketing strategy. After all, if you can go to the Yancheng, many people are so excited by the beautiful boy and beautiful girl, and then donate their savings in their wallets. Just the same reason. Hearing the words of the shopping guide, Mrs. Dana laughed even more happily, her eyes almost narrowed with laughter, her expression was extremely happy, and her little hand grabbed the palm of her little boyfriend even harder. "Okay, please take it." Jiang Yifu naturally didn't mind. In fact, he's done some really bad things. "In the past, I went to a mobile phone store to buy a mobile phone, and when I entered the door, I asked if there was any XX mobile phone. As soon as the shopping guide heard it, he knew that this person was here to buy a mobile phone, not just to look at it casually. The commission for selling a mobile phone was very good. Introduce enthusiastically. As a result, Jiang Yifu said, "Well, that's good, but I don't want a male shopping guide, so I will replace a female shopping guide." The male shopping guide was directly replaced by an extremely idiotic reason, and a single promotion was so missed, which made the male shopping guide look in the eyes. Incomparably melancholy, angry, and helpless. After all, he is a customer. If he dares to do it, he will be beaten to death by the eyeing boss before he can beat Jiang Yifu. Such a B*******D. It's a GM car, a Buick one, with a steel body, leather sofas, good handling. It can go as fast as 50 miles an hour and it can last 4 hours. It costs $14,500. The shopping guide blinked and seemed to be observing the expressions of the two. If it was too expensive, there was no need to be so enthusiastic. Jiang Yifu doesn't have the heart to flirt with the hot shopping guide lady. Although he can play on the scene, his special wife is right next to him. At least he has to hide it. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Okay, let me introduce the best-looking and most expensive car. Wife, I'll give you one today, so it will be more convenient to go anywhere in the future. Teacher Dana covered her mouth. Even a woman who doesn't worship money can't stand such a generous gift. Giving away something of $10,000 or $20,000 at once is like giving away a house in the 21st century. Excited and moved in my heart, I calmed down the proud figure that was rising and falling, shook his head and said, "No, if this is too expensive and I can't use it, don't need to spend so much money, really, keep the money." The shopping guide lady on one side shone brightly. This is a big customer. He couldn't help licking his lips. A large amount of commission was flying towards him. His eyes were full of ambiguous eyes when he looked at Jiang Yifu. This little guy also likes women who are older than him. Hee, I have a chance too. Jiang Yifu patted his backpack. "Don't worry, it's all right. During the holidays, it's more convenient to have a car when you go home. I'll teach you to drive these days. It's very simple, haha, you don't need to care about money. You make money for spending. If you don't spend money, making money is meaningless. If you want to learn to make money, you must first learn to spend money. Buy whichever one you like. A proud and generous man always attracts the attention of most women. After all, money is far more important than love. Haven't you seen a lot of homeless people begging in the next block? If you don't have money, you can't even get enough to eat. The ghosts are with you. Talk about love." Teacher Dana no longer persuaded her little boyfriend, but gave him a kiss generously and happily watched the selection of cars. Hee, Jiang Yifu laughed happily. "This kind of pretending is so cool, no wonder everyone likes pretending. Pretend makes me happy." The car showroom is full of 300 or 400 square meters and there are 7 or 8 cars. There are no more. The styles are all the same and the color is uniform black. The color that can be dyed is only yellow and there are no other colors. Jiang Yifu's selection was quick, just a cursory look at the interior and the performance of the car. After all, the gap between the times, it is impossible to buy a sports car unless you transform it yourself. That's right, Jiang Yifu's idea was to transform himself. There is no way, there is no system and no plugins, and you can only do everything yourself. It seems that we need to speed up the learning process, thoroughly understand mechanics and artificial intelligence, and make the robotic arm that Iron Man Tony's home as soon as possible, which will save a lot of worry and greatly facilitate the work progress. The most important thing is the artificial intelligence official. Artificial intelligence like JARVIS, Friday is the best. Definitely what needs to be done now is very simple, and that is to stop ion. Concentrate on what's in front of you, boy. In fact, the various styles are similar. For one look, Mr. Dana chose the same vehicle as Jiang Yifu for a long time. When the shopping guide saw the two big local tyrants, her eyes were about to glow green. If it wasn't for the hostess, she would have rushed up to give Jiang Yifu 2 sweet kisses. 2 orders can be at least $1,000 in commission. This is still a conservative estimate. When making payment, Jiang Yifu reluctantly threw the money out of the backpack in bundles. This primitive method is really helpless. If you want to swipe a card or something, at least you will have to wait until the end of the World War to make the first one. Computer, and then the network developed. This era can only be used for cash transactions, such as large-scale arms transactions using checks. Swipe? Impossible. It's possible to swipe your card. Thanks to the 38 years of economic depression, whether it is to sign up or pick up the car, it only takes about 3 hours. After all, no one buys a car. Just serving one customer, the efficiency must be flying. Jiang Yifu asked someone to drive the car to the school, while he went to the countryside with Mr. Dana to practice driving skills. Originally, Jiang Yifu was not an old driver. He hadn't touched the steering wheel for N years and his driver's license was dusty. But all cars are the same, just drive slowly. Originally, I was worried about the driving skills of the female driver, but I didn't expect that teacher Dana's ability was beyond the table. I just explained it once and I did a demonstration myself. After 20 minutes, I ignited, shifted gear, and stepped on the clutch in one go, which is comparable to an old driver. Seeing Jiang Yifu was stunned. Your wife is an old driver. It's a little weird to think about. It's very good, this feels good. Husband, thank you. Teacher Dana parked the car on the side of the road and looked at her little boyfriend affectionately. At this moment, she really put all her thoughts on Jiang Yifu. A man who is willing to spend his own money must love himself. Haha, it's so nice, please call me again. Don't worry, wife, I'll come back and marry you when I get my doctorate. Jiang Yifu made up his mind that he must conquer biology and chemistry, and only super soldier serum research is thorough, so that the women around you can also retain their youth. He didn't want to be like Team Rice. He woke up 70 years later and was still young while his lover had grown old. The wind is blowing, the car is shaking, and the road is firm. After sending teacher Dana back to the classroom apartment, Jiang Yifu's waist was about to break, and he still couldn't work hard. Driving home slowly, another car was naturally parked at the school for my wife. Passing through the streets of Wakin, I accidentally saw 2 *** people pushing a simple small dining cart with a gas stove hanging below and a frying pan on the top, surrounded by food raw materials such as noodles and vegetables. The master skillfully put the oil, dropped some garlic rice in the oil pan, skillfully stirred it a few times, and then threw the noodles into the oil pan and fry again. Sprinkle soy sauce, salt, and other seasonings, and in less than 3 minutes a fragrant fried noodle is out of the oven. I packed the fried noodles and handed it to the black man in front of me. I didn't expect the black man to turn around and run without paying. I actually want to eat Bawang meal. It was just that he was caught by the Chinglin gang, who was on guard on the side before he took 2 steps. He punched and kicked, took back the food, and threw it to the 2 *** people. Then, in 2s and 3s, he squatted on the side of the road and smoked, just like a bodyguard. After the initial panic, the 2 people who were in a foreign land started to stir up a little stir-fry, for fear that the other party would embarrass them. I just didn't expect that 2 hours later, the black gang members did not embarrass themselves, but simply let them work and cook, and then the money obtained was divided according to a certain percentage. Gradually, I felt relieved. It was rare to have a good job, so let's do it first, completely forgetting that the other party was holding a pistol around his neck and letting him cook vegetables. Jiang Yifu was slightly surprised, but he didn't expect Malos to implement it so quickly. The craftsmanship of the natives is naturally nothing to say, especially in the era of 38 years. There are many poor people. They all say that the children of the poor are in charge of their homes early, and cooking is the basic skill. But it's not surprising. After all, the environment is good, and naturally there is no motivation to study. The environment is different, and the atmosphere caused by it is also different, which is normal. In addition to a fast food cart, there is a cart every other distance. There are PR asterisks and *** utes. There are down-and-out French, but most of them are PR asterisks and *** utes. These people do the work. The members of the Chinglin gang are responsible for protection and guarding. As long as someone dares not to give money, a few strong men will serve them with an old fist. Other gangs came over to make trouble, and without saying a word, they just took out the AK-47 and shot them. Anyway, very few people come to make trouble now. After all, they know that this is the industry of the gang, and someone is covering it, so there is no chance to fish in troubled waters. In the old sailor's bar, Malos and a group of his men were excitedly counting the money. Although they were all a few cents, they couldn't bear the amount. In the past, I had to worry about money, but now I have cramps when counting money. In fact, it is equivalent to your salary of 5,000 yuan a month, and then the company will send you a 1-cent bill and anyone will get a cramp. But really, it's not a lot of money. Wow, boss, we made almost $2,000 in just one night. This is still in the nearby streets. If it spreads to the entire Brooklyn area, wouldn't it be a huge profit? Liao Do was a little excited, dried up beer. Who would have thought that a week ago he was still a stinky homeless man in a forest park who had never stopped eating? Marlowe slapped Liao Do on the back of the head, but he was also very excited. Calm down. Let the brothers celebrate tonight and give out some bonuses. By the way, what happened to those asterisk people? Explain, go down, don't bully people, and the offenders will be kicked out of the gang. Grandmas, that's a hen that lays golden eggs, so you can't do anything. Also, give them a lot of money, don't deduct it, remember, this is what the young master said. Since yesterday, the PR asterisk sent asterisk youths in Brooklyn have started to have a better life, and they no longer have to live in a miserable environment where they are bullied at will, but have no reason to reason with them. At least following the Chinglin gang can still have personal safety and earn a good salary. Definitely, it is not allowed to set up a stand alone in private, and those who can set up a stand are all from the Chinglin gang, otherwise you will be at your own risk. Even so, it makes me feel hopeful. After all, people are in a foreign country, separated by an unknown number of thousands of kilometers of the Pacific Ocean, and there is nowhere to say what they want to say. Jiang Yifu smiled when he saw this, ordered a fried rice noodle, and put it back after a few bites. He is not a saint, he can help if he can, but if he can't, I'm sorry, but the labor and management won't force it to help. But for the sake of making money together, he can help. But if it is to save the people from fire and water, thank you, Jiang Yifu can't do it and he doesn't want to do it. Are you full? He's in a asterisk hole, not a hero. There are a lot of snack carts on the streets of Wakhin, pancakes, shayamai, steamed buns, and various special snacks, which have attracted many people to buy them one after another. There are gang members guarding, and I don't worry about someone making trouble. It really doesn't work, blow the whistle, and a large group of brothers will come to help immediately. Inexpensive and delicious. It will naturally attract people to buy. Besides, in the United States, there is no such way. You can come with a car, go with a car, and run away as soon as there is trouble. And you are not afraid of being beaten and smashed, and it is not worth much anyway. I didn't finish the fried noodles because Jiang Yifu was going home to eat with a stomach. After knowing the relationship with Aunt Sarah, my head hurts a bit and I don't know how to deal with it. Pretend not to know, this is too scumbag. Bastards still have a bottom line. Only scumbags do it when they eat and wipe them clean, and scumbags will be struck by thunder. Face it calmly, it seems that the two are very different. But this is not the crux of the problem. The crux is that Aunt Sarah is the mother of the United States Captain Steve. Thinking of Steve's muscles and questioning himself, Jiang Yifu felt that he would definitely be beaten into a pig's head. Back at home, Aunt Sarah had already prepared dinner and was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper. When she saw her little husband came back, she immediately showed a happy smile on her face, as if the wife at home saw her husband who came back from work and was attentive. I changed my husband a pair of slippers. Master Eve, you're back, wash your hands and eat right away, I'll bring dinner out. Jiang Yifu, who was still a little entangled at first, immediately honestly enjoyed the service of the landlord, which was really cool. Yilai stretched out his hand to eat and opened his mouth. This is the life a B***** D should have. Save the world, save it. Saving thousands of beautiful women is something to consider. Sister Sira also went home very early today. She came downstairs humming a little song and seemed to be very happy today. When I saw the car parked in the yard, I immediately screamed, "Wow, whose car is this? So cool." Jiang Yifu held his head high and said, "Why don't you ask, of course, he is a super invincible genius scientist at Jiang University." Sira suddenly rushed over and hugged Jiang Yifu in her arms and rubbed her brother's hair vigorously. "I'll just say, my brother is so good, haha, give me the key and let your sister come and play with me." The former sentence is still congratulations, and the latter sentence reveals my own thoughts. "Oh woman, believe in you." Jiang Yifu quickly broke free, otherwise he would be almost out of breath. Her sister's figure is really real. He hurriedly threw the key over. I said no matter what I'll have to eat and then let's talk about it. Sira changed a pair of shoes without looking back and went racing. When a sentence came from a distance, the meal can be eaten later but the car has to get up first. In the evening, I took a few bags of clothes and food that I bought and went to my friend's house next door. In the past, it was still more to be taken care of by the other party, or else I could cook by myself. I don't know how many times I've starved to death. Shulin, the black pearl beauty who opened the door. Oh, brother Eve, come in, I bought a lot of things. Touching the little beauty's head, Shulin really looks good. Jiang Yifu doesn't discriminate against skin color. If there is a chance, hey, he doesn't mind. You must know that Storm Ororo in X-Men is also a black man, but he looks good and has a super explosive body. It's just a crime. Mrs. Bara appeared at the right time. She was a little surprised to see Jiang Yifu bought so many things. She was also very happy that this little guy looked down on his own family after he was not developed. He was still kind and cute. What a lovely kid. After giving the other party a cordial hug with a proud upper circumference, he took the things and let the other party go to the living room to make tea by himself. There was a huge amount of Russian Negro in the living room. Just looking at the posture made people feel a burst of pressure. At the moment, he was sitting on a sturdy birch chair and yelled at Ollie, who was doing push-ups in the living room. Hold on, you this be ***ch. At your age, it's not a problem to do 50 with one hand. Oh, Eve is here. Haha, it's been a long time since the little guy. I heard that you have developed recently. Haha, not bad. The big fan-like hand clapped on Jiang Yifu's shoulder, and he was suddenly hit head-on by the big truck. Uncle Brad squeezed Jiang Yifu's shoulder. Haha, you have become stronger than before, but it's not enough. A man needs to have muscles. Sit. Jiang Yifu shook his head. This fitness maniac uncle is still as rough and unrestrained as always. I insist on it every day, haha, it's just to exercise my body. I bought you vodka, you must like it. Oh. Hearing the drink, Brad didn't want to train his son anymore. He turned around and stepped on the floor shaking a few times and went into the kitchen to find a drink. He also faintly heard Mrs. Bara's complaint. Jiang Yifu hilariously looked at his half-dead friend who was tired on the floor. Haha, Ollie, you're such a ***ch. You're exhausted. Where are the things I bought? Ollie was lying on the floor, gasping for breath. He needed 1 second to do 100 push-ups. He was almost exhausted. He shouted weakly, you be ***D. No, I have to slow down. Oh, it's really hard to go to the military academy. Jiang Yifu crossed Erlang's legs and happily drank the hot tea brought by the little beauty Shulin. Come on, it's so hard to get ahead. It's almost like studying with me. You died of physical cells and I died of brain cells. It's almost the same. Hey, I bought a lot of food here, you are blessed. Nutrition is the same as no, forcibly exercising will only hurt yourself. Ollie's heart is full of emotion, as expected of his own hair. Haha, you be ***D will also have a generous day. Let's go, your things are in my room. Oh, you gay, every time you buy a bunch, can't you buy a little less? I've calculated the weight and it happens to be the maximum weight you can lift, and it's a small amount. Jiang Yifu's supplementary knife followed. You are really a very bad B*******D. Aali was gasped and said weakly. Thank you for the compliment, it's all about your peers, everyone is mutual. Continue to talk back and continue to fight each other, come on, hurt each other. The 3 bags contain a large number of parts, some of which are even the most basic raw materials. A whole bunch of wires, diodes, LEDs, no idea what they are for. Okay, Trouble, help me carry it over. Haha, my experiment can continue again. Jiang Yifu was a little excited. Besides sleeping at night, what interests him most is experimenting and reading. I'll go, take it easy, don't blow up the house again. Aeli said worriedly, this is a criminal record. No one wants to sleep at night, open their eyes and find themselves flying over the clouds. Haha, Ann, when did you become like a B******ch? Haha, it's not like Uncle Brad said, you really became a B******ch. Jiang Yifu joked with a smile. It is really good to have a good friend, Ollie. I hope you can survive the cruel World War II. Go away, you're a B******ch. Ayali reluctantly held a bag in one hand. At least 60 pounds of weight was easily picked up. His face was not blushing and he was out of breath. In the laboratory, the miscellaneous parts are planned neatly. Jiang Yifu is wearing goggles and welding the parts. The fine control often requires a lot of effort, and the tiny parts come with batteries and copper coils. Magnetic weapon. It is an epic-making weapon that will only appear in the 21st century. The magnetic field of the barrel is enhanced by the electromagnet, so that the acceleration of the bullet in the barrel is maximized. Greatly increase the kinetic energy and lethality of bullets. Ordinary traditional gunpowder weapons bullets take 1 second to hit a distance of 300 meters, and magnetic weapons can cut the time in half. It is even harder to dodge. If traditional weapons can penetrate a concrete wall with one shot, the wall can be torn apart by the blessing of electromagnets, and the effect is comparable to that of brutal weapons such as dummy bullets. The pistol shell on the laboratory table is inlaid with many copper wires. The electric current will generate a magnetic field when it passes through the copper wire. According to the electric current file size, the strength of the magnetic field is different. The stronger the electric current MA, the stronger the magnetic field generated. The stronger the magnetic field, the more obvious the increase in bullets. It's just that a simple electromagnet is not enough, and a professional guide tool needs to be added. Otherwise, if the magnetic field acts in the opposite direction, it will not shoot back and kill yourself. That is, the bullet will get stuck in the barrel and explode directly. After wiping away the sweat, the electromagnet is really difficult to handle. It is no wonder that to design a new type of weapon, in addition to the imagination, it also requires strong theoretical knowledge to reason. Otherwise, you will die before you finish the test. Nobel, the father of dynamite, also went through untold hardships to complete the dynamite. The alarm clock rang, Jiang Yifu pushed off the goggles, and before he knew it, it was 12 o'clock again, and the experiment was still a little unfinished. But you can't cultivate immortals every day. If there is a super serum like Steve of the Rice Team, you can cultivate immortals no matter what. Or the special chip of Dr. Banner of the Hulk, the kind that will never die. It seems that every time Jiang Yifu leaves the lab, Aunt Sarah will bring a glass of red wine. This is clearly a blatant statement, even the hints are omitted. It's just that after the very honest Jiang Yifu took a shower, he glanced left and right to make sure that his younger brother and sister hadn't noticed, and sneaked into Aunt Sarah's room. Spring night, thousands of pear trees are in bloom. After the usual affectionate hug the next day, Jiang Yifu went to Stark Industry instead of school. Where the experimental equipment is relatively complete, it is very convenient to do experiments. It just seems a little thought that Aunt Sarah won't get pregnant. He shook his head to get rid of the crazy thoughts in his head. Passing through the site of the Qinglin gang, it has almost become a place for small vendors to do business. Where did the dozen or so gang members pass by, according to Jiang Yifu's instructions, as long as the police came over, they would be sent away by stuffing cigarettes and snacks without saying a word, posing as if they were doing honest business. And the Tewa gang, the Lens gang and the Lasta gang are really disdainful of the Qinglin gang, a gang that has lost the face of a gangster. Since the Qinglin gang doesn't do white powder business or even strip clubs, it's just a bar. With the snack business, there is no conflict of interest, so naturally it is too lazy to do it. On the European battlefield, the German Third Reich has already hit the city of Kossis, Czechoslovakia, only a few hundred kilometers away from the capital Prague. The German Third Army Vanguard is setting up its firepower, preparing to hit Kossis in one breath and have lunch in the city government center. The forward troops, equipped with Type 44 assault guns, once again checked their equipment, the tanks, gasoline, and the number of shells, and waited for the officer's attack order in the blazing sunshine. The dark steel helmet, the rigorous character, has long been the steel-like discipline. Report: the staff sent an order to launch an attack on time at 11:00. We must clear all enemy forces within 2 hours. Colonel Schmidt. The messenger passed the latest telegram to the commander. A middle-aged man with a gloomy look on his face took a look at the telegram, then took out a lighter and burned it. Under the sun, an octopus-shaped pattern can be seen smelling under the open coat. Understood. Please return the telegram. Our 73rd Division must complete the task on time. Generally speaking, the way to attack the fortress in World War II is nothing more than large-caliber artillery bombing, destroying the enemy's fortifications, and cooperating with the top of the bombers in the air to attack the main strong fortresses and clear obstacles for the ground troops. Infantry charge under the cover of tank groups and armored vehicles. The entire bombing process will last for several hours. After a round of artillery fire is fired, the observers will use semaphores to let the artillery adjust the orientation and cool the barrels, and then continue to bombard. The Third Reich followed a blitzkrieg tactic, and often the artillery was fired twice, without even a second calibration. Tanks and troop carriers launched a charge, and military vehicles were full of soldiers and snipers. They broke through the line of defense through the gap time before the enemy could react, eroded the line of troops, cut off the contact command of the enemy, and made the soldiers unable to find them. To the general, the officer can't find his subordinates. Through the exclusive Blitzkrieg mode, many enemies were swept along the way, and even Austria fell in just 2 days in this Blitzkrieg force. This time in Czechoslovakia, if it wasn't for the powerful pig teammates' army holding back, Kossis would have been beaten down by this time, and the ink was needed here. It is not an exaggeration to say that if there are no pig teammates who have no intention to hold back, it is still unknown whether they can block the soldiers of the Third Reich. Today, the Czech army, which has always resisted a little fiercely, only had scattered gunshots after being bombed, which did not hinder the group-style charge at all. The Czech army, which is poorly equipped and lacks tactical literacy, ran away without turning around, which is already very face for the supervisor team with the dark submachine gun behind it. The German sappers charged on the front line, quickly removed the mines on the main road, and then dodged to let the tanks charge, crushing the opponent's trenches and defensive bunkers. The machine gunner is in charge of suppressing the fire. The snipers find their respective positions and specifically target low-level commanding officers to kill, paralyzing the enemy's command system. Or take aim at a heavy machine gunner with jet fire. Each arm has a clear division of labor, and each performs its own duties. All of a sudden, the enemy's head is covered and he can't find the north. No wonder roar, the British and French Allied forces will be beaten by the troops of the Third Reich to the Dunkirk retreat. It is really that the combat effectiveness of the German army is too exaggerated. Such strict discipline and cooperation are only the ingenious and professional residents of the Third Reich who have such ingenious chemical reactions. Compared with the German Third Reich, it is equipped with a steel helmet, light body armor, grenades, and the most familiar Mauser rifle. The 98K is transformed. The single-shot bolt-action rifle is powerful and has a long range. It can be said to be the most famous rifle during World War II. It is also a commonly used gun by snipers. With precise aiming, it can kill the Devil machine gunner 800 miles away. Oh no, that's wrong, it's 800 meters. 800 meters is the limit distance, and only snipers or soldiers with extremely good marksmanship can kill the enemy at this distance. There are many factors that affect shooting, such as the file size of the wind, the stillness and movement of the target, and the temperature. After more than 800 meters, the accuracy and power drop sharply, and there may be a large deviation. Compared with the German army, the rudimentary Czech army is simply the same as a 5-star toilet with air conditioning. One is dirty and smelly, and the other is clean, tidy, and hygienic. The soldiers of the Czech army still use the old K95 Mauser rifle, which has a serious chance of jamming and the danger of exploding from time to time. Not to mention grenades, even a division cannot find 10 heavy machine guns. At the beginning of the war, under the cover of artillery bombardment, the inexperienced Czech troops were directly bombed into the sky. The few soldiers who hid in the gully were shivering with fright. Even if they hid in the trenches and covered their ears, they could hear the thunder and explosions. The soil that was blown up by the artillery fire splashed onto the soldiers, and occasionally the defective army companions fell from the air, causing a burst of screams from the recruits. The intensity of World War II is often not comparable to World War I. Compared with the first battle, the weapons have been greatly updated and improved, and they can hit farther and have greater power. One shot at a time is often the death of one piece, not one. Schmidt stood arrogantly on the tank at the front line, using binoculars to look at the battle at the forefront. Under the visual observation, the members of the organization mixed in the Third Reich have broken through the direction of the Czech army, and are interspersed in depth, ready to tear the enemy into small pieces of scattered areas and gradually nibble away. This time there is no accident, and soon you can get a lot of merits, and you can also climb up within the organization at that time. The position of the leader of Hydra is waving to him. Accumulate enough merits so as to have the strength to find the relic power left by the gods in the world. No accident, let alone 2 hours, the battle can be over in 1 hour, and all the staff can eat in Kossis by then. According to the rolling wheels of history, the Czech army has no chance of winning. Not even the Soviet army can resist the German army, let alone a small backward country. It's just that today we have a strange group of guests here. That's right, it's a guest. Crow, the commander of the Second Army of the Czech Army, who was responsible for defending the city of Kossis, accompanied the delegation from America with a fat face. Originally, if it was an ordinary study group, he would not care about it at all. There is nothing more important than war. But the news brought by the other party made him unable to refuse at all. If the news is true, then he will break the myth of the invincibility of the German army today. That's a huge amount of glory. Thinking of this, nearly 200 kilograms of fat all over the body trembled. They didn't dare to be careless at all. Like serving their ancestors, they enshrined America's expedition team and even brought the best-equipped guards over as escorts. And there was a familiar face in the delegation, a frivolous middle-aged man with a two-stroke beard, Howard. Accompanying him are the head of the military procurement of the U.S. military, a series of officers, and even a senator. The delegation is using a high-precision telescope to observe the battlefield. This telescope is 5 times larger than ordinary telescopes and can see farther. It is a product just launched by Howard Industries and a small production by Jiang Yifu. From the telescope, you can see that the Czech army was almost beaten by one side. Well, it could even be said to be a massacre. The precise bursts of the German army can often easily kill the enemy soldiers who are exposed in the trenches. In terms of the quality of a single soldier alone, it is 3 times better than the so-called Little Devil. Every German soldier is piled up with a lot of bullets, not to mention marksmen, but he can hang soldiers of any country at will. The German army swept the European battlefield not only by the blitzkrieg of tanks, but also by the quality of the soldiers. Otherwise, it is a soldier from the Kingdom of Italy, there is no difference with the pig, it is simply going up to give the head, and enthusiastically giving the pig teammates 5 kills on the opposite side. Oh, Your Excellency, your soldiers are so miserable. You don't even have uniforms. Look, oh my god, your rifles exploded. It's unbelievable. I recommend you buy Stark Industries. Will definitely raise your army to a higher level. Howard is Howard, heartless, not afraid at all, otherwise he wouldn't give birth to that B******** D. Tony. Before becoming Iron Man, Tony is an understatement. It was only after being spit on the egoism by the United States Captain Steve in the Avengers Alliance that Tony was truly metamorphosis and started to have a sense of teamwork. Commander Crow on one side pouted helplessly. If he had money, he could buy planes and cannons. I still need you to tell me. Idiot. Senator Rickme looked at his watch expressionlessly. Howard, if you just let me see how Germany killed the quartet, I will reconsider persuading the Senate to pass the arms purchase. The other officers had solemn expressions on their faces. For them, it would be difficult to win against the German army with such a fierce offensive. To win is to put money on the face. How can it not be so ugly to lose, is the point. As a soldier, things are naturally different. It is definitely not a good thing for America that the enemy has such military literacy. Oh no, Senator Rickme is in a hurry, I have already arranged it, this time I have given half of my property to show you. Haha, next, get ready to watch. Your Excellency Commander, it's time to let those German guys see your power. Howard still frivolously gave orders to the commander of the Second Army of the Czech Army. To others, the commander of the Second Corps seems to be a high-ranking official, but where is the lowest-ranked lieutenant colonel in the delegation who did not take him seriously, the commander of a broken country? Not as powerful as a teacher from America. Crow was also very helpless. If he hadn't been able to offend him, he would definitely give the other party 2 bullets and let the other party know what it means to not treat the commander as a human being. Turning around helplessly, he gave the order to the messenger. Soon the messengers went down and sent signals to the front through semaphores. Under the command of the officers, the teams wore lightweight police body armors designed by Jiang Yifu and produced by Stark Industries, with a special long-barrel pendant hanging around their waists, and rough-crafted steel helmets on their heads with soft gauze cushioning. The inner lining can effectively protect the brain from the danger of being shot. Compared with the soldiers of the 2nd Legion who were still wearing civilian clothes and holding old-fashioned rifles, this pair immediately attracted everyone's attention. Stand according to the position arranged before the war, hide in the trenches, bury your heads in the ground, and do your best to protect yourself. Only scattered observers were left above the trenches, waiting for the German army to come and show up. The average firing distance of a German soldier was 500 meters, while the AK-47 assault, the effective distance of the rifle is 300 meters. If it is longer than this distance, it will seriously drop, so you have to put the opponent in and fight. Like the War of Resistance against Japan, due to the power of guns, you can only wait for the little devil to enter the shooting range before you can shoot back. The actions of the Czech army were not detected by the Germans because they all moved along the trenches, and the situation in the trenches could not be seen on the ground. Just sigh that this attack was too smooth. Even Schmidt in the back couldn't help sneering, nothing could stop his progress, and all the enemies would be trampled under his feet. The progress of the German army was very fast. After entering the range of 300 meters, the scout reported to the team leader. When the junior officer was scolding the soldiers hiding in the trenches and preparing to fight back, the German army had already shortened the distance by another 150 meters, are almost close to the trench and turned in. At this time, the slow-moving soldiers of the 2nd Legion of the Czech army got up, holding a new assault rifle that weighed nearly 10 pounds, resisting the bombardment of the surrounding artillery fire and the fear of death in their hearts, waiting for the officer's order. Squads 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 hit me hard to kill these damn invaders. The colonel commander saw that the distance was approaching, and the German soldiers were not very loosely distributed, so he directly ordered the soldiers to start strafe. The advancing German soldiers saw that the enemy suddenly appeared in the trenches, and they did not panic. They raised their guns to shoot directly, and then turned over to avoid the opponent's design. At the same time of rolling, pull the safety pin by hand, eject the bullet, and reload it in one go. Dang dang, the 98K bullet hit the Czech soldier's head accurately and was bounced off by the smooth steel helmet. The huge amount of kinetic energy was also absorbed by the soaked sponge inside. The kinetic energy of the bullet squeezed the water out of the sponge, and the force was dispersed through the sponge. It is all dissipated by moisture. The soldier who was hit did not feel any discomfort except that his head seemed to be pushed by someone and the helmet began to flow. But he was a little dizzy, but it did not affect the battle. Except for a few unlucky ghosts who were shot directly in the face and died suddenly, the other soldiers were alive and well. The soldier who escaped from the dead unexpectedly found that he was shot by the bullet and did not die. He pulled the trigger excitedly, shot the bullet back, and showed some color to these abominable intruders. Duh. The strong firepower of the AK-47 does not need to be deliberately aimed at all. It shoots directly at the approximate position and then continues to shoot at another place. When the bullets run out, hide in the trenches and change the magazine. At this time, the colonel commander began to give orders again. 6th to 10th squads, get ready, get up and shoot. Hit them hard. The strong storm of metal bullets overwhelmed the attacking German troops, and when the gunfire stopped, they were ready to stand up and charge, but did not expect the other party the two-shot shooting tactics actually used. When the first round of soldiers changed their magazines, the second round of soldiers replaced the firepower output and continued to dump bullets. The neutral period in the middle was to lure the enemy into charging. Once charged, the body will be exposed to the muzzle of the gun. At this time, no matter how powerful the individual soldier is, as long as it is not a super soldier like Steve, the captain of the United States, he will be beaten into a sieve by bullets, and the remaining bullets will not diminish. Continue to penetrate the second soldier until it hits the ground or runs out of kinetic energy. The AK-47 showed unparalleled power when it first entered the battlefield. In the case of medium distance, it directly slaughtered a battalion of soldiers. Most of them were directly killed by strong firepower. There was no need to shoot at all. The bullet blocked the approximate position, and there would always be a few shots that hit the body. No matter how powerful the soldier was in the single, the combat effectiveness also dropped directly. The regiment-level commander at the rear was stunned when he saw it, and a battalion soldier under him was slaughtered in just 10 minutes. A whole camp, 500 people, none survived. Artillery company mortars aim at the enemy 300 meters in front and blow me hard. Although the German officer was very angry, he did not lose his mind. According to the previous engagement, he immediately changed his tactics and used artillery fire. Focus on bombing. The fierce battle situation and tragic massacre also shocked the delegation watching the battle from the rear. The air was silent, and it seemed that they could not believe that the power of this kind of gun was so huge, and it combined with the unique tactics to form a powerful firepower suppression. Soldiers are also very flexible. There was not a single German soldier alive in the 300 meters of suppression. The power of this gun is terrible. For a while, not only the officers of the expedition, but even the commander looked at a group of soldiers equipped with new weapons and armors. Needless to say, these soldiers were directly incorporated into the Guard regiment to protect their own safety. With such a powerful weapon, how could anyone threaten him? Howard also seems to be frightened by the power of the weapon. Darling, the power of 500 AK-47s in one burst is really terrible. I really don't know that little guy Jiang Yifu, how did you come up with such a design? Seeing that my company's weapons are more powerful, I am happier. Now I am afraid that I don't need to publicize it. I know AK-47 and orders will not be rolling in by then. Get rich now? America's arms industry will be dominated and contracted by Stark Industries. Hee hee, gentlemen and ladies, don't be surprised. In fact, this is what we expected. Don't blink, there is a more exciting scene. Our assault rifles are not just mere rifles, Howard said meaningfully. The latter sentence stunned everyone's appetite at once. Indeed, the dazzling performance of AK-47 has greatly exceeded the expected effect of the delegation. There is no accident, the order is guaranteed. Hearing that there was still a surprise, everyone straightened their necks and prepared to continue watching. Even the commander serving on the side did not complain at all. AK-47 has subverted his concept. I saw the trenches in the distance, under the order of the colonel commander. A group of Czech soldiers with new equipment carried the AK-47 directly, took the ammunition box, and slipped away directly along the trench. The bomb is coming, hurry up and go first as a respect. I will go first, you are free. The German officers never thought that the other party would withdraw like this. You must know that a machine gun with such a powerful power must be a heavy machine gun. Heavy machine guns are powerful, but they are also living targets. As long as you give a little time, the sniper can aim and shoot the machine gunner. Even if it can't be killed, when the mortar explodes, any machine gun will be blown into parts. In fact, the delegation could see that the Czech soldiers were easily withdrawn from the trenches to the rear with supplies. Withdraw the battlefield just now, leaving empty trenches for the Germans to bomb. Boom, 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 the deafening cannonade sounded again. Not only the mortars, but even the howitzers at the rear made a cameo bombing round. The furious Schmidt was very angry that the other party actually had such a new weapon. Why didn't you take it out at the beginning of the battle but waited until you attacked? Bang. Schmidt punched the tank, and he swore that if he won this time, he would capture all these soldiers for human experiments. Send the order down, the tank regiment will rush up to me and crush them. The guns and guns cover, the infantry will keep up, and get rid of that group of shit for me immediately. The angry roar made the messengers around him shudder and hurriedly ran to convey the order. 20 minutes later, when the shell exploded on the defense line at the last moment, the tank's charge opened the way and the sturdy casing made it impossible for the bullet to penetrate it. Resisted. On the battlefield filled with gunpowder smoke, there is a disgusting appetite, the smell of barbecue and the fishy smell of deeply digging soil. The elite soldiers who were used to seeing life and death began to carry supplies into the trenches again, and under the command of their respective squad leaders, loaded the long barrel pendants hanging from their waists on the assault rifles. The originally flat gun head suddenly had an extra cylinder, which looked extraordinarily weird. The delegation in the rear is also craned its neck to see what the surprise Howard said. The trenches are filled with a large number of grenades and old-fashioned handle grenades, a gesture of preparing to use explosives and German soldiers to go to Huenquin. 300 meters, 200 meters, 150 meters. Attention everyone, prepare, put on the grenades, prepare to launch. The colonel commander was lucky not to be targeted by the German snipers, and he was alive and well. After hearing the order, the elite soldiers took out the grenade, opened the lead, and released the grenade into the long barrel pendant. 50 meters launch, blast your M***R. Blast me hard. The colonel commander suddenly felt a burst of excitement, which was a huge credit. 11 tanks charged together. If the crawler is blown off, it will become a living target. Bang, bang, bang. The Czech elite soldiers loaded the grenade launcher on the AK-47, and through the mechanical launch in the single-shot mode, the kinetic energy of the bullet was used to speed up the throwing effect. The range of 20 to 30 meters thrown by manpower has been directly expanded to 100 meters, and grenades can be easily launched by hiding in the trenches. A grenade blasted constantly on the crawler. It didn't matter. There are about 500 elite soldiers in a team, and there are more than 300 soldiers to assist. 500 grenades were fired in unison. The scene was so spectacular that it was indescribable. The advancing tanks had a shower of gunpowder composed of grenades and hand grenades in midair. Densely packed, a piece of blackness, boom, bang, a burst of huge explosions. Most of the dense grenade rain blew up around the tank, and the combined power of multiple grenades directly blew off the tracks. The huge amounts of air wave impact directly shocked the soldiers in the tank to death. The sound of sacrificial explosions, hundreds of grenades set off a huge wave of dust on the battlefield, and the dense smoke and dust can no longer see the situation on the battlefield. The German soldiers quickly put on masks and continued to charge. The Czech soldiers were not ready to be rushed by the infantry, and this just makes the AK-47 play a huge amount of lethality. There is no need to aim at close range, just aim at the crowd for a while and you're done. No need to command, the soldiers automatically took off the pendant and fired at the live target that rushed forward. Pst, pst. The sound of bullets piercing muscles, the screams of dying soldiers, and the sound of steel colliding covered the entire battlefield. Fierce battles can frighten the most timid soldiers to death, and can also make shivering recruits quickly become a qualified warrior through the baptism of blood and fire. The battle lasted for an hour, and for the first time the soldiers of the German Third Reich reluctantly retreated under military orders. Even if they retreated, they still maintained strict military discipline, causing the Czechoslovakian army, who was hot-headed to pursue, to pay heavy casualties. The No. 1 army in World War II is no joke. Every minute you can hang up the Czech army like a child and beat it hard, with whips, salt water, and various poses. It's just that I encountered a new type of weapon and I didn't react for a while. When the National Staff of Day has thoroughly researched, this weapon will not be able to stop the opponent's aircraft cannons. Just because there were no German planes in the Blitzkrieg just now, it doesn't mean that the Germans don't have planes, but I didn't expect that they would fall into trouble in the Little Caucasus. The Germans who reacted will definitely use the bombing mode of aircraft cannons to raise Caucasus to the ground. A paralyzed tank, a soldier who was hit by 6 or 7 bullets and was beaten into a sieve. The floating soil battlefield that was plowed back and forth by heavy artillery 2 or 3 times is all proclaiming the fierceness of this battle. The war correspondent in the distance faithfully recorded this rare scene. The German army, indulged by Britain and France, suffered a serious blow for the first time. At least the casualties were close to the casualties of a regiment of nearly 3,000 people. This is a painful lesson for the German Third Reich, which has been invincible since last year. Although the casualties are not very serious, this face is beaten. At the same time, the new assault rifle AK-47 appeared on the battlefield for the first time, and the tactical innovation brought by it was also unpredictable by many military strategists. Comparable to the lethality of a heavy machine gun and the lightness of a rifle, many soldiers can move at any time. As long as there are enough bullets, they can provide fire suppression everywhere. Only limited by the development of the times, the most powerful heavy machine gun in 38 years is the SG-43 machine gun. The machine gun provided by 2 wheels can completely explode the power of the AK-47, but the mobility is too poor. As long as 1 grenade passes, it is basically scrapped. Gollum. Seeing the tragic scene, many officers watching the battle from the rear swallowed their saliva. They never thought that just relying on grenades and AK-47 rifles would be able to stop the German front troops with 11 tanks. Even the Czech army can use this kind of gun to such great effect. If American soldiers use it, wouldn't it be a big change? Every country thinks that its troops are the best, and they can beat 10 of them one at a time. Howard also seemed to be shocked. He saw that this kind of weapon could completely change the outcome of an unusual local war before he decided to invest in it. Unexpectedly, the effect is beyond my expectations. The investment in Jiang Yifu is still too light. If other companies know about it, they will definitely dig their feet. No, just give that kid some sweetness. An ordinary Caucasus offensive and defensive battle directly advertised Stark Industries' new weapons with great success. Going out through the news reports of war correspondents will let the world know in a few days. It's time for a big order to arrive. The constant source of funds, you can continue to expand the scale of the company. Schmidt threw his hat on the ground angrily. The military flag fluttering under the setting sun seemed to be laughing at him about the defense line that was still in the hands of the Czech army. This is a major blow to Schmidt, who wants to climb up. The defeat in the First World War was serious, but it was enough to attract the attention of the head of state. The first defeat of the German army, was definitely the focus of the entire army. It has been a week, and Jiang Yifu has been very dashing for a week. He reports to the school every day. After Mr. Dana's chemistry class, he went to Stark Industry to do experiments. Going home in the evening is to spend the night in Aunt Sarah's room. Matt, the principal of No. 2 Middle School, also gave the green light in a good mood. He knew a little about how the other party was admitted to MIT. Anyway, it was not a big deal. There was no need to offend these students who were destined to climb higher than him in the future. If you have this time, you might as well play more with your secretary. In the middle, I had dinner with Steve twice. After all, Jiang Yifu can be regarded as Steve's cheap father, and naturally he has to take care of each other. Anyway, there is no big fluctuation, so don't interfere with each other. It's the best protection, lest you can't become a famous super soldier, and it will be funny. The battle in the city of Caucasus was blown to rubble by the furious country's artillery fire on the second day after the experiment ended. The delegation was evacuated on the same day and was not affected, and the battlefield was never a good place to stay. It is said that the German head of state also personally called and scolded the frontline commanders. The war reports on the news are simply slaps in the face. The humiliated German army showed the strongest combat power and used various tactics to the extreme. It only took 2 days to hit Prague, the capital of Czechoslovakia. If it weren't for the fear of the AK-47 appearing again, the capital would be shot down in 1 day. The new weapons that appeared this time made all countries smell the smell of war. Try it and see that the German army has fallen on this. It can be used as a machine gun and a grenade. It is a perfect individual weapon, a must-have for robbery, murder, and arson and home travel. Even in the Far East, the whole who fought the tug-of-war with the little island country devils has heard a little. It is sturdy and can continue to be used even if it is bombed by a bomb 5 meters away. The smoke and dust will not cause the problem of jamming. The excellent reliability is the best individual combat weapon in this era. For a time, almost all major countries were looking for the source of new weapons. When they knew whether it was Stark Industry or a patented product, they began to negotiate arms orders. In addition to weapons, soldier helmets and bulletproof vests that perform well are also very good choices, but the limelight is overshadowed by the explosive AK-47. Howard has spent the past few days at the reception, and he only started negotiating arms orders after the appetite of the crowd was full. Due to the production process, it seems that it is not easy to do, and without detailed comparison of drawings, it is easy for the gun to explode. With the protection of the patent law, almost all major countries will not choose to plagiarize, otherwise they will face it is the siege of various countries. Knowing more or less about Jiang Yifu, a talented designer, many people are fighting each other's ideas. Regardless of good intentions or bad intentions, they all focused on Jiang Yifu for a while. In order to avoid the limelight with the help of Howard, he entered the MIT students in advance to study. As a private college with the support of Congress, it sends a large number of talents to work in the academy every year. The tuition is expensive, but there are not many students, but all of them are not elite but very talented. There aren't many classes at MIT in this day and age. The unique teaching mode is also in the forefront of the world, using one-to-one or one-to-many teaching mode. Simply put, it is a teacher with several students, doing research and teaching at the same time and preaching through hands-on methods and the knowledge in writing. There are a lot of them in the library of the college, and you can study in your spare time. Jiang Yifu, who was supposed to arrive next month, arrived at this famous institution a month early. Under Howard's kind reminder and the military's veiled hints, I want this talented designer to enter the academy to study, and there is a military area stationed around the academy to protect talents and prevent geniuses from spreading their wings. Assassinated by the enemy. Along with Jiang Yifu's arrival in Boston, Massachusetts, there was also Aunt Sarah, the nanny, and her sister Sierra stayed in New York. Perhaps because of her younger brother, she was promoted to patrol captain and stayed in her hometown to wait for her younger brother to come back after graduation. Teacher Dana also stayed in the school while continuing her teaching career, while waiting for her lover to come back from her studies and marry her back home. She has decided that she will only marry her primary school student in this life. The man who dared to block the gun for himself. Whether it is a company employee who is interested in negotiating cooperation or an agent from another country, after knowing that the other party is in MIT, they can only wait for the other party to leave the school. The school provides accommodation which is very convenient and the price is definitely high. However, for Howard, who is squeezed by orders to explode every day and his hands cramp when he counts the money, it is only a small amount of money. In school, Jiang Yifu stretched, read books all afternoon, basked in the sun on the second-floor balcony of the small villa dormitory, and drank coffee while reading physics books. Not to mention how nourishing life was. Aunt Sarah was watching TV in the living room. Everything at home was neatly organized, and her plump and graceful figure exuded the unique style of a mature woman. Without the disturbance of the outside world, Jiang Yifu, who devoted himself to learning, plunged into the ocean, absorbing a lot of knowledge he had never seen before like a sponge. Pasako material theory, magnetic pole staggering mechanics, anthropology, aerodynamics, mechanical principles. There are courses that have or have not been heard before. It seems to be to develop Jiang Yifu's potential. The teacher assigned to the trainee is an old-fashioned and serious professor, a professor who specializes in theoretical research. He is very popular in the college. Famous not how powerful she is, but knowledgeable without corresponding theoretical research. Ms. Jenferny. If Jiang Yifu doesn't know how good the other party is, just listening to a few students taught by the other party will tell if he has made a lot of money. Ellie Hayes, Hank Pym. Dr. Zola, just wait and see how awesome your instructor is. The first one may not be well known but works in the scientific strategy department, and it will simply be the predecessor of SHIELD. Hank Pym, not much the original Ant-Man. Invented the Pym particle that can shrink all objects, and with a specific battle suit, it can be turned into a state that can be large or small, and can also use special equipment to communicate with ants using brain waves. The last one, Dr. Zola, a native of Day, is the chief scientist of the Schmidt branch of the Hydra organization. Hydra has many branches, and the one that is currently on the water is the one attached to the Nazi German Third Reich. All three are very conspicuous characters, all taught by Ms. Jenferny, as you can imagine. On the first day we met, Jiang Yifu was stunned by the face of the other party. She was obviously a 50-year-old woman, and her whole body exuded the charm of ripe peach. There were only subtle crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, which added a little more mature aura. With silver hair tied behind her head, she was as noble as a queen. If I have to say what I really want, it is the Wasp in Ant-Man 2, which is amazing at first sight. A second look can be addicting. The first meeting was beautiful, but the result was cruel. Ms. Jenferny handed a list to Jiang Yifu and let Jiang Yifu understand the knowledge of the above books within 5 days, and then decide whether she is qualified to be her student. Judging from the list, he knew that it was not an easy book. After he went to the library to borrow a book, Jiang Yifu looked at books that were almost as tall as people, and he was about to scold his mother. Mala, next door is that old woman playing with herself. Even the 3 people in front are not so good. The anger in the heart turned to anger, but the body was very honest and took the book back to the dormitory in the car, otherwise it would not be able to move. This car was newly bought by myself. The car I bought with Mr. Dana has already been occupied by the old sister Sira. Molecular relativity, principles of matter application, advanced mechanics, advanced theory of combination machinery. Books are written like a book from heaven. They are either formulas or obscure language. Fortunately, Jiang Yifu has lived in the United States for a long time. He has half-blood and can still understand American English. Otherwise, change to a foreign country who has just learned English. People come, I want to scold people. Except for the better physics, everything else is just like reading a book from heaven. Without Goldfinger, Jiang Yifu is just an ordinary person looking annoyed. When you are annoyed, you have to vent. So Aunt Sarah became a punching bag. But Aunt Sarah doesn't seem to be unhappy, but rather happy. It has been half a month since he entered school. Jiang Yifu has to go to his tutor every day to ask about the difficulties in the textbook. There are no Goldfinger and plugins these days. Beautiful instructor, may I ask, what is the difficulty in applying WACKER's transmission mechanism to the engine? Jiang Yifu constantly cursed the perverted instructor in his heart, but complimented with a smile on his face. The typical grin on the mouth in the heart, Mabe. As if being complimented by the young student, Ms. Jenferny was very happy, her red lips painted with bright lipstick drawing a seductive smile. It's very simple, just do it yourself. Jiang Yifu, I can see your hard work in the past 2 weeks. Maybe you are still wondering why I let you read so many books without teaching you. Well, the students really don't understand. These books are just like books from heaven. I know them, but they don't know me. Jiang Yifu pondered for a while and decided to put it into practice. To be honest, it is definitely impossible to say too much. After all, if you want to learn the skills of a master before graduation, you have to look at your own ability. Jenferny nodded with satisfaction. Actually, your ability is very good. Among the students I have met, you are considered to be in the top 3. If you want to become a scientist or an inventor, the most important thing is 2 things. Point 1 is profound theoretical knowledge. The other is unrestrained imagination and observation. Taking a sip of coffee gracefully and seeming to moisten her throat, Ms. Jenferny continued to say slowly, your imagination is enough and you can be almost perfect many times. The theoretical knowledge you lack, university is different. What I admire is the devil's way of learning that I created myself. It seems that Jiang Yifu is still listening attentively without any interruption, which makes Ms. Jenferny's good feeling further improved. The so-called devil-style learning method is to squeeze a lot of brain capacity and will see the theoretical knowledge. Through constant use, instinctive memory is generated. Letting the brain take the initiative to remember is much better than the human body's originally compulsive learning and memory. Then, why didn't the teacher carry forward this method? It will surely set off a storm of discussion in the academic world. Jiang Yifu followed the other party's thoughts. Fart. This is also a science, and observing words and expressions is the most important. It can save a lot of detours. If you don't believe me, you can try asking for directions, saying, "Hey, sand sculpture, how to get to the vegetable market?" And a sentence, "Beautiful man, how to get to the market by kissing." The results were quite different. You also found out. This kind of learning method is only suitable for a certain kind of person. In short, it is a genius. You are a genius, your father is a good scientist, and your brain is also very smart. Although you invented the firearms don't look very complicated, but they are simplified to be the most practical. I appreciate you very much for this. Ms. Jenferny praised her students in a rare way. Next, you need to use your knowledge to apply it in the laboratory. See and do more, do it yourself, so that you can accept this knowledge to the maximum extent. I will guide you in the laboratory. What do you understand? Just ask. Ms. Jenferny showed a serious expression as if the next thing was the highlight. These endorsements are nothing more than a dessert side dish before dinner. Jiang Yifu seems to be fed a hellish breath. There was no fear at all, but his whole body trembled with excitement. This is the style that a top college should have. After you come in, you are either overwhelmed by huge amounts of study pressure, or you absorb a lot of knowledge and become an outstanding scientist. Two paths, choose one. The previous self-study was a bit confusing. If it wasn't for the simpler AK-47, I'd probably still be eating Wowdo at home. Babysitter, please. No money. As long as he was originally awesome, he could become an awesome guy like Iron Man. Tony was 40 years old when he became Iron Man, and it took decades of accumulation before the subsequent eruption. Then he must be a superhero with soy sauce. On the first day of teaching in the laboratory, there were only Jiang Yifu and Jenferny. There were many electronic parts, and there were even many contraband pharmaceutical materials that were not sold on the market. Let's start. There is no fixed project, mainly do it according to your own ideas. If you don't have it, you can refer to my experimental design. Instructor Jenferny just took out a roll of design drawings and hasn't had time to open it. Seeing Jiang Yifu taking out a few rolls of design drawings from behind, as if being beaten in the face, he suddenly. I didn't speak for a while, but my face was not very good looking. Jiang Yifu didn't notice the teacher's expression. He couldn't be more excited to see so many materials here, some of which are not even available in Stark Industries, such as high-precision diodes and capacitors. There are already some prototypes of modern compact circuit boards, and if they continue to develop, there will be a big bang era of compact machine design. What does it mean? For example, in the 1990s, a big mobile phone that was twice as long as a brick and twice as heavy had to pull the antenna to receive the signal. With a small circuit board, you can make a small mobile phone or tablet such as Apple and Sydney. Being sullen and sulking, Ms. Jenferny was curious about the thoughts of her gifted student. Go forward, incandescent lamp and glass table, and show the drawings clearly to the experimenters. The drawing shows an electromagnetic coil and a weird device. Rao is Jennifer's knowledge, and she doesn't know what this student wants to do. Permanent magnet. High-density copper wire transformer. The scattered parts are assembled, and the electric welding rosin welding in Jiang Yifu's hands has turned into a boxed device of fist file size. While doing it, he said, "Milliampere's law, magnetic field deflection, magnetic field flip. Electromagnetic effect. Teacher, what do you think will happen when a magnetic field is applied to the barrel?" Jenferny pushed the gold-rimmed glasses, an action full of mature femininity. The magnetic field will affect the speed, direction, and power of bullets, and it might explode. You really are an experimental lunatic. Jiang Yifu, who was caught in the experiment, turned his head very fast. Yes, I have thought about this idea before, and in order to solve this problem, I came to school. If the influence of the magnetic field can be solved so that the magnetic field only acts on the gun, in the tube, and the direction is fixed. Ms. Jenferny's eyes changed slightly, then you have succeeded. The kinetic energy of the bullet will increase greatly depending on the strength of the magnetic field, but the power will definitely increase greatly. What are you going to do? Insulation, isolate magnetic field induction, change the guiding direction through the strength of the magnetic field. Jiang Yifu frowned. This is just an idea. You can also try to use a magnet to make a certain key part so that the bullet push will not be affected. It only needs to be magnetically pulled when it is activated. Jenferny calmly said, a key, but it's just a key. Yes, you can also increase the use of high-density resistors and use the temperature to open the controlling magnetic field. Jiang Yifu excitedly slapped a spot behind Jenferny's mentor and said excitedly, "I didn't realize what I was doing under my excitement, and then frantically devoted myself to production. With the effect of regular exercise, a lot of physical work is easier to do." Jenfrey glanced at her students with a complicated look. Hey, these people are all scientific madmen, and they don't know how to care about other people's feelings. One of the three disciples is more persistent than the other, and one is more crazy than the other. For half a month, Jiang Yifu was immersed in the experiment. The breakthrough in his thinking made his brain seem to have been opened. Some areas that he didn't understand before suddenly became easy to understand. Some of the key issues that seemed difficult are actually very simple. When I got home, I saw Aunt Sarah looking at a receipt with a sad face. Jiang Yifu seemed to remember that he and Aunt Sarah went to the hospital for a physical examination 2 days ago, and it seemed that Aunt Sarah was not feeling well. Seeing Jiang Yifu coming back, Aunt Sarah didn't speak but silently handed over the receipt. Master Iv, look what's going on here. Jiang Yifu is a little curious. What can make the virtuous Aunt Sarah become so sad? Is it a terminal illness? Impossible. He took the receipt in confusion only to see, name, Sarah Rogers, test result, pregnant. Boom, it's like a thunderbolt hits my head, isn't it? I actually made Aunt Sarah's belly bigger. I go, that doesn't mean he's going to be a dad soon. Steve won't kill himself. Suddenly seeing Aunt Sarah's tearful face, knowing that she thinks too much, it will definitely make the other party think she is a scumbag. Just kidding, how is that possible? It's impossible to be a scumbag. It's impossible in this life if you want to be a warm man. It's okay, isn't it just pregnancy? If you have it, you'll be born. I can afford it. Aunt Sarah, don't worry, I'll support you for the rest of your life anyway. Don't worry, take care of the miscarriage. Hearing her husband's promise, Aunt Sarah happily threw herself into each other's arms, shedding tears but like a very happy little woman. I know I didn't choose wrong. If the other party allows her to abort the child, she will leave the other party no matter what, and choose to give birth to the child. Kindness is always the most dazzling inner beauty of Aunt Sarah. Aunt Sarah, who got Jiang Yifu's promise, seemed to be happy again and would hum a little song every day to cook for her beloved husband. If it weren't for the lack of a certificate, it is estimated that it is a young couple who are alive and well. A week later, Jiang Yifu went home after finishing the experiment and received a call from New York. Hey, hello, this is Jiang Yifu. May I ask who I'm looking for? What's the matter? There was a crying voice on the phone, but Jiang Yifu heard it at once. It was Xiao Shulin, a black beauty who had grown up with his neighbor and Aali's sister. Brother Iv, woohoo, brother Iv. Well, sister Shu Lin. What's the matter with you? Is there something wrong? Jiang Yifu seemed to feel that something was wrong, so why should he call himself? There was a vague foreboding in my heart. Woo, brother Eve, dad, he died. Woo was killed by gangsters. Woo. While performing a mission, Woo seems to be coming to our house. Woo. If Sister Sira hadn't arrived in time, rush. Woo, I'm afraid. We're all dead. Woo, brother Iv, me, I'm good afraid. On the other end of the phone, the little beauty Shu Lin was wiping her tears and talking on the phone. The sudden death of her father and the crisis faced by her family made the little girl a little overwhelmed. Shu Lin, don't be afraid, there's a big brother here. Don't be afraid, I'll go back and see what's going on. You remember not to run around, let my sister protect you. She is the captain of the police station. The gangsters are not yet dare to come openly. When I go back, I will solve it. Jiang Yifu felt a conspiracy, but he didn't know who it was against. I'm afraid I have to go back and ask. Woo, okay, big brother, woo, I'm waiting for you. Woo, dad, dead, I'm so scared. Woo, I'm afraid. Woo. Little beauty Shu Lin was really frightened. She kept talking and became crying. Her body trembled a little. Okay, don't be afraid, I'm here, I'll rush back now. Don't cry, Shu Lin has to be strong. Wait for your brother's bad luck to avenge you. Take a hot bath, go to your brother's house to sleep. Don't, I'm worried, big brother will help you solve it. Jiang Yifu's good mood seems to be gone again. I didn't expect that Aunt Sarah just got pregnant, a good news. And now I suddenly hear a bad news. It's a bit, I don't know how say goodbye. Okay, woo, big brother, you come back soon. I miss you. Woo, big brother, Shu Lin is waiting for you. Woo, big brother, good night. Shu Lin reluctantly hung up the phone, turned her head and hugged her mother in pain. Mrs. Bara also looked sad, and she never thought that her husband would die suddenly or at the hands of gang members. Silently hugging my daughter, I hope everything is okay. Okay, don't worry too much. I'm very sorry about Uncle Brad. I will definitely help him get justice. Well, good night, little sister. Jiang Yifu scratched his hair. In fact, Uncle Brad is quite okay in the past. He taught me everything about self-defense and self-defense. He was usually very carefree, but a very good person died suddenly, and I couldn't help but feel a little worried. Seeing her little husband answering the phone, she was a little unhappy. Aunt Sarah put the little man in her arms tenderly. Husband, what's the matter? Since the relationship was confirmed, Aunt Sarah didn't hide it anymore. Fang called the other party's husband, and there was the other party's baby in his belly. It's nothing. My good friend, good neighbor, Ollie's father and Uncle Brad were killed by gang members while on a mission. I'll go back and investigate and avenge him by the way. Jiang Yifu leaning on Aunt Sarah's arms, her eyes were icy cold. The trees wanted to be quiet, but the wind kept blowing. She wanted to study hard, but was disturbed by this group of scumbags. That's very dangerous, husband, you have to be careful. I don't want our child to be born without seeing you. Aunt Sarah gently touched the little man's head, did not stop the other party, just asked the other party to be careful. Looking like a good wife and good mother, she paused for a while as if thinking of something, her face flushed, and she whispered, "By the way, husband, if you see Steve, please help me take care of him. That child is usually frail and sickly. I'm really afraid of what happened to him." Speaking of Captain America Steve, Jiang Yifu seemed to be refreshed and said with a smirk, "Haha, that's definitely, after all, I can be regarded as his father. Haha, although he is 6 or 7 years older than me. Thinking that I am 6 or 7 years younger than Steve, and being the father of the other party, this feeling is both weird and exciting, hee. How about superhero in Niyubai, labor and management are also your father? Haha." After a night of rest in the dormitory, Jiang Yifu went to ask for leave from his mentor and explained the situation. "It's like this, I have to go back or even my sister will be in danger. It happens that the magnetic rifle and pistol have been completed and I can try it out. The great weapon I invented together with my teacher will come out. It's gone, Ms. Jenferney still has beautiful silver-white hair tied behind her head. She is elegant and dignified, not excited by fame and fortune. She frowns slightly. Okay, I'm sorry about your neighbor's affairs. Be careful yourself, I don't want to hear any bad news from you. Not everyone is eligible to be my student, and I don't want you to die before you become an eagle with wings. Listen, there are a lot of geniuses in this world, but also a lot of dead people. Alive is the most successful genius. Thank you, Ms. Jennifer. May I give you a hug?" It was impossible to say that he would not be tempted by this charming mentor. Jiang Yifu is determined to be in a *** hole. Young crush will definitely like it. The premise is that you have to meet it. Ms. Jenferney frowned but did not refuse and gave Jiang Yifu a hug, a very pure hug. "But it feels like I've been hit by a gun." Jiang Yifu escaped from the lab in embarrassment from Ms. Jenferney's angry facial. "When I came to the dormitory, I took my luggage and backpack, which contained the gadgets I invented, as well as the newly developed semi-finished magnetic weapons. Why do you say semi-finished products? That is because they have not been systematically tested in the process. They belong to theoretical finished products. No one can predict what will happen in the middle of use. Got in a car that was slightly altered, just adding a nitrogen unit. The speed can be briefly increased to 100 kilometers per hour. The average car is 60 kilometers per hour. There is already a concrete road on the wide road, and the car rides very smoothly on it. America, which made a lot of money from World War I, spent most of its funds on building its own country, and basically every village was connected to a cement road. There is a saying, if you want to be rich, build roads first. With good roads, it is very convenient and quick to call for supplies, whether it is travel. It can improve the quality of many industries. Driving an original car, Jiang Yifu still envied the feeling of being able to fly in the sky. What is the coolest thing about Iron Man? Not yet able to fly freely in the air. Beating bad guys is secondary, the key is to be able to fly. It is very pretentious and the feeling is different. One day I will be able to fly around in the sky. I said before that it would take 2 days to get from MIT to Brooklyn because of the shuttle bus. It must be very slow by car, but it is very economical. However, driving by yourself is different. I was back home in less than 5 hours. If it wasn't limited by the speed of the car, it could be faster. Back home, no one was there. I went to the next door, and when I entered the door, I saw my friend Ollie sitting on the sofa staring at the ceiling. Sister Shulin was crying in the arms of her mother, Mrs. Barra. Brother Eve, you are here. Well, I'm back. Be good, little Shulin, don't cry. My brother brought you a lot of food. All you have to do now is to help your mother make a hearty lunch for the big brother, okay? Jiang Yifu comforted first, he kissed the little sister and gave each other a hug. Auntie Barra, don't worry, everything will be fine with me here. Jiang Yifu hugged the tearful Mrs. Barra, feeling the other party's proud figure. Seeing that his friend was heartless before, but now his eyes are blank, Jiang Yifu sighed and walked over. Snapped. A slap directly slapped the opponent's face. Oli just turned around, but his eyes were out of focus, as if he was still immersed in the sadness of his father's death, unable to extricate himself. You really don't deserve to be Uncle Brad's son like this. What's the use of grief here? Will the murderer be punished? No, only with our efforts can we catch the damn murderer. Jiang Yifu shouted loudly, persuaded. He looked at his friend a little angrily. If it were me, I would definitely fight against the opponent regardless of my life, and I would take revenge no matter what. repaying grievances with virtue. Sorry, Jiang Yifu is not a gentleman, nor can he do such a thing. Let gentlemen and saints do this kind of Madonna thing, he is just a layman. Not to mention that there are still blood revenge from his parents to avenge. He himself is also working hard to find the source and cause of the matter, and will not sink down here. Although it is said to be another soul, but at the same time as accepting this memory and body, it also bears corresponding responsibilities. However, they are very powerful and have a great relationship in the urban area. Sister Sira said that if they can't catch them, they can only catch some irrelevant people to blame. Ayali said with a look of grief and indignation, his face very sad, the pillar of the family died like this and the faith collapsed. Hee, I never said relying on those guys, we will avenge our own revenge. If you want revenge, pick up your gun and go collect intelligence with me. By the way, I will give you some exercise and don't go to the military academy. I'm still crying. I don't want to have a cowardly friend, you're a B*****ch. Jiang Yifu sneered disdainfully. Sure enough, Aali picked up the gun angrily and said viciously, Humph, just do it, whoever is afraid, to avenge my father I am not afraid of anyone. Humph, you are a B******ch. Jiang Yifu, thank you. In the end, he suddenly punched his friend in the chest, showing the friendship between the iron buddies. Chi, do we need to say thank you for our relationship? Well, since you cheer up, then come with me. I need to understand what happened and give you some weapons. It's better to make a thorough preparation. Jiang Yifu took out the gun with a smile. Only this cold weapon can find some sense of security in the chaotic era. Oli suddenly asked, Jiang Yifu, have you ever thought about avenging your uncle and aunt? Jiang Yifu's footsteps paused for a while, then turned back with a hearty smile. Definitely. I've been doing it all the time. This is my responsibility and obligation as a child. Ayali patted Jiang Yifu's shoulder. Good brother, I will support you too. The two came to the headquarters of the Chinglin Gang, the old sailor bar. Ever since the Chinglin Gang started a snack business on the streets of Brooklyn, high-quality and cheap snacks quickly gained a regular source of customers. They are cheap, economical, and delicious. They don't need to cook by themselves, just throw. It is a good choice for many bachelors, and the price is half cheaper than a hamburger. Unfortunately, there is not much meat, and it is more expensive to add meat. Nearly a month of development plus written guidance from Jiang Yifu. In addition to recruiting a large number of peripheral members, Marlowe's has only inspected the people who he knows will pull into the core of the gang and allocate the AK-47 with strong firepower. At present, the AK-47 will not be sold in New York. Even if it is bought in the black market, the price is still high scary. Leishui is very lively, the economy is on the rise, and this group of ruffians and hooligans have begun to gamble again. The row of cubicles at the back was turned into a large office, and even Jiang Yifu had to be notified before entering. Not what Malos meant, but Jiang Yifu had no intention of revealing his identity at all. It is most effective to hide in the dark. It is best to leave a lot of dirty work to these people. After all, they are professionals. Master Iv, what wind is blowing you? Please sit down. Malos saw Jiang Yifu coming in and hurriedly got up to greet him. The bigger he got, the more he realized that the young master's mind was simply terrifying and frightening, and all developments were within the expectations of the other party. It's a pity if you don't mix in this line of work, otherwise it would not be impossible to unify the underworld in New York. Jiang Yifu definitely won't be stupid and not enjoy running around to fight to death. There are so many beauties out there waiting to take a dip. Well done, I want to ask you something. Do you know any gangs that have clashed with the police recently? Be specific. There is no polite greeting, the other party is only his subordinate. Use it when you have something to use, and when you have nothing to do, you can drink and brag together. Master Eve, you are asking the right person. Just the day before yesterday at Shiwen Pier, the Ballastar gang was smuggling things. Hey, every gang is doing it. It's just that those polar bears are smuggling drugs. My God, I heard that there are 300 pounds of white powder. He aimed at it. These guys are too bold, aren't they afraid of eating dead men? I heard that the police knew about the arrests in the past. The impact of this kind of thing was too bad. As a result, the two sides fought each other and the police were killed and injured a lot. It seems that 4 or 5 police officers died. It's terrifying. Yesterday, Ballastar hired a lawyer, and then let a few younger brothers take the blame, and then nothing happened. What should be sold is still to be sold, and that's it. Marlowe smacked his lips, saying that he was afraid, but in fact a little disdain on top. Do you know what those people did? One of the dead people was my friend's father, and I need to avenge him. Jiang Yifu took a sip of wine, and the uncle of the neighbor he knew died, feeling a little melancholy, but it was not so sad after all. An egoistic B******D. Malakhyrovsky, The notorious guy, that guy is the most annoying. Besides taking drugs, he is playing with women. I heard that he also played with a lot of women. Young master, what do we need to do? Let's all go together. Malos is not sad but a little eager to try and seems to be very excited when he mentions the gunfight. Jiang Yifu is not impulsive, he is the superior. There are many things to think about. There are too many and need to be well planned. No, let me collect the information of the participants that day and that Malachevskis. We need to take a long-term view this matter. The people of the Bala Star gang are in it. You prepare, it's time replace this gang. Find someone to buy more weapons and come back. Ali listened without saying a word. He didn't know what to do and could only rely on his smart friends. Maybe it's because everyone is black, but Marlos has a good relationship with Aeliting. For 2 days in a row, Jiang Yifu planned things at home. After getting the data, he analyzed and compared each other's daily life and actions. Analyze the economic regional distribution of the Bala Star gang, follow-up developments, and more. As soon as the whole body is pulled, this kind of thing will be beaten to death with a stick. If you can't kill you, you will be entangled by the other party, and it will be very troublesome at that time. On the other hand, Oli got funding to practice marksmanship. He has never held a gun. When the time comes, he will definitely shoot with a gun. Otherwise, if he foolishly rushes up with a knife, he will be courting death. Pistols are not very wide in gang fights because of the structure of the street and the room. They are all close-range combat, and pistols have a great advantage. AK-47 is definitely not bad either. It's not the main role to play deadman. The powerful deterrent is the most important thing. Think about dozens of submachine guns in front of you. Who dares to move? Jiang Yifu found that the Bala Star gang was a bit complicated. Generally speaking, he would not dare to do this blatantly. Whether it was smuggling or white powder, it was the most favorite business of gang members. These are all secrets, and the Ballastars are a little too arrogant. It's not good to be so arrogant. After all, this is America's territory. Even the Soviet Union can't control it, and it will soon go to war with Germany. Is there any conspiracy to be so arrogant? Hydra organization or some other cult? A cloud of mist is spreading. Ikaro Bar is the main bar on Block 49 and the headquarters of the Bala Star gang. It seems that gangs like to use bars as their base. The neon lights are flashing at night, and the girls with heavy makeup and extremely revealing clothes are waiting for guests at the door. If Jiang Yifu would have stared out his eyes before, but now he has a woman with him every night, he is not so excited. And Oli didn't go away because of his revenge. The 49th block is controlled by the Ballastar gang. Every block is where they collect protection fees. If you don't pay the protection fee, you will make trouble and you will not be allowed to operate normally. Find 2 people to stand at the door of the business that does not call the protection fee. There is no way that the patrolman came. After all, people just stand and don't steal or rob. And America's law does not stipulate that standing in front of other people's stores is not allowed. The huge profits of the monopoly have made the popularity of the Bala Star gang always very high, and the gangsters with a bit of brains want to climb up. Looking at the sales vault at night, the bustling exterior could not hide his sins. Jiang Yifu felt sick for a while and truly realized what chaos is. While waiting for the manpower to gather, I saw at least 3 robberies, 2 drug deals, and 1 R** case. But since the victims were male and didn't know each other, forget it. In order not to let the other party notice, the members of the Chinglin gang scattered to gather. The more than 20 members of the Corps are all holding AK-47, and the action tonight is not said to avoid leaking. The core members can be trusted, but the peripheral members are not necessarily. Who knows if there will be spies from other gang members? The outer members are all small blades and small pistols, a small caliber pistol that can kill deadmen at close range. At 9 o'clock sharp, the staff had assembled. Both Jiang Yifu and Oli wore face masks with armbands tied around their shoulders, embroidered with golden silk threads on a large octopus with claws and teeth. Those who are familiar with it will be shocked to see Roar Hydra. That's right, Jiang Yifu is still going to put the blame on Hydra this time. Anyway, Hydra will definitely surface. As for joining Hydra, Jiang Yifu will not refuse. As long as he can improve his strength, joining Hydra or joining the Avengers Alliance is just a means. Paradise Island is no problem. Anyway, no strength is the grandson. With strength, the opponent is his grandson. It's so realistic. Therefore, in order to be someone else's father, I have to work hard to improve my own quality. Besides, Hydra has so many branches, even Red Skullschmidt himself can't tell how many branches there are. In addition to the 3 branches of the Baron Strucker faction, the Red Skull faction, and the Mokurt faction, there are many factions. I'm not afraid of being recognized at all anyway. Hydra is still fighting and killing themselves. In other words, Hydra is not united, but it is difficult to clear, and it has unique techniques in fooling people and brainwashing. Otherwise, it will not be hit all the time, but it will never happen. In the Brooklyn precinct, Sarah ordered a cup of coffee and a box of donuts and sat in the office reading the newspaper. I have great respect for Uncle Brad, who brought him into the police industry. He was killed by a stray bullet in the process of fighting against gangsters. She hadn't eaten for almost a day, and almost all the fighting skills in her hands were taught by Uncle Brad, which can be said to be a teacher to some extent. If it weren't for the scruples and the mission of taking care of her younger brother, it is estimated that Sierra would have driven to the Bala Star gang to kill the quartet. Last night, I learned about the follow-up plan after talking to my younger brother who came back from MIT. On the one hand, I am very pleased with the growth of my younger brother and feel happy, just like watching the seeds that I planted become a towering tree. On the one hand, I am proud of my younger brother's character, and it is good to be considerate of the people around me, very manly. This is the real man. It's just a little distressing that it seems that Jiang Yifu has always regarded himself as a sister. After more than 10 years, he has no other ideas about himself. It's the younger brother's eyes are too high, or Sierra is not enough Sao. It's not going to be quiet in Brooklyn tonight. At 9 o'clock, the people of the Chinglin gang had assembled. At 9:10, I put on the Hydra armband and headgear. At 9:15, the battle order was issued. Everything is like the preparations for the army to go to war. Several black men with Hydra armbands carried AK-47s behind their backs, covered them with coats, and swaggered towards the door of the bar. The ladies at the door also showed off their Sao-like tricks. Roar said, "Handsome guy, come in and play. It's been a long time since you came, let the sisters serve you." A professional smile is easy to seduce men. If it was usual, maybe these black people would be moved. But tonight, there is a big action and the boss is still watching from behind. If you don't want to be smashed, you can only bite the bullet and rush up. F***KU, give labor and capital to die. The strong black man at the head slapped the young lady away with a slap. Seeing that someone was making trouble and beating his own person, the security guard at the door immediately pulled out a baseball bat that he admitted had a thick arm. "Hey, all you bastards, die for me." The black man at the head was a sturdy man. He threw his jacket on the ground, revealing his muscles with clear water chestnuts only in a vest, and silently took out one from behind. Forehead. I was wrong, I took out a thick and long assault rifle, and the dark barrel flashed a palpitating cold light. Duh. Pulling the trigger, a few flames emerged from the barrel, directly smashing the 5 or 6 gangsters who came over into a sieve. One shot while shouting, "Hydra is doing business, the idlers go away, the bastards of the Ballastar gang come out and die." The striker had already started fighting, and the people behind had also spread out and started shooting bursts. This is the standard tactic of the Little Devil army of the island country, and it is quite easy to use. It was originally a tactic of the German army, but it was used by the Little Devil in a miraculous manner. He definitely encountered an even more miraculous *** army and was still blinded by the beating. Bang, bang, boom. The glass was shattered, the rotating colorful neon lights hanging on the roof were also shattered, and the shattered glass fell into the crowd, scaring the men and women who were still having fun screaming. Run out constantly. Being suddenly attacked, the Ballastar gang responded quickly, pulling out their pistols and starting to fight back. At the same time, the younger brothers are called to start charging, and the gangs who dare to make trouble must be severely hit, otherwise the big gangs will lose face. Right in front of the bar was moved away, allowing innocent people to flee, while the Chinglin gang members who were hiding were aiming at the bastards of the Ballastar gang and shooting. Ali holds a Mauser-style improved 98K bolt-action rifle with a high-precision scope in his hand, which is also the most civilized sniper rifle in World War II. Head resting on the scope, shoulder resting on the stock of the gun, and resting the rifle on the dumpster. I saw a Ballastar gang member hiding in the bar counter in the scope and pulled the trigger hard. Bang, the 7.62 bullet was quickly pushed out under the huge kinetic energy of the gunpowder, and a tongue of flame burst out from the barrel, and the bullet carried the breath of death. The glass was shattered, and a bloody hole was drilled into the head of a member of the Ballastar gang. "Father, please watch, I want to avenge you," Ali roared in a low voice like an injured lone wolf. His father was beaten to death by gangsters for no reason. With no way to appeal, Jiang Yifu's instigation took the same violent action as the Punisher Frank. Otherwise, under capitalism, nothing can be accomplished without money. Jiang Yifu didn't say anything to stop it. This is the only way for men and the fastest way to grow. When I killed the chicken for the first time, I vomited for a long time and there was chicken blood all over the place. Later, I found out that the same is true for killing people, but it is a one-shot death and there is no need to bleed on the neck like killing a chicken. The wicked must be punished. There are snipers, be careful. Malachevsky, who was still picking up girls on the dance floor, immediately hid under the table, holding a pistol in his hand and looked at the door calmly, but he didn't know which B*****D was looking for trouble, but whoever comes must die. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Bang, 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 the gunshots continued, and the bar has run out of people. Even local residents who are accustomed to gang fights would not be happy to dance and drink in the hail of bullets. Some shameless ones can also take advantage of Sao to escape orders. I don't know if it's the author or not. Anyway, the author has never been to a bar. Forgive a poor guy who can't even read a book review. Bang. Blood splattered and another gun-wielding gang member was headshot. The members of the Chinglin gang at the door still fired a few times from time to time, but did not rush in. Their mission was planned to wait until it exploded before rushing in. Although I'm curious about how it would explode, it's a good thing not to risk rushing in. No one wants to die. Duh. Gunshots also rang out at the back door of the bar, and the members of the Ballastar gang who were guarding at the back door fell to the ground. But it's still not worth an AK-47. It turns out that if you are not the captain of the United States, don't use your body to resist bullets. Will die, outflank before and after. It's the first tactic. In fact, this is the first time Jiang Yifu has organized a large-scale team event. I don't know how the gang fight is fought, but if you don't understand, ask Du Nyang. That is impossible. It's up to you with seemingly professional tactics and the offensive style of the Soviet army. The planes bombed and the artillery followed up. First, the enemy positions were plowed back and forth with cannon fodder 2 or 3 times. The bombing was almost done and the infantry followed. Tonight's arrangement is to block the front and rear doors. Tonight is the party day of the Ballastar gang. I don't know if the last batch of white powder sold for a lot of money. I came here to celebrate tonight, and Jiang Yifu is waiting for this moment, waiting for the core members of the other party to get together and annihilate at one time. Then slowly nibble away. The most important thing is to make a name for yourself. Relying on the rise of the Chinglin gang, I can collect funds myself, and after graduation, I can have the money to build my own company laboratory. A scientist without his own laboratory is not a real scientist. Even Ms. Jennifer has her own laboratory in the college. Damn, who is the other party? How did you call me? Masai, the boss of the Rasta gang, looked angrily at the members hiding in the bunkers downstairs in the office on the 3rd floor, and the other party shouted Hydra hail. While shooting, it doesn't look like a serious person. The younger brother of the report was not clear either and was sweating coldly. Boss, we don't know either. The other party seems to be blocking us in and not rushing in. Bang, the door rang and another younger brother rushed in. No, boss, it's the Chinglin gang. Those bastards blocked the back door as well and they don't seem to let us out. Snapped, Masai punched the sturdy table and made a punch mark which made the coquettish secretary behind him tremble. Give me a notice, take out all the guys and hit me hard. Chinglin gang, tell me once they rush out, they'll be wiped out. A bunch of N***G***S. Humph, bang. At this time, several black objects were ejected from the 1st floor, broke the window and fell to the ground and there was a puff of smoke. After a few core bosses saw it clearly, they suddenly lost their souls. This is not a toy. This is a military grenade. Boom, several grenades exploded together, directly killing the core executives who had no time to dodge. The body was torn to pieces by the violent airwaves. The furniture and sofa in the room were all blown into 2 pieces. Cough, cough, cough. Only Masai, the gang boss who hid under the table for the first time, escaped the disaster, but his chest was also suffocated by the air wave. The sound of the explosion in the office startled the bodyguards in the corridor outside and hurried in to see what was going on. Pulling Mosk out of the ruins, boss, what's wrong with you? Now what to do now? The younger brothers resisted their nausea and pulled out the scarred boss. The room was filled with a bloody smell and a strong smell of gunpowder smoke. There are high-level stumps and broken arms everywhere, just like the Shura battlefield. Cough, cough, call the police, call the police. Hurry up and call the police, help me out, hurry. Moss was bombed with only half his life left. No choice but to call the police for help. This is simply a great irony. As the 3rd largest gang in Brooklyn, it has to ask the police for help. And the 2 sides had a fight a few days ago over drug smuggling. This incident humiliated the chief of the Brooklyn precinct, and it also humiliated the chief of police at the New York City General Department, who, after all, sent people to arrest people. Well, now something happened. Whether the location can be guaranteed is a problem. In the police station, a black man with glasses pried open the door of the Brooklyn Police Chief Delman. Please come in. Hello, Director Delman, I'm Kagek from the Chinglin Gang. We are going to fight the Ballastar Gang tonight. We have credit for helping you regain the lost face. You just need to catch those defeated after the fact. That's it, it's a little trick. Don't worry, we didn't meet tonight. Even if we fail, you won't have anything. All you need to do is wait. Kajak while a bulging envelope was pushed in front of Bureau Chief Delman. Guru. Seeing the bulging and filling envelope, it must have been at least $3,000, which was a huge sum in 38 years. Even if he is not the director, he can still be happy. Very well, we haven't met and I don't know who you are. Please go back. Kagard left the office with a smile and pouted, dead fat pig. In the police station, Sierra was holding Erlang's legs on the desk with her legs wrapped in tight police pants, drinking coffee and eating donuts, and seemed to be enjoying it. Next to it is the workplace of neighbor Bara Tianxian, but tonight she was at home with her daughter and did not come to work. Ring, 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 ring. The phone rang and the police officer on duty answered the phone. Hello, Brooklyn Police Precinct, what's the matter? Boom, there was an explosion on the other end of the phone, only to hear a wretched boy crying and shouting, Hey, police station, help, we're at the Icaro bar on the 49th block. Someone is attacking us, you guys. Come here quickly, help, doo-doo-doo-doo. The call was quickly hung up again, seemingly rudely. The police officer on duty was clever and immediately picked up the microphone and called the chief on duty, Hey. Chief, we received a call from the police saying that there was a gang fight in the 49th block. A lot of civilians were injured, doo-doo-doo-doo. Before he could finish speaking, he saw a pair of jade-white palms slam the phone away. When the police officer raised his head, he saw a beautiful face full of heroism. It was Captain Sierra, the first beauty of the bureau. Captain, this is you. Needless to say, we have already received a notice. It was just a fire drill. We have all of them, and now we have found a situation in the 19th block. Please call the police immediately and follow me to see it. Again, all the patrolmen will follow me immediately. Let's go. Sierra flicked her ponytail and didn't want to explain much. She just strode away. The 19th block is far away from the 49th block, and the 19th block is a wealthy area. The law and order is the best. What will happen? It's obviously just taking the police out for a stroll. When the gangs are almost done fighting, then go over to clean up the mess, go back and forth. At least 2 hours are gone, then go and arrest people and it will be over. Icaro's bar has been bombed with potholes, and most of the Ballastar gangs who are wearing thin clothes have been bombed by the bombing, and they are either dead and crippled by the bombing. Broken hands and feet or something. He is not a good person anyway. In the past 38 years, few of the gang members are good people. And the most capable smuggler in the Ballastar gang, the polar bear Malachevsky, was lying on the ground convulsing, spitting out blood. 15 minutes ago, after killing a member of the Chinglin gang, he was accidentally shot through the palm of the hand by Oli, who was staring outside the bar. Then, as the main leader of the smuggling a few days ago, all limbs are being taken care of. The pitted body does not seem to be strong but looks like a sieve. It's impossible to die in a while, but it's really hard to suffer. Looking at the man in front of him who was wearing a hood and holding a rifle, shooting at him one by one, he opened his mouth. Blood immediately spilled out of his mouth and said in a pitiful tone, Please kill me. Kill me. The person wearing the hood is a black Ali. Immersed in the thought of revenge for his father, he mechanically pulled the handle, pulled out the Mauser 98K bullet casing and reloaded it. Aim the muzzle where it's not lethal and keep firing shot by shot with vengeful rage every time. It was this guy who led the counterattack. Caused Father Brad to die unexpectedly. Jiang Yifu didn't stop him. Soldiers who haven't seen blood are not good soldiers. Anyway, the other party has to go to the military academy and will be on the battlefield sooner or later. He turned his head to look at the bar full of emptiness, the broken glass, the counter blown through by the grenade. The corpse members of the Ballastar gang, those who were not dead, were also wailing. The Chinglin gang didn't kill them. It's wrong to kill. Don't kill people except when you don't want them. Just let them take their crippled bodies in lower half. Live to complete the sins committed in the past. As for whether to live or not, it is not their consideration. Can they go begging if they really can't? How can you not regret when selling drugs? How can you not regret when persecuting women from good families? How can you not regret when lending usury? Chinglin gang, they all deeply remember the words of the boss Marlowe's, We are here to cleanse their sins, we are righteous. Don't care about the disabled. It sounds nice, but it's actually full of bad water. The first and second floors have been cleaned out. Most of the members either surrendered or were killed, or they would eat a cute oval metal bun and go to hell. Only the third floor is still resisting strongly. Courage is commendable. The members of the Chinglin gang were not in a hurry to rush up, there were not many grenades left, and they still had to beware of the Tewa gang and the Lens gang. Now it's all about consuming their bullets, and when they're almost done, they rush up. Jiang Yifu was holding a modified pistol, one that was much larger than a normal pistol and looked like a desert eagle. There are a lot of parts installed on the barrel, and a few wires are connected to a small battery. Raise the pistol, turn on the switch, and shoot at the half-covered room door. The sound of sizzle electric current sounded, the explosion of gunpowder pushed the bullet to flight, and the metal bullet resonated under the influence of the magnetic force. Under the guidance of the electromagnet lasing out, bang, the 762 pistol flew out with huge amounts of kinetic energy. At a distance of 50 meters, it only took less than 0.3 seconds. The bullet hit the metal room door and directly penetrated the 10-thick iron door. Kill the gang members behind the door. It seems that the surrounding Chinglin gang members are stunned. Rao is an AK-47 and it just hit the door with potholes. This pistol actually pierced through it all at once. It also killed the person at the back door of the room, which is too scary. Wearing a hood, Jiang Yifu secretly recorded the information and fired several shots in a row, all recording the difference between single shot and continuous shot and the stability of the electromagnetic field. It looks like it works pretty well. The electromagnet enhances the bullet effect, and it will overheat after firing 3 times in a row. The kinetic energy of the bullet is still enough, which is comparable to that of a professional sniper rifle and is comparable to that of some large-caliber bullets. This is just a pistol. It is not a rifle with a long barrel. If the bullet can be accelerated over a long distance, it must be more powerful. After the experiment, disassemble the pistol to avoid fire and put it in the backpack. Then take out the parts of the AK-47 from the backpack and start to assemble it. The reliability makes the AK-47 composed of multiple parts still maintain good firepower. After installing the ground magnet, the insulating guide tool and the battery, an AK-47 suddenly doubled in weight, reaching about 15 pounds, which is not too heavy. Just a little affect the feel. The switch was turned on again and the zizzy electric current sounded again. This time Jiang Yifu aimed at the tightly closed metal door. The face under the hood gave out a hideous smile and the finger pulled the trigger. Duh-duh-duh, a storm of metal poured out, dang-dang. There was a harsh metal friction sound, and in less than 2 seconds, a metal door with a hole in the middle was directly beaten into a sieve. After a second, even the weld was interrupted, and the entire door was hit by huge amounts of kinetic energy of bullets, killing the gang members hiding behind them. Undiminished, he killed several gun-wielding gang members behind. Knowing that the rifle made a kakaka empty gunshot, everyone came back to their senses, watching the tragic scene, swallowed saliva unconsciously. I saw that the good door of the room had disappeared and the square doorway had become an oval shape. In the field of vision, nothing is good. The room was also cratered by the reflected stray bullets. If it weren't for the far-away corridor, it is estimated that stray bullets would also fly over. The power of the bullet after being strengthened by the magnetic force is too great, especially an assault rifle like the AK-47. It's a tool of slaughter. The kinetic energy of the bullet is roughly estimated to be about 1 meal. What does the power of a meal mean? Well, to put it simply, the weight of a small car. In other words, being hit head-on by a motorcycle with a speed of 80 kilometers per hour is the power of a meal. A bullet is equivalent to a motorcycle hit. That is, bulletproof vests can't stop it. The bullet can be blocked, but the accompanying kinetic energy can shatter a person's internal organs, thus achieving terrifying lethality. Jiang Yifu nodded in satisfaction. It's the right time to test firearms this time. Anyway, these gangs are not good people. They sell smuggled drugs to each other. This is already a capital crime. Just like human trafficking and babies, they should all be shot. If you robbery, you can still say, well, you are a good man. It can only be said that the sin is extremely evil and must die. If you don't die, then justice will be done. After the last line of defense was broken, the Bala Star gang had lost its last barrier and was drowned out by the swarming Chinglin gang. It was pulled half dead in front of Jiang Yifu. Jiang Yifu didn't say anything, just patted his friend's shoulder. Then go to Malos and give orders to go. With a gunshot behind him and the screams of Masai, it was all over. Brad in the spirit of heaven will also feel relieved. His own revenge has been avenged. When the Chinglin gang and the Bala Star gang went to war, the other 2 gangs also received the wind and began to seize the territory. This year, if there is a cheap price, it is really a bad pen. What moral law? Only a big fist is the truth. The Chinglin gang was not slow here and quickly occupied the relatively affluent 49th block. It was the first time they stepped out of the slums and really went to the urban area, compete with the Watt Gang and the Lens Gang Chamber. It is mainly black and the black people will be more united. In the future, other gang members who are fishing in troubled waters will directly shoot to death, quickly close up the site. When the fighting was over, so did the police. Sierra didn't come forward but hid behind. These things would definitely take the lead if they were in the past. It's just that I need to keep a low profile now, so I obey my brother's instructions and hide behind anyway. The credit can't escape. Jiang Yifu and Aali have already retreated, and the rest is left to the professionals such as Malos, Lyode, and Kajak. Many people felt a bit of sigh for the destruction of a gang that once dominated the slums, but it was only a sigh. In fact, the Ballastar gang has only been on the rise for 2 years. Gangs are the ones who push the waves before the waves. If you are not tough enough, prepare to die on the beach, arrive home, I told Mrs. Bara, who had been waiting about the matter, and learned that her husband had avenged his revenge and that his son had returned safely. This once strong woman finally cried. I cry very sad but also a little gratified. Little sister Shu Lin also cried, but she was crying excitedly. Holding Jiang Yifu's waist, he didn't let go. Brother Yifu, I knew you could do it. You are amazing. I will also become a person like you in the future. Ha ha ha, okay, but you have to change it for me anyway and I'm going to die. Let's have a meal to celebrate first. By the way, be careful in the future. I'm afraid there will still be remnants. Gang members, but they don't know who did it. Just be careful. By the way, Sister Shu Lin, let me give you a gun for self-defense. Jiang Yifu seemed to have thought of something, so he gave this little black beauty a modified pistol, which is very suitable for hiding, small and exquisite, but not bad at all, with a weak magnetic boost. Mrs. Bara moved her lips but didn't speak. She didn't want her daughter to get the gun, but for safety, let's listen to Jiang Yifu. Okay, Shu Lin, come with me and cook something delicious for your brother. You two have a good rest at home. After Oli calmed down, he suddenly thought of something and ran to the toilet to vomit. Apparently it's the recruit's symptoms. Usually the first murder is how much discomfort. Jiang Yifu was no exception, but he just threw up and felt sick. Just like drinking, you vomit when you drink and you get used to it when you vomit. No big deal. Sitting in the living room, Jiang Yifu took out a pen and paper and started recording today's test data. Sometimes I really miss the era of mobile phones and notebooks. You can record at any time. Some summaries of tonight's actions, reviewing the past and learning new things can do better next time. If there is no gold finger, it will be harder and more diligent. Before I knew it, 20 minutes passed. The rich beef aroma brought Jiang Yifu, who had been fighting all night, back to reality from his contemplation. Okay, fresh steak, mashed potatoes, vegetable and fruit salad. Enjoy, my little hero, Mrs. Bara put the food on the table kindly and kissed Jiang Yifu's forehead, full of with the approval and joy of the elders to the younger generation. The little beauty Shu Lin also slapped Jiang Yifu's face happily, and then happily sat on the chair and ate hearty food. If it wasn't a festival before, there wouldn't be such a sumptuous food to eat at all, which made the little girl greedy. Jiang Yifu secretly stuffed a few pieces of Franklin with 100 face value and pointed to Mrs. Bara, who went to the toilet to find Ollie. This is given to you by the big brother. Buy more food in the future. Don't starve yourself. Eat yourself fat, grow up fast, and help your big brother when the time comes, okay? Little sister Shu Lin blushed and shyly took the banknotes given by Jiang Yifu. Looking at the golden Franklin, her heart was about to melt. It seems that he is cheering up in his heart, and he has made up his mind. What will he do in the future to repay this big brother who is very good to him? After Ollie vomited, seeing that there was so much food, he immediately began to sweep away the wind and the clouds. Tonight he was starving and the knot in his heart was untied, and his father's great revenge was avenged. Now he can let go of his stomach and eat. Mrs. Bara didn't know when she took out a bottle of wine and poured a glass for her son and Jiang Yifu. Okay, two little heroes, I toast you. In the future, please pay more attention to your own safety. Don't let your family worry about you. Yes, mother. Aali picked up the glass and took a sip, his face turning a little red. Jiang Yifu also finished it in one gulp. The elders toasted. Why should you be mean? Besides, Mrs. Bara's figure is really good. A man can't help but take a few more glances. You can be a widow in the future. No problem, we'll take care of ourselves. I don't know how much wine I drank and how much meat I ate. Even the little black girl who didn't drink alcohol blushed and went back to her room to sleep. The slacker Oli was thrown into the room by Jiang Yifu, and he was also sullen. He was really a little black pig with muscles all over his body. She was going to go home, but she blushed when she saw it, and it was obvious that Mrs. Bara, who was drinking too much, sat back for some reason and continued to drink and eat meat. Looking at this virtuous and kind elder, he has been very kind to himself and his sister since he was a child and takes care of them a lot. Often his parents will eat at her house when he is not at home, and his mother also provides a lot of money to each other and asks himself to be obedient. Drink and drink, unconscious. When Jiang Yifu got up again the next day, he seemed to feel uncomfortable in his waist again. Surprised, don't you? When they woke up, both Aali and Shu Lin didn't wake up. On the contrary, Mrs. Bara was humming a little song in the kitchen to make breakfast with a ruddy face. When she saw Jiang Yifu, her face seemed to blush a little, but if she hadn't looked carefully, she wouldn't have been able to tell. Black people are natural experts at hiding expressions. Get up, Eve, you slept well last night. In fact, you don't have to get up so early. You need to wait for a while and have breakfast for a while. Sleep more, it's good for your health. This expression was so similar to the original Aunt Sarah, Jiang Yifu didn't dare to think about it, so he could only lower his head to deal with it. He took out a bundle of US dollars from his backpack and laughed at himself inwardly. Is this a comfort after the fact? Mrs. Bara, this is $5,000, you can take it first. In the future, Oli will go to study and Sister Shu Lin will also study and the pressure will definitely increase. No matter how hard it is, they can't suffer more. It's about money, just tell me if it's not enough. Mrs. Bara seemed a little angry with her waist on her back and a white apron on her body. Eve, what do you mean? Take the money back, I don't need your money. Jiang Yifu looked at the other party's expression and seemed very angry, as if he thought of himself as something, and shouted injustice in his heart. No, Mrs. Bara, I mean my nanny has something to do, and I may need to invite another person. Anyway, Ollie goes to the military school to study in boarding. Why don't you let Sister Shulin go to Boston to study? One can avoid subsequent risks, and the education in Boston is also good. Mrs. Bara was not angry this time, but it's very troublesome to transfer. My job here is okay. It seemed that she was not sure what to pay attention to. Okay, listen to me, I will find a way to handle Sister Shu Lin's school affairs. You don't have to do your work, just take care of the children at home. Jiang Yifu decided to be tougher, man. Be tough when it's time to be tough. I have the final say. Okay, listen to you, little hero. How much salary are you going to pay me? Mrs. Bara seemed to be in a good mood, and she was in a mood to tease this little guy. It's 200 in a month. It's the same as my previous nanny, and the cost of food and other things will be calculated separately. When the time comes, the cooking will be richer, and Sister Shu Lin can come over to eat together. All right, let's do it first. Jiang Yifu seemed to sense the smile in Mrs. Bara's eyes and couldn't hold it anymore. He hurriedly picked up the hamburger sandwich and went out to his house. When I got home, my sister Sira, who was humming a little song, was drinking milk and frying eggs and seemed to be in a good mood. Yo, come back, you guy, don't go home when you come back and go to the next house to sleep. Is it because your sister doesn't come back you don't dare to sleep alone? No way, by the way, old lady, I'm going to ask Mrs. Bara to be my nanny, and by the way, let Shu Lin go to Boston to study. My previous nanny has something to do. By the way, there was no accident last night, right? Jiang Yifu was a little surprised, he said with a guilty conscience. Who knew that he was so strong? So did Aunt Sarah. If she said she was shot, she was shot. But how do you feel as if you have taken a lot of money? No, now the Ballastar gang has been destroyed. It has been occupied by the Chinglin gang that has risen from nowhere, and the director has also been bribed. Well, it can be regarded as a bit of face back. Last time the Ballastar gang let Shi Changdu was shocked, and this time the attack on them was considered a smooth operation. Hee boy, how did you ask Chinglin to help you? It is said that there was a powerful weapon last night. A lot of grenades were thrown. Sira keenly found a problem, that is, her brother is making her more and more invisible. Jiang Yifu didn't tell the truth, it's better to hide this. The enemy of the enemy is our friend. As long as we can take revenge, nothing else matters. Don't forget how hot the Stark industry is now. I want to get some weapons out, it's a simple matter. Sister, you think too much now. I can only say that I don't want you to have an accident, and I won't let you have an accident, and I will help you solve it. Sira laughed when she heard it. This is a good sister and brother. But she doesn't want to be a sibling. He grabbed Jiang Yifu's neck and poked his jade finger on the other's forehead. You are wise, take out the money. I have no money for your sister. You will support me for the rest of your life. Jiang Yifu breathed a sigh of relief. He was really not used to such intimate gestures. Take 2 bundled dollars from the backpack, one of last night's booty. Here is 10,000 US dollars, you can use it first. Haha, it's easy to talk about raising you. As long as you don't get married for a day, I'll keep you for a day. Definitely, if you get married, you can only let that man support you. Is you. Sira happily took over the golden franklin and said jokingly, what if I don't marry my sister for the rest of my life? Jiang Yifu sneered, hee hee, woman, I believe in you, maybe where you meet a boy who is excited and marry. If you don't marry for the rest of your life, I will support you for the rest of your life. Well, no, I will support you for the rest of your life if you don't have a boyfriend. I'm not like you taking my money to date other handsome guys. Jiang Yifu is not such a generous person. He's just a selfish B*******, an unpretentious, real villain. He is not a gentleman, not a saint, nor can he be a virgin. If you have revenge, you will take revenge, and if you have a girl, you will take it. Sira smiled and covered her mouth, but she was very happy. Her eyes were laughing into crescent shapes, not to mention how happy she was. Hee hee, you still know you're jealous. Haha, don't worry, your sister. I can't be attracted to any man. At least I can be like you. Haha, okay, if I don't find a man for the rest of my life. Friends, if you don't get married, you will support me for the rest of your life. Jiang Yifu stretched out his finger helplessly, not knowing what the old lady was doing today. Looking at the other party's hopeful eyes, his heart trembled fiercely. Okay, pull the hook, you can't change it for a lifetime. I'll keep you for the rest of your life. Remember, it doesn't work if you have a boyfriend. Got it, stupid brother, sister, I'm going to work. Sira happily rubbed her brother's head as if drinking honey in her heart. Silly brother, if you knew the truth, would you still do what you say? I was a little sad for a while. Jiang Yifu shook his head and took a shower to clear his mind. Aunt Sarah, Teacher Dana, and Mrs. Barra, they already have 3 women. Everyone was older than themselves, and even Aunt Sarah was pregnant. It seems like a heavy task. Otherwise, the child will have no money to buy milk powder in the future. Once again envy and jealous of the local tyrants with gold finger and plugins. After taking a shower, I drove to the new Stark Industrial Building. The new commercial building has been relocated to the upper city of Manhattan. With the beautiful turnaround of the Czech army, the AK-47 series of weapons has received unprecedented attention. And the original Stark industry has attracted much attention, and even the military has to send manpower to protect the safety of capitalists in the country. As long as you have money and you can earn money, the military can even send the most elite cleaners to your dirty toilets to clean the toilets. That's the magic of money. Manhattan is the smallest area of New York's 5 boroughs, but it has an unparalleled status. The Wall Street Stock Exchange and the world's major companies have set up their headquarters in the upper city of Manhattan. Prosperity is only the most superficial representative. The Franklins produced here are enough to provide the daily toileting needs of tens of millions of people. To put it simply, it is rich, very rich, very rich. Rich enough to have no friends. Generally, there is no company in Shangcheng district, so they are embarrassed to tell others that they are rich. The traffic along the way has become more and more regular, and there are many more cars. Jiang Yifu watched while driving. Even a sign with the Wayne building was spotted. The mind that was immersed in the Marvel world was suddenly shocked, and I almost couldn't even hold the steering wheel. What is the Wayne building? Simply put, rich. No, I'm wrong. 3 words can explain everything. Batman. Yes, that's right, Batman. As the most famous character in the DC universe, he has the hidden skill of cheap son. No, the captain of the United States Steve and everyone is 55%. Definitely, it's a joke, but it can also reflect the power of Batman on the side. The Wayne building is the headquarters building of Wayne Enterprises, a well-known enterprise that has been inherited for decades in Gotham City. It's ridiculously rich. It can be said that it is much richer than the current Stark industry. When he saw the Wayne building, Jiang Yifu's heart was slowly sinking. If he didn't increase his strength faster, he didn't know how he would die. Gotham City is very good. There is a saying that is good. The folk customs of Gotham are simple, and Arkham talents are born in large numbers. It means there is no one to mess with in Gotham City. Penguin, Frozen Man, Poison Ivy, Bane, Scarecrow, Joker, all crazy. And they are all madmen with high IQ. To dominate the world, you have to ask the big villains if they will answer. The Earth is the place where the bullies like Thanos and Darkseid are overturned. Terrible. After driving for a while, I came to a brand new building. I don't know if it has just been completed. The whole building is about 50 floors. Due to the technological restrictions of the times, there are no buildings with more than 100 floors. The brand new Stark Industrial logo hangs on the building, and the people coming and going at the door are all representatives of some companies, and there are also paparazzi filming some exciting news. I had heard about Howard, the Saubag man, showing off his latest achievements. Now I come to see it, and it is really good. It is an atmospheric demeanor. It's not bad to be able to do this from scratch. Jiang Yifu walked into the hall with the flow of people, and there were some gadgets invented by Howard on display, which were all things that didn't actually work. Simply put, it's useless. Well, no, just take a look and draw a fresh one. There are three beauties in professional attire at the front desk, and one of them is an old acquaintance. Hey Kano, it's me. Jiang Yifu made a move to roar, a beautiful woman in business attire who was the front desk girl, first time receiving my little sister. Ah. Old SHH, take me to see Howard. Jiang Yifu blinked. He didn't want to be overwhelmed by a group of sales managers and paparazzi. Beep. Howard's office is on the 47th floor, the front desk manager Kano said with a smile. The chairman's office is in front, so it's not convenient for me to go there, Mr. Jiang. Please do it. By the way, we can have dinner together in the evening. A. He asked with a blushing look. Jiang Yifu was surprised for a moment, then nodded with a smile. If he has an affair, he definitely can't refuse it. Maybe he will be killed one day without the system and gold finger. Why don't you enjoy it sooner? As soon as I walked to the door, I heard Howard's cheap laughter. Don't look at it, he must be teasing the secretary again, so I knocked hard on the door. I'm coming in. Hey, no. Jiang Yifu just pretended to push the door, but it turned out that chickens and dogs jumped inside again. After a while, a woman hurried out from the inside, her face flushed with shame. Howard's clothes have not been put on, and he yelled a little angrily. Jiang Yifu. You be ********** D. It's so sudden every time. Do you want to scare the great scientist Howard to death? Seeing the expressionless look on the other side, Howard seemed to be defeated, took out a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet and poured 2 glasses. The whole dress coughed. Okay, let me see what happened to you this time, little genius. Haha, sure enough, Howard is an unreliable guy. He plays this tune in the office during the day. Jiang Yifu made fun of the other party with a rare smile, which relieved the tense atmosphere. Go, talk about something. You kid is always elusive all day long. No, I have to get a security guard. Sooner or later, I will be scared to death by you. Come on, little genius, what did you invent this time? Howard, he doesn't seem to mind Jiang Yifu's recklessness. The genius is somewhat different from ordinary people's actions. It's better to open the door without asking. Jiang Yifu took out a swarthy piece which was wrapped in a black plastic case with only 2 metal connectors on the top. It's very similar to a grenade, but it's not the same. I can't tell what it is at all. I can only guess it's related to metal. Howard's eyes became sharp. At this moment, he looked like a rigorous scientist, took out a pair of gloves from the drawer and put them on. Pick up the grenade-shaped thing and observe it carefully, look at the workmanship and look at the structure. After watching it for a while, he put it directly on the table. Well, the workmanship is a bit crude, but it has something to do with metal. What are you doing? It won't kill the radio. It's so small it doesn't look like it. Hey, this thing is a good thing. This is a new battery, a small battery with the same capacity as a kettle. It is also more durable, and it is not afraid of the danger of explosion if shaken like a liquid battery. If you don't believe me, just take out the light bulb and try it out. By the way, with this transformer, it can reach 110 volts. Jiang Yifu threw out another black pendant. Howard's eyes became full of interest, and he immediately took out a set of experimental materials to fiddle with. One time it was a light bulb, another time it was a kettle, and even more extreme, it was measured with a microwave oven. The more I test, the more amazed and excited I become. This is an amazing invention. With this thing can affect a lot of industries, further reduction in size of electrical furniture. The battery of the tank is reduced and the continuous endurance ability is increased. Don't look at a small battery, the effect that can be produced is difficult to estimate. Do you have any specific parameters for this thing? Perfect. Perfect, it's really a good thing. With this thing, it is estimated that we can not only dominate the military industry, but also make great profits in other industries. Howard excitedly fiddling. Scientists often fiddle like children when they see something they are interested in. It doesn't take into account the surrounding situation at all, so it's normal to start an experiment and spend a few nights cultivating immortals overnight. Yes, it's all here. This thing is still the initial version, and it can continue to be improved in the future. It is smaller in size, larger in capacity, and more standardized in shape. This is just a test product, and it can be used as a mobile power supply. At least the car can't catch fire. You can also use it to replace it. Jiang Yifu took out a piece of paper from his backpack and handed it over as if he was handing the paper to the boss. After Howard took it, he couldn't wait to browse it. Unlike at the beginning, he looked at it very carefully. Sometimes when he encountered specifications, he would subconsciously use formulas and theorems to deduce it. Is it true? Is it useful? It is impossible to deceive people in front of peers. Unless you encounter a layman and ask 3 questions, you can fool hard. Howard was addicted to the game, and Jiang Yifu would not urge him but admired Howard's office. Fashion has a personality, and there are many photos on the table, all of which are pictures of beautiful women, and I don't know if it is the female star. In this era, there are some movies, but not many. They are all black and white. The technology of the era is very shallow, unlike in the past few decades, which has started to explode like a blowout. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can have a bird's-eye view of most of the upper city of Manhattan. What people see at heights is different. There was a lot of traffic going downstairs, and people in suits with briefcases were walking in a hurry. Patrol officers in police uniforms are staring at anyone with criminal motives, and they are determined to crack down on crime in Manhattan. After a long time, Howard breathed a sigh of relief. Genius. It won't be a genius invention. This thing actually has a magnetic field bonus. It has to be said that using permanent magnets to increase the electric capacity is a wonderful idea. This is your invention. Jiang Yifu nodded proudly. Definitely, this is my invention, but my mentor teacher Jianferny has also given me a lot of advice. She is a very smart and attractive woman. Howard showed a bad smile after listening to it and winked his eyes, showing a smile that a man can understand. Hey, that's definitely, and it's very charming, isn't it? Ms. Jianferny is a widow. I'm optimistic about you, boy, haha. Jiang Yifu picked up the glass and touched Howard. Both of them showed silvery smiles at the same time and drank a glass of red wine while laughing. Unconsciously, the friendship has deepened a little, no longer like a shareholder who met by chance or a descendant of an old friend. The feeling of a man is very strange, just like a woman. It is incomprehensible. Sometimes a movement, a look, can be a confidant. Well, to put it simply, forget it. It sounds good to say that they have common interests and hobbies, and they are more compatible. To put it vulgarly, it is the same smell. Howard poured another glass of wine for Jiang Yifu, and only then did he feel a little friend. There is no age limit for making friends between scientists. Well, the same is true of love. Not only does it not limit age, but also gender. Definitely, both of them are normal people, normal men who like beautiful women. I thought you would never enjoy life, just as obsessed with scientific experiments as your father. Howard took a sip to himself, as if it was really difficult to find a friend. Especially for a frivolous person like him, he is almost 40 years old, and he is not ready to get married and have children, which gives a very frivolous feeling. Jiang Yifu is different. At least a woman is pregnant and she is considered mature. It used to be before. Some time ago, my good friend father died in a gang fight. At that time, I found out that I can't keep quiet. I should live a little easier. As long as I don't forget the responsibility in my heart and treat myself better, life will be better. Better. Bang, the wine glasses met. That's right, I think so too. But getting married is a very painful thing, and there are so many crushes. How can I be willing to let go? The stinky bee *****D of the face. No wonder there is such a character as Tony. It's a complete inheritance. It's not like that. You have a family and you have a responsibility. But then again, the old man said that Howard is a playboy who will not change until he dies, a stinky rascal. Jiang Yifu was deeply touched, and he didn't know why the words of the cheap father popped up in my mind. It seems that the resentment is still a bit deep. Otherwise, there will be no gifted children. Hey, damn it, Humph, the old guy is slandering me again. Forget it, don't care about him. This invention of yours is not bad. Leave it to me to work it well, and it will definitely shock the world again. Haha, yes, a reception. Let me think, whose reception is it? Howard seemed to be drinking a little too much, leaning his right hand on the desk, propping his head. Oh, by the way, it's the reception of Wayne Enterprises. That's a big company. The real rich people have been passed down for decades. Since the last century, they have been first-class big companies. Haha, how about it? Are you interested in going there? There will be a lot of beauties at that time. Haha, maybe you are lucky. Can you still have a date tonight? Oh, when, where? Jiang Yifu seemed to be a little interested, not to mention the fact that Wayne Enterprises alone made people want to know more about it. But what about this famous big company? Maybe even see the father and mother Batman hasn't lost yet.